never gave me chills. This isn't me head over heels. And I said I could feel the fire now. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's a kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's a kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. I'm looking for cinema, and it might be naive, but I know what I want, and this is good enough. So give me some cinema. I want that late night. Boom, accent inside. I'm looking for cinema, and if you don't agree, then I'm giving it some. I wanna laugh so hard it hurts, to feel it touch so hard it burns. It isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded room, sensational. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. I'm looking for cinema, and it might be naive, but I know what I want, and this is not enough. So give me some cinema. I want that late night. Boom, accent inside. I'm looking for cinema, and if you don't agree, then I'm giving it some.
I'm hearing all of what you say to me, but I'll think it over. It's a little bit hard to breathe, to breathe, to breathe. This kinda seems like it's a common theme. You don't think I understand what you said to me, to me, to me. Yeah, every time that we have this talk, it's a little bit hard to admit our faults. But I'm not so perfect. Is all of this worth it? Is all of this worth it? This feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. Good, 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 good. Too hard to let go. Too hard to let go. Good. Just look at me, breathing deep. After all the things we've been through, yeah, don't forget the reasons not to let this slip through our heads. Yeah, every time that we have this talk, it's a little bit hard to admit our faults. But I'm not so perfect. Is all of this worth it? Is all of this worth it? This feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. To let this feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. To let I gotta get to you.
It's nice. Yeah, when I gotta get to you.
Welcome everyone back to day 2 of the main event. We have got our top 8 high schools in the state of Alabama ready to compete for the state title of best Rocket League team in the state. I once again am your host, Awash. I am joined for our first desk segment of the day by Lychee and Foof. Guys, we had a very interesting day yesterday. Very exciting, lots of great games, lots of great action. It's only going to get better from here. So I want to first start off by saying, what was your best moments from the day? You specifically, Foof, since we didn't get to hear from you at the end yesterday.
So I'll take over. I'll play the part of Foof right now. So it's all good. I had to call it out real quick. It's all good. Okay, so the best moment of yesterday was probably our match between Lexington and Wilson A, because that was it was I think the match that was the closest to going to a game 4. I'm going to call day 1. Day 1 was the day of sweeps. Unfortunately, we didn't see a single game 4 yesterday, but that match was one of the most exciting games of Rocket League that I've ever seen, specifically that game 3, because Lexington brought it back so close and had so many opportunities, but it was a touch too far for them. So unfortunately, we did see Lexington go home. Wilson A is going to carry that forward. Yeah, they have to. You and I are lucky enough to be able to follow their journey at the very least with the second quarterfinal today. But yeah, for me, hands down, best moment of yesterday was that match. I'm sorry that was an easy answer. I'm sorry if I took that from you, but I had to be honest.
I was going to ask, actually. I'm sure that you completely agree that was one of, if not the best moment, because I don't remember exactly what you said at the end yesterday, but I'm sure that regardless, it was up there.
It was absolutely up there. I mean, you really kind of think about it. It was the energy of the crowd. It was the fans. It was the players. It was the comms. That was the highlight if you look at the energy level. But again, to me, the highlight is the fact that we're here. The fact that this is a celebration of high school esports, that these kids, these students are getting a chance to perform, and they have the support, not only the school, the staff, their teammates, but their parents, families, and friends back to help them up. And that's what I love about this.
Absolutely. And we're going to get more of that in day 2, especially as every single game today, we are sending somebody home until we have crowned ourselves a champion of the state of Alabama. Now, Lychee, we already got Foof, I guess, still carrying the torch of this is excitement. It's a celebration of the game. What are you going to be looking for today? And this can be either a grand finals match, or if there's a specific matchup or thing that you want to see from a specific team. What are you going to be keeping your eye on today?
Upsets. That's what I'm going to be. I'm going to be keeping my ear to the ground. I'm going to be hoping beyond hope for some upsets, because I feel like so far, day 1 played out exactly how you would probably plan it to plan out on paper. And there's something to be said about like, oh yeah, it's like predictable and stuff, but like I don't think a full day of sweeps is what people want. I think people want closer competition, and I think that's exactly what day 2 is going to get. Like we were saying throughout yesterday, the day 1 experience was pretty much just kind of filtering through the teams that did well versus the teams that like truly deserve to go all the way here. And I think being that it's day 2, we've got all of these best of 7s coming up for ourselves. I think it's going to be an absolute banger. I'm crossing every finger I own for some upsets today because I do not want to see a predictable bracket. That's what makes esports exciting is the change in expectations.
Absolutely. I think we got a little taste of that during the Lexington match yesterday.
Yes,
There's
exactly.
a hint of a potential upset there.
Yeah.
And I totally agree. I hope that we get more action like that. To preview a couple of the games that we've for sure got today. First one is going to be Athens versus Florence. We'll then move into James Clemson versus Wilson A, which is the match that personally I'm looking most forward to in this first round. And then Hartzell versus Brooks, and then Bob Jones as the number 1 seed against LCHS. Now, we'll start with Foof. Maybe you've had some time to sleep on it a little bit. Which of these matches are you still? Does your prediction hold the same from yesterday, or is there a different match that's catching your eye today?
I think that some people have fallen slightly asleep on the Hartzell and Brooks matchup that we're going to have coming up at Game 3. Because you have to think about it. We all watched the epic that was a 3-game, no game 4. Please, we couldn't get it yesterday. But the epic that was that battle between Wilson and poor guys. I'm just torn because when you look at that game, you're like, man, they're going to carry the fans. They're going to have momentum. And that team's coming in so excited.
Yeah.
But Hartzell and Brooks, these guys competed so well yesterday, and they're going to be coming with a full head of steam because they're on the top side of the bracket, because you're playing possibly against Bob Jones in that second round. You really have to bring your A game, and I think that could be a telltale one, especially in the top side of the bracket.
So, what are you thinking here?
I agree. I think I'm a little. No. There's no but. I'm just changing the focus. That's all. I think. Well, I guess we'll preview a little bit Athens Florence in a second. Well, I am excited for that one. I think James Clemens and Wilson A is probably going to be the one I'm looking most forward to in this quarterfinal round, specifically because I think Wilson A was given the most challenge yesterday with that Lexington match. James Clemens had their own, journey to get to where they are. But I don't know. From what I saw from yesterday, hopefully the momentum carries over. Those two, in my opinion, seem to be the most closely matched teams. So that's the one that I'm hoping for. I guess we can't hope for a game 4 anymore because it's all best of 7. But
we're going for
at least. The losing team takes at least one game off of the winning opponent just to give me a little bit more competition. That's the one I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah, just to clarify, today is a single elimination, all best of 7 bracket. You lose, you go home. You win, you keep on going on. And as you mentioned, at least 4 games. These could be some grueling, long series if teams do manage to continue to take games off of each other. How does the best of 7, in your all's experience or from what you have seen other people do, does the best of 7 make that drastic of a difference compared to a best of 5? I
mean, absolutely. I mean, Leach, you can attest. He's been in some, I've been in some, and we've covered a lot of them. The thing about a best of 7 versus a best of 5 and a best of 3 is you talk about the length of game. And Rocket League is not a long game. Universally, it's 5 minutes. But you think about it, it's such a mental battle. And then you have the chance of overtime games and 0-second plays where the ball can get hung in the air. And all of a sudden you blink and it's game 3 and it's been 30 minutes. And you still possibly have 4 more. And it's all about something you don't really hear or think about in esports. It's stamina. And it's not physical stamina. It's mental stamina and having the stamina to stay with your team and be able to have an identity or adapt if you have to after game 1 or game 2.
I think honestly, the best of 7 format favors the lesser team. And I'll explain why. I know you're looking at me like that. I think it favors the lesser team because I think it puts more pressure on the greater team, whoever that may be, to keep that momentum up for longer. And you were just talking about stamina. In a best of 5, you only need to win 3 games.
Win 3.
Best of 7, it's only one more additional game, but it's easy to say that from the outside looking in. But when you are in those high pressure situations, And 3 rounds of those high pressure situations already take such a mental toll. I don't know if anyone has ever had the ability to catch any of these players at the end of one of these best of 5s. They're not, like they're chipper if they won, but you can see they're visually kind of exhausted and they need a second to collect themselves. Best of 7 elongates that even further. So it's even more pressure on the winning team to be able to keep it together, which in my opinion invites more opportunity for the losing team to get back into it.
That makes sense. I think typically the stance is the shorter series favors the underdog a little bit, just because they can quickly surprise and there's not as many
Definitely
chances for the other team to recover.
Yeah.
But definitely when you take in the mental side of the game, talking about stamina, there's certainly a case to be made the other way. Well, let's move into our first matchup of the day: Athens versus Florence. So I guess Foof, we'll start with you. How did Athens get to this point? It wasn't a very long road to get here, but they still had to make it nonetheless.
Well, the Golden Bears were sitting on the top side of that bracket on the B side. They were the team that didn't have to play a first round game, and then that opponent got moved directly to them. So they got the little bit of a forward advancement, had a little bit of a fight. But again, we had the day of 3-0s. They got their 3-0. It was a bit of a battle, but they were able to step over that hurdle and kind of secure themselves an early bid into this one. They had a lot of time to sit back, relax, much akin to Bob Jones, but Bob Jones being the first game, you can't be any quicker than that.
Yeah.
And so they've had time to relax, watch their opponents, and they got some time to actually kind of enjoy, perhaps, the area, the team, the mentality, the camaraderie, and now it's all about cashing it in.
Yeah, and Leachy, for Brooks, it was a little bit of the opposite. They had to fight for their first matchup against Wilson B, but that was really the most important part of the day, wasn't it? Because
yeah, you could say so. I mean, they're day one. I'm kind of moving into like this bigger theme of like day one in general and its importance. It's like you really need to show up, and it's such a cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true, and it's easy to harp on it. But the reason it's easy to harp on is because it shows itself to be true time and time again. Is that even though day one was a double elimination, you've got to take those chances when you get to it. And yes, there were a couple situations where the team got a kind of a free pass into the next round, but that only I don't necessarily think that something like that is a benefit, because you're losing out on the experience and the warm-up potential of being able to play ahead of time. So you then instantly go into a higher stakes match with no warm-up. So something like that, I think, is definitely something that would have taken a toll on these players. Luckily, all 8 of these teams managed to make it through that crucible. If they half showed up yesterday, it's time to full show up today, because yesterday, at the very least, you had a second chance. No second chances today.
Yeah, and one of the big differences in, I guess, the preparations for today is a lot of people were traveling yesterday, possibly in school for still a couple of hours before making their way out here. A lot of us were still on the road or recovering from our travels the day before. Today, there's not really any excuses. You get a full night's rest.
Yeah.
Get to rest in an actual bed. It's been a long, grueling day yesterday. Now you can wake up refreshed, ready to give it your all for today. Given both teams giving their all today, who do you see? We'll start at the end. Who do you see taking this first matchup?
Athens, for one reason we were talking about before. You were mentioning during the prep phase. Athens had been here at the school warming up for about 30 minutes at that point that we discussed. And at that point, Florence had yet to arrive at the school. To me, that says it all. If a team is showing up early enough and ready to prepare for that extended amount of time, I have no choice but to give it to that team. So for me, it's going to be Athens.
You don't think Florence come off the bus throwing darts? You don't think they got that?
I do.
That old cannon warmed up, Leachy?
I do, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think they can take at least a game or two off of Athens, but I don't think they can go all the way.
So I'm inclined to I would lean your way if it was best of 5s. But we talked about it. It's a longer series. Yeah. And so Florence has the warm-ups built into the series. And that's not a way you want to ever look at it, especially as a coach or a player. You don't want to say you're forfeiting games or just warming up, but that is what it is. You've got time to get your feet into it. Imagine it's the first part of a game. And so now you're seeing how they adjust, what they want to do, and you get that game 2, game 3 to adjust and get warmed up and get the pace right.
Yeah.
But the Golden Bears are on a tear. They're going to stay very well up, and I think that shows that they have the dedication, that they want to be here, and they have the drive to push forward. So I have to agree with you. I think Athens looks like they're the strong team right now, and it's going to be up to Florence to kind of flip that.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made either way. I do believe that Athens has the better team on paper. They obviously came in through the over bracket, had a great match against Brooks yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Florence having not as much of a warm up, but the best of 7 kind of makes up for that. They can, as you said, get the warm up in the first couple of games. Also learn how to adapt to the Athens play style, because that's another benefit to the best of 7. You get more chances to adapt to your opponent.
Yes.
And more times to say, okay, how can we, like, something doesn't work in game 1. You get a chance to game 2 to try to fix it up. If it doesn't work, you're still only 2 games down, and you can adjust further or try to go back to what you tried the first time in game 3 and so on. I still have Athens winning this game, but I do believe that Florence will have something in them to make this a very competitive series. Plus, they've got Mr. Toe Lover. They've got
the legend himself.
Remember, it's Toe Lover 11.
Yeah.
All right.
The first 10 were taken.
Mr. Toe Lover 11, huge buff for that team.
Yeah.
I think that can throw off a team a little bit, seeing an opponent with a name quite like that. It's brilliant.
It's the esports equivalent of the Vikings showing up in the war paint and screaming. It's like an intimidation move, but it's just like, oh, I typed a goofy username in.
Well, like, you gotta remember, if you have the actual nameplates on, and the longer a username is, and you load in, you just see this long health bar of a Rocket League.
Yeah.
You're like, what is that?
Yeah.
But no, that's Mr. Toe Lover. It could be some fun to watch, and I'm intrigued with this one. Again, I think Athens takes it. But dare I say, I think we have a 4-1 at least in the books.
I agree. Like you said, I don't think that Athens is going to sweep. I think it would be disrespectful at this point for any team in here to assume that any one of these series is going to be a sweep at this point. We've gotten rid of, like, maybe the lower players in day 1. Every team here deserves to be here because they put in so much work to get here. I'm going to be very sad if we see any sweeps. I genuinely don't expect it. And I'm very much looking for Athens and Florence to set the tone here.
Yep, the Golden Eagles versus the Falcons. Battle of the Skies, maybe. There might be a large portion of the ground game to be played out there.
Yes, definitely.
Definitely going to be an exciting match that we've got first up for everybody. The first of 7 matches that we've got for today. Of course, all of these rounds, best of 7. First round is everybody who made it through yesterday, and of course, you keep winning. You move on to that second or to the additional round, to the semifinals. Then you eventually make the grand finals. You have a thought.
I just realized
I will let you speak your mind.
I just realized something. I'm sorry. We've got 7 games to play.
Mhm.
We have best of 7.
Yes.
There are 6 players on the field, and there's 1 observer. We got 3 7s on the board. That's all lucky. Holy
That is-
cow!
yeah.
I gotta say,
Go to the
we have
casino
lined
tonight.
it up. All
Yeah.
right, so you heard it here first, Twitch chat. Go! Possibly get some lucky numbers. But yeah, we got 7s on the board. We are lined up fairly well. I'm sorry, I just had to share that.
Get yourselves a lotto
aha
ticket. We're feeling lucky today, is what Foof's getting at here.
Yeah, I know that, like, baseball and hockey players in particular are incredibly superstitious when it comes to that point. So I'm sure some of these players have played hockey or baseball, and they will love the fact that there are 3 7s on the board. We're ready to head into our first match of the day, the Athens Golden Eagles versus the Florence Falcons. We have got our casters waiting in the stadium, ready to get this action underway, so we'll send it to them.
All right, how we doing, everybody? Bepic and Volts on the call for the first quarterfinal of the day, Athens and Florence, like our desk so eloquently put. But before we get into the business, Volts, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, Bepic. It's fantastic to be back here for day 2. You can hear the crowd has some thunderclappers behind us here. It's going to be loud as this crowd continues to fill in here today. And, of course, a great matchup to start.
Definitely. Florence, we all know they're underdogs against Athens, who are one of the potential favorites to upset Bob Jones. But that doesn't mean they can't keep things close. And you're hearing the noise level starting to rise with those bim bams, I think they're called. I don't know. I know it's a funny name, but regardless, the noise is filling in. The hype is starting to build. I can't wait to see what Florence and Athens can do for us.
Yeah, it's a great matchup. The Destiny give us some really great insight here, and I believe we're just moments away from starting here. What's going to be your key factor for today's game?
My key factor, if Florence is going to upset Athens here, they have to make sure the team plays are on full display. That's what worked for them in their series against Lexington in round 1 of playoffs yesterday against James Clemens. The rank disparity, I think, was a bit much. The speed took away those options for them. But if you're Athens, just play your game. You know you are one of the most skilled teams in this entire bracket right now, and you should be taking care of business against Florence. You can't let the nerves get to you, though.
Yeah, this is a big series. We're to best of 7s today, so no more best of 5s. You get a little bit more leeway in game number 1, but no one likes playing from behind, and I fully expect both of these teams to want to jump out to that 1 game, maybe even a 2-game lead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, nerves going to be a big thing, so getting that game 1 out of the way as a W is of the utmost importance. Fast starts, always helpful to alleviate those nerves. Just the first goal, honestly, helps take away some of those handshakes and help the comms flow a bit better. So we'll see who does jump out to that early start. If we do get into game 1. All right, everyone, let's hear it. There, forcing the ball off target, but I'm sure Athens will get more opportunities like that. Florence got to shore up those gaps that have been opened so far in the first 40 seconds.
And that's where the speed can bail them out there. Frequency able to wrap all the way back around here. Wizard Hat doesn't have that red. It'll force Knight to make the save on the goal line. Would have been opening goal number 1. Chop wants the double, won't quite find it. Frequency still hunting this one in the box. To the backboard it goes. Then a double commit there from Florence will slow this escape despite it pinching east to west and out towards that blue in. This is popped in front. No boost, and the starvation will lead to probably the slowest goal we'll see today, but it's a testament to how fast Athens is playing.
Athens solidified their midfield line and eventually just wore down the defense. Mr. Tolover, it's a tough read. Back to the play, just trying to expect where it's going to go. If it does touch the crossbar, reading it off that, or if it's straight in, getting to the ball immediately. But unfortunately did not happen. Athens starting off on the right foot here, and Florence will have to respond quickly.
Spectral good clearance here. Double commit again from Florence. Here is Knight trying to fight through 1. He got around 1. Knight, big pop. He'll force 2 to go, and it's saved out to the side here. Chop going to have to stay on this one.
Chop will. Frequency right below him, but it's Chop that takes it to that back wall. Lucan will be able to get past the first and the second. That net is open. Mr. Tolover to finish it off, and there's the response we wanted out of Florence.
That's a great job for Florence here, and you can hear the crowd definitely in favor of Florence here. They're the hometown crew after all, but that's a great connection there and a great dunk, making sure that one does end up in the back of the net. We get to see the Dueling Dragons for the first time today, and it's 1-1.
And we get to see 2 teams dueling in game 1 here. It's not the runaway that we've seen so much of throughout this tournament so far. Finally in day 2, it is about as tight as it gets right now. I'm interested to see who takes that lead, if it's Athens taking it back or if it's Florence continuing on a bit of a streak here. Right now, Athens with possession, forcing that double commit out. It's a good start off the kickoff. I'm sure they want to respond quickly to make sure Florence can't piece together any real chains of momentum.
Florence is getting really good 50s, Bebek, on some of these challenges. They're winning them outright, which is something they struggled to do yesterday against faster teams. But it's definitely a good change for them, though. That's a beat of third man. The demo will respawn a player, and that erase of frequency will buy a lot of space for Knight here.
Knight, though, finds the clear, and that's huge for Florence. The follow-up, just as important. They are unable to beat frequency at that midfield line, so Athens going to keep the offensive going. And Florence, it's looking like they're going to have to rely a lot more on counterattacks than Athens will, as they have dominated the possession clock. That was a close opportunity there, just off. Same with this one. Chop just a little bit too high on the opportunity.
Opportunity's not done yet when this one off the backboard there. Spectral can't commit, though. He's last back here, and he has to play it slow. That's a great touch from Knight. Knight able to follow this up. Double off the backboard. Drop back down. Wizard hat. That's saved on the goal line. Frequency turns him away.
What a save, and now turning it the other way. Chop to that blue back wall. The follow-up not on target. No contact made, and now have numbers. Does Florence, though. Mr. Tolliver a hefty touch there. Once he initially found control, and Chop almost taking advantage of another hard touch on the back line of Florence. These are dangerous balls, but no one's finding the back of the net.
Frequency. Self-pop, about a half tank to work with, but Mr. Tolliver just straight over the top. Great 50. Spectral's a little bit awkward. Spectral doesn't have the touch, and that one will sneak in. It's the first lead of this series for Florence.
Just a lob on target that forces a mistake out of Athens, and land nerves, I think, is what that was, because we all know Spectral is capable of hitting that ball, but game one of a quarterfinal in a single elim bracket, that's about as much pressure as they're going to feel all day.
We'll see if Athens can respond or if they let things spiral out of hand. 2 unanswered now. The bump at midfield will award Athens the boost, and that's what led to goal number 1, Bepik. The big boost starvation. They'll see if they can start it again. Frequency down in the box, immediately played to the opposite side of the pitch. This is a shooting opportunity, but Spectral not on frame, and Wizard Hat will be there just to make sure.
Chop off that back wall. It's undefended. That should be an opening for Athens. The bump as well, going to clear a lane for Frequency to score. An immediate answer out of Athens. They go down, and about 20 seconds later, they're tying us up again.
Great pass by Chop, and an even better bump there, Bepik. That leaves that net wide open. I think it was going to be scored either way, but again, can never be too sure.
During that Athens and Brooks series yesterday, I talked so much about the playmaking ability of Athens. They demonstrated it right there. The bump, the pass, the realization that the defense wasn't quite set to defend against the back wall play. That's perfect realization. That's why we're tied right now.
Back to the midfield here. Chopped will go for corner boost, and he'll find a bump again as well. Frequency looking to dump this one in. He can't quite find it. It's crossbar and back out. No follow-up here, and another big bump. Athens has the opportunity, but Wizard Hat still in net will be able to clear this one long, but I mean, Florence has to adapt here, Bepik. They are not dodging the bumps at all. No,
they're not. And the crossbars are the most working defense for Florence, it seems, as a lot of Athens shots have gone off that top bar. But in transition, it doesn't matter. What matters is the scoreboard right now and the fact that they are still tied. Take advantage of Athens being a little bit inaccurate. Steal game 1 right out from under their noses, though Athens still pressing for that third shot. Bested by the defense there. Great attack by Knight.
Great job by Knight here. Wizard Hat, big pop. Might be able to get a second touch to this until Chop erases him. And again, the bumps and demos continue to rain heavy here. Team pinch to work this one out. Spectral should be able to find a second, but it's a little bit errant here. And with just 14 left, Bepik, somebody has to break this tie or we're going to game 1 overtime.
Chop's a player you look at to do that. Drop down pass. Tolliver misses. Spectral beats off the crossbar. Where's the follow-up? Spectral doesn't turn for a shot. Tolliver back in time. Athens still pressing on 0 seconds, though. I think that demo might open up a lane for a counterattack. No, Spectral shuts it down at the midfield line. No second touch, though. We do get overtime in game 1.
That ball just sat on the goal line, Bepik, for what felt like forever. I know in reality it was just 1 second, but we'll head to game 1 overtime. Chop, this is a fantastic start here. No boost, he'll be able to clear it off the wall, try to get it back to a teammate. Centering ball here, and now the counterattack. Florence had the opportunity, but Frequency will shut it down at the midfield. Wizard Hat back into the offensive third, and now the ping pong begins, Bepik. Everyone nervous here, don't want to make that mistake, and Florence trying to take advantage. Wizard Hat, big 50, and first almost 30 seconds now gone by. Bepik, we're no closer to a winner.
Another hard touch from Tolliver. Spectral over to Chop. Chop for the win! Athens polishes off game 1 in overtime. It was close, but they get the job done.
I mean, this is a great pass right here from Spectral just in front of Chop. It baits Wizard Hat out, but Chop wins the race, buries it bottom right. Athens takes game 1.
Florence inches away so many times from go-ahead goals. That might have been the difference in this first game, but too often their clears were just heavy touches. They weren't able to do enough with their time spent on the ball, and I mean, Athens 11 shots to Florence's 5. They dominated possession. That was the biggest difference there in the first game.
Yeah, the bright side for this Florence squad, you only had to make 2 saves because while Athens had 11 shots, not all of them were on frame. And so that's a positive to take away. Again, you almost steal game 1, but I mean, you're in this series here. I mean, this is going to be a tightly contested series.
My concern, though, Athens is going to find their stride in terms of shooting accuracy eventually, and Florence is going to have to adjust to make sure they're limiting the opportunities that Athens is getting, because that crossbar can only do so much for you.
Yeah, that crossbar was extremely friendly to that Florence squad. But again, flashes of brilliance is a great way to look at what we saw from Florence. Now we need to see consistent brilliance for 5 minutes.
All right, Florence, the question has been posed of you in that first game. You drop it in overtime, but you were close, you were in it, and hopefully that's the case throughout this entire series. I mean, we're guaranteed Game 4 already. Foof's paper that he held up on the desk, the Game 4, please. We're getting Game 4, Foof. It's about Game 5 now.
Indeed. Got to get to Game 5 here.
Yeah.
I mean, again, if this series wants to play like that, if we're going to overtime every single game, we'll definitely get to a Game 5 at some point here. But, again, for Florence, I'd like to see them control the midfield a little bit more. That's when things started to slip, they wanted to bury back deeper, and that's where Athens really gets that boost start going.
Yep, and the passing plays, and not just in offense for Florence, in defense as well to catch out Athens. When Athens was dropping goals against Brooks yesterday, it was because Brooks was catching them out with passes in the Brooks end. It would just go over the last man for Athens and straight into an open net. There are openings in the Athens rotations that Florence can exploit. We'll see if they can do it in Game 2.
6 thumbs up means we're headed into game number 2 here. We'll get that overlay swapped out for you in just a second. Same colors, new pitch, but Bepik, I'm expecting a different result here. I think Florence takes game 2.
All right, we'll see if your prediction holds true. That's a good start. Lucan with the ball on target, frequency able to save, and Athens a missed opportunity to clear. No, scratch that. They're actually scoring. What a bump. That's a recovery after initially missing the ball.
Again, it's a bump causing problems at the midfield. Mr.
Wow.
Toe Lover just gets all caught up in the chaos. Wizard Hat not ready for his teammate not to make the play and just caught standing still in net.
Wow. Close. Florence so close to scoring, but Athens flips the play on its head and ends up taking first blood here in game 1, potentially a second. That is an accurate shot. Oh no, just a little bit too high. That crossbar still doing work, and now 2 commit to that back wall frequency, going to keep it in the blue box, and now 2 committing to get the ball clear. But Florence does accomplish their task. They get it out of their zone for half a second, and they'll work again to put that ball over the midfield line.
And this is where you have to be careful, Bepik, because again, Athens really contesting the midfield, especially Frequency. He's up for most of these balls. That's what you have to do. You have to win a 50 and begin to force them back here. Frequency, big turn. This ball's to mid, but it's a deep rotation from his fellow teammates, so no one there immediately. Pair of touches across, and once again, possession back to Athens. Little miscommunication will buy Florence a chance to get up here. Wizard Hat'll go, can't quite find it. Knight will take over possession, has to fight through a bump yet again, and it'll usher the play to the corner, and now we're headed to the opposite corner.
Now we are, but Frequency has full control in the opposite corner, and 30 boost to work. We'll see what they can do. They'll steal 100 in the corner and allow Spectral to move forward, second man up, but Toe Lover will put the ball into the Athens end, and the follow-up, not quite there, but they'll leave it for Lucan. See what they can do in the corner now. It's a slow play. Florence slowly making an advance, and I think they got a little bit too overzealous. Spectral puts it in an open net.
Offense so far, and in between that, when you get a chance, everyone just wants to move up, and look at that. All 3 blue cars in the offensive third. No one left back for this awkward pinch, and it'll be 2-0 Athens.
They put too much focus on the front of that attack and didn't keep the back solid, so Florence, just a slight error. Again, it means the difference. Athens are now a 2-goal lead, 90 seconds, and this is a great start for them here in game 2. Almost another one. If Frequency gets that flick over the 2 defenders in the midfield, it's another open net for Athens. Close opportunity that Lucan puts off their back wall.
A big bump will throw him off here. Both corner boosts taken by Athens here. Will leave Toe Lover with no boost. Call it a fake there, as no one knew he didn't have any boost. That's a big 50 by Knight back down in front. But Wizard Hat deleted at midfield, Bepik, and it'll allow the escape for Athens yet again.
And it's a passing play for Athens to get the ball out. They followed my advice. Florence hasn't quite yet. And Lucan missing the ball, leaving it for Toe Lover. It puts it off that sidewall. It's these hard touches, though. It works out this time. I thought Athens would be all over that, but the challenge is won by Florence, and they can have a go at putting in their first of game 2. Wizard Hat off the side wall, and then just coughing up possession to Athens. They're very close now to scoring their third, but Spectral puts it wide.
Yeah, have to be careful here. Again, you have to keep the ball close to you when you're low boost here. You can't keep letting Athens have all the breathing room in the world. Another bump from Chop here will allow a shot from Frequency. Tries to bury it bottom right, but that's a great save from Wizard Hat.
I love the aggression from Athens. Chop just sweeping the Florence goal and turning that blue box into the Chop house, and it almost worked out right there. We're at the halfway point of game 2, and there is the third for Athens. This time it's Frequency on the board.
Frequency, so impressive, but again, it starts at the back with Chop, a big 50-50 that bounces mid, the little hesitation play from Frequency, and he's able to get both defenders to slow down and then hits it right between them.
Ah, so well executed, Athens. I love watching them work when they're feeling good in offense, when they have the gall to go for stop and start plays like that. It's such a fun offense to watch operate, and very much successful here in game 2. Just the 3, I mean, they had 3 goals in the last game, but it took a lot more effort out of them to get those 3 goals plus an overtime, but here 3 in the first 3 minutes.
looking to add a fourth in the blue corner here. Nobody able to find a touch. They'll leave it for Toe Lover here, trying to clear the zone. But again, it's Frequency just where he needs to be, causing so many problems on the defensive end for Florence. Little miscommunication will extend the stay of Athens in the blue zone, but finally Wizard Hat ushering it back to midfield.
Keep going to that side wall, Florence does, just kind of hitting it hard off the side wall and seeing what they can do from that. Athens is starting to read it, and even in the midfield, Athens all over the play, though. Lofty ball to the back wall, it's undefended. The finish, not quite on net, but I love that that opportunity is developing for Florence, putting it into the Athens box, making them worry about the potential shot that's coming through. Eventually, they're going to start hitting those shots.
Wizard Hat good 50 here, but Spectral ready to clear it. Has teammates
What a
upfield.
pass.
Three-man passing play. Frequence now trying to get up for it. Frequency can't quite reach it. Follow up from his teammate. Spectral will put it away, and it's 4-0 Athens.
I am so glad that that play ended in a goal, because that pass from Chop to Frequency was immaculate. And then Spectral is the player that finishes it off, but Chop was right there to do the same thing. Athens' offense is firing on all cylinders at the moment, and I'm getting worried for Florence.
And I like that backwards fast aerial there from Frequency. Didn't know that was in the bag of tricks there, so that's a good note to keep for the remainder of today's tournament.
Yeah, I was asking him earlier, how many flip reset goals are we going to see today? And Athens wasn't confident. They said 0. I was a little disappointed, but I'm glad to see the mechanics starting to warm up just a bit. Maybe as the tournament goes forward, we'll get a couple flip reset goals out of them. And the time being, Wizard Hat can't put the ball center, though. Athens a little sketchy there in defense, but Chop bails them out.
Chop, big pop amid. Spectral will take it off the hood here. This one might sneak around Wizard Hat, and does. Spectral puts away yet another. It's a hat trick for him, and it's 5-0 Athens.
Goal scoring spree for Athens. They've forced mistakes out of Florence. They've gotten them a bit flustered. And just quick offense will do that to a back line. Florence, not the game 2 I think they were hoping for after their solid start, forcing that overtime in the first game of this series. So game 3, they're going to have to regain, but at least since it's best of 7 now, they're not down on match point anymore.
And this is one of the games that you just wash out of your mind.
Yep.
Here is Chop tries to put away his second, and you just move on again. You know, in a long series, it's bound to happen when you drop some games. Some games are going to get out of hand. Some games aren't going to look as pretty as others here. This is one of the ones you just chuck into the back of your mind. You play for some momentum here in the last 20 seconds because, again, it's a formality at this point. We know Athens will take game number 2, but you try to carry any momentum you can build, even if it's on the defensive end, into game number 3.
I just want to see some more passing plays connect. I mean, that's kind of a pseudo passing play, both players being in the area and having the ball fall to a Florence member, but more illicit passing plays in the back line. But maybe one more for Athens as they look very close to scoring their 6th. They can't get it to go, but regardless, that game 2 was theirs all the way.
And it's a great start. It started in the first minute for Athens, really getting things going. Of course, Spectral with the hat trick felt really good in that game. Got 1 goal from each of his teammates there. And, you know, again, when you play so much offense, you don't even really have to worry about defense because, again, you mentioned it, Athens a little bit sketchy on the defensive end. But when you only spend 30 seconds, 45 seconds on the defensive end in an entire game, you're good to go.
That means there were openings, though. Florence had chances to score there and capitalize on Athens, just not able to do it there that second game. That's all right. Maybe they got all the negativity there in the offensive end out in just one game. As long as you can condense it, move forward into game 3 with a clean slate, 5 minutes on the clock, 0s on the scoreboard, get that offense restarted, reset, and feeling good.
Yeah, again, deep breaths, big thing here for this tournament. Just got to relax, have fun while you're doing this. Again, it's a beautiful venue here at the University of North Alabama. The crowd slowly starting to fill in, and it'll fill in more as we usher along through our very long day in front of us here. But again, a beautiful setup. Players right in front of us, you and I here with the crowd. I mean, where else would you rather be?
I know, right? This is where I want to be spending my Saturday. This is fantastic so far, and close game as well. I mean, 5-0, I'll omit from the close games way of speaking, but an overtime in game 1 shows us Florence is very much in this series. I just had an off game 2, but Athens, they got to keep this rolling, keep the offense feeling confident. There were still misses on the Athens rotation in offense and in defense, and if they truly want to start a run to a potential first place finish, they have to get those misses out of the way early.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, and consistent Rocket League is something, you know, that we preach here, but is really one of the most difficult things you can do in the game. And anyone who spends a lot of time in this game knows that 5 minutes of perfect Rocket League rarely ever happens. So just working on limiting the mistakes and really just trying to play your best Rocket League, I think will be a great tool for Florence.
That's why these players are here, is to learn those skills like consistency in a LAN environment. I mean, it's not easy, but it's a little bit easier to be a bit more consistent when you're in your desk chair, in your bedroom, at home, playing tournaments like this online. But in a setup that is not familiar for these players, gaining that asset in your tool belt, just remaining consistent is huge, because then you can apply that to the online setting as well. I mean, if you're consistent on LAN, who knows how good you're going to be online.
Exactly. A little bit of a delay here on the back end. We appreciate you guys bearing with us here. And I mean, BEPIC, again, such a long day in front of us. This is just one of 4 quarterfinal matchups that we have here. It's the opening one for the day. We haven't really taken a look at the bracket yet, so we might as well go ahead and take a peek.
The desk got that fun. We didn't get that fun. I mean, they got to talk about which matchup they're watching. I want to know what you're thinking about in the quarterfinals.
Well, this one was definitely one I wanted to pencil in, because I wanted to see what Florence had in them, because we saw Athens yesterday, probably the second most impressive team behind Bob Jones, who's in the last quarterfinals matchup. But this one was big for me. I wanted to see what Florence had and if they could really test Athens, which in game 1 they certainly did.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they can get back to that in Game 3. But Hartzell and Brooks, I mean, Foof was a big proponent of that on the desk, because the James Clemens and the Wilson A-team matchup, I think everyone's excited for. I know you and I are off, so we'll be in the crowd for that one, enjoying it. But Hartzell and Brooks, I'm curious to see what Brooks can do, because they saw both sides of the coin yesterday. They saw the series where they were the ones getting blown out, but they also had their fun blowing out a team in a best of 5. So we'll see what they can do there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can find that nice middle ground there, where maybe we get 6-7 games out of that series. And then, of course, I mentioned Bob Jones in the last quarterfinal matchup there. They're the 5-time state champs. I want to see if LCHS can really give them a run for their money, put the champs to the test.
Definitely. I mean, I had the pleasure this morning in our hotel while I was getting breakfast. I noticed some of the Bob Jones players eating on the other side of the room, so I had to talk to them and see how they were feeling. And they were saying they were a little bit nervous, a little bit of the handshake. So that could be an opening for LCHS to potentially exploit. But Bob Jones, we saw yesterday, very, very good. And they're young, too. It's sophomores and freshmen on this team, which is absolutely unbelievable if they're playing at this level at such a young age.
Yeah, that is so impressive as well. And I mean, it's a testament to the program and really how the development of high school esports is just continuing to grow. I mean, 5-time state champs, yet your whole team right now is freshmen or sophomores. I mean, that is some impressive recruiting. It's impressive development, and it's something you really love to see in this esport.
I learned as well that the program's put out a pro as well. One of our friends, Lunar, actually went to Bob Jones. And I mean, he's made the RLCS main event a couple of times. So he's helped build that program up, and it's cool to see that they're outputting pros, and the development of high school esports will get you to that point.
Small world.
I know, right?
We are back into game number 3. We appreciate you bearing with us through the delays. It is still 2-0 Athens here. Florence, I mean, at this point, you have to take this game, because if not, you're looking at a full reverse sweep needed to move on here, and we know how rare those are.
Right, and especially against the likely second best team in this bracket. I think you speak to a lot of people and they would say Athens, the second best team. So Florence, they need something on their side. They had it in game 1, narrow loss. Game 2, not so much on their side, but game 3 is a chance to rebound. We'll see if they can do it. Volts, here we go.
Yeah, again, the big point, you have to adapt to the physicality. It's a great save from Mr. Toe Lover. Somebody's got to scramble back to this one. It's just off frame, and Spectral doesn't have enough boost to put this back in front. Finally, Florence is able to usher this one out past the midfield line.
Florence is a decent start. They pushed Athens aside, but Athens right back to it. That's a great carry and challenge out of Chop. Has really been a difference maker in this series. But Toe Lover going to be the first up for Athens, and the second as well. It's a 1v1 against Chop. The shot a little bit low. It's saved by Chop. The rebound slowed down. Knight. What a play. Can't score on it though. Spectral gets back in time to save it.
What a save there from Spectral, but you love to see the flashes again from Knight. We know this team has brilliance in them. They just have to be a little bit more consistent with it, but I love that. Fake around 2 almost beats the 3rd. And if you've noticed, BEPIC, Toe Lover's dodged 2 demos now, which is huge.
I did not notice that, so thank you for pointing it out. It's interesting that Athens is going for that strategy as well. Just another wrinkle in the fold that Florence have to keep track of. That shot is in. Athens starting us off in game 3. It was close for Florence again, but it's Athens on the board first.
Just under the minute mark, and it's a little bit of a double commit there. That ball bouncing back mid. Wizard Hat doesn't have any boost to scramble back with until he's able to grab midfield, and at that point, BEPIC ball's already in the back of the net.
Yeah, it's another open net that Florence gave up. The double commits are killing them right now. The communication has to be just a little bit better. The trust has to be a little bit better because Athens is pouncing all over that when the opportunity arises. I don't know what that was from Spectral, but it works. That's a shot from Frequency. We got a rule one. It might be short-lived, though, as in comes Chop for the score, bodies the defense, and puts home the second.
Both cars locking up there, meaning we were in a temporary 2v2. Yeah, Toe Lover, I mean, that's a fantastic effort, but what a dunk there from Chop. Positioned his car right at the perfect angle. No matter where Toe Lover put it, it was still going to end up in the back of that blue net.
Some plays you just got to tip your wizard hat to the other team and say, yeah, you bested us on that one, because that was solid offense. And the rule one as well, respect to the players in a series like this, locking front bumpers and staying like that.
Frequency will take this one all the way back to the orange corner here. Half a tank to work with, but Toe Lover, great early challenge there. No force Spectral off the sidewall here, though. It's not read well, and Chop, again, he really facilitates all of the offensive opportunities, clears the zone down in the corner, and allows his team to get to midfield, though. That's a huge dunk from Wizard Hat. Toe Lover doesn't have the read. Knight went with the curveball, and it doesn't quite work there. Really tried to confuse the defense.
I don't mind that, but I do also want to see some hard shots towards net, which is easier said than done in an environment like this. It's hard to make full contact with the ball, but that's twice now where Florence has had the opportunity to put a ripper on net, and they slow it down, and Athens is able to recover in time to make the save. But opportunities not few and far between this time around for Florence. They've spent a decent chunk of this game in the orange half, and that has led to several good looks. That's a good look for Athens, and Spectral going to cap it off with a score.
Desperation move there for Knight as he tries to backflip and just ends up pinning this one on his own backboard. And what goes up must come down here, falls right back down. Spectral, great read and dunk there.
I respect the hustle, though, from Knight. I mean, they clip the corner of the goal. They no longer have all four wheels attached to that back wall, and they still pop the ball up trying to get their teammates back in time to help them. But I think just a little bit too quick in that play. And Spectral quick to set up a potential fourth with Chop putting the ball center, forcing a couple of misses out. Chop for the shot. It goes a little bit too high, and Toe Lover able to get it as far as Frequency at that midfield line. But halfway point in Athens offense still very much churning.
What a pass and shot here. Frequency finding his teammate mid. It's a little pop off the wall, and then Spectral no doubt on this one. 74 into the back of the net.
That was a heater. And Athens knows what to do when the ball falls in their lap. Very well executed offense again in game three, getting out of hand very early on for Florence. They just haven't been able to put their chances home. There's another one, but Athens so quick to just swipe across the potential flick, potential one-timer, whatever it is developing for Florence. Athens is right there to cover it up.
Oh, Chop went for a big bump there on Knight, who made the save. Great job by Knight to fight through that contact here, and now it's on Wizard Hat. Bumped off by Spectral, and it'll allow Frequency the time and space to clear this one back down to the blue end. Knight taking this one across there. We'll have to take the first challenger. Wizard Hat wrapping back around. We'll be able to work this one back to the defensive third line, though Spectral is putting in work as far as 50s go, Bepic.
Most certainly. That one's going to stop at the midfield line until Florence finds a clear into the orange box, but Spectral, again, recovers in time to make sure that play doesn't turn into anything too dangerous. Athens get out unscathed another time, and then immediately into the Florence end to potentially put a fifth on, but the defense prevails this time around, and in transition now with Wizard Hat.
Big pop back down Chop to usher this one along, and now it's a full defensive rotation for Florence yet again, Bepic. That's one of the places they're really losing this battle is at the midfield line. They're not able to contest a lot of these balls as Frequency dumps this one over. Spectral puts it back in front. Follow-up from Chop, bottom right corner, and it's 5-0.
Well-placed shot from position that Chop was coming from. That is such a hard ball to get around and place around the two defenders that are still in net. Knight has a chance on that ball, but Chop is so speedy to put that on target. And now 5 for Athens, matching their total from game 2. And I was hoping we get a repeat of game 1. Instead, it's looking more like a repeat of game 2.
Now, if you're Florence again, you start playing for momentum, moving into game number 4. This is awkward in front. Wizard Hat will make the save as he denies Chop on the goal line. Good follow-up as well. Will allow this one to head all the way back down to the orange in Bepic. And this is where you have to start contesting balls at midfield. You can't let the escapes be allowed after the save is made. But what a save. What a connection here. Frequency trying to dump it to the bottom right corner. Only finds a crossbar, but Spectral will put number 6 in.
That's another play that I'm so glad ended in a goal, because that attempt from Frequency on target, being downfield already, having to get up to the ball, and then realize their positioning on the field to place the shot on target. Very hard to do, and they were just inches away from that being the 6th goal. But, of course, the cleanup is right there because Athens as speedy as they come.
And that'll be Spectral's second hat trick of this series. As he's having a great one. Knight big flick, but Spectral will be up to make the save. And there's the one opportunity, Bepic. Can they extend it into 2 or 3? That's a great 50 from Wizard Hat at mid. Toe Lover won't quite find the connection. Here's where you have to be careful with. If you were Knight, you were third, but he finds a great touch there. We'll put it back down to the orange end, and now Wizard Hat trying to set up some offense. To the back wall it goes. Good cut and rotation there from Frequency, though. Follow-up not quite clear. It's all chaos in this orange corner as there were 4 Octanes located over there. But with 19 seconds left, Bepic, if you're Florence, again, now you really have to look to game 4, and the reverse sweep starts by just taking 1 game at a time.
Oh, Frequency going to stop another one. Athens unrelenting on the back end, not allowing a single shot from Florence, no matter how good, to go through. They are just stopping everything at the moment, and now potentially 1 for the road. Frequency on target. It doesn't find its way in. Come on, Psyonix. That was a 7th goal.
Keeps out by 1 pixel there, so it'll stay 6-0 as game number 3 does go in favor of Athens there. I mean, look at the volume of offense there, Bepic. 13 shots for Athens. Florence still with 7.
Yeah, that was a good showing from Florence. They just couldn't score because Athens' backline was so solid. We didn't see the chaos on the Athens goal line like we saw in game 2 when Florence had opportunities from those Athens mistakes. They weren't there that game, but Florence still had chances on target. Knight Lucan, especially 5 of those 7 shots, looked so good in offense, so close, so many times, but just couldn't put the ball over the line.
And I think that's going to be a big thing for Florence, is causing that chaos, because Athens seems pretty structured and really good when they're able to play structured Rocket League. But when you add in the chaos and you add in some of the mixed up opportunities, some bumps, some demos, some real loose balls in that 6 box, you have to, create those opportunities to force Athens not to play how they want to.
And that's why Florence is in such a difficult position right now, because yes, they have to get aggressive, go for those chaos-causing plays, but they can't because they have to rotate back so quickly to make sure they aren't giving up open nets to Athens on their end of the field, and they have to have boost for those quick rotations back because the speed of Athens has just caused so many headaches for the Florence players right now. I don't envy their spot because they have to think about everything, and Athens is only warming up. They've gotten better and better as the series has progressed, and that is a scary thought considering how well they started.
We talk about the land nerves, the game 1 nerves, and it looks like Athens really has shaken those nerves off.
Yeah.
They've really settled into what they want to do, and again, maybe chalk game 1 up to them not feeling too great here in front of this crowd, but now they are rolling.
I mean, after game 1, it's been an 11-0 run for Athens. They've put up 11 in the last 2 games. That is quite the scoreline to be having in day 2 of the playoffs in single Elam. That's got to have them feeling good later on there. Of course, going to get the winner of James Clemens and Wilson A, and you better be warm for whichever team does emerge from that second quarterfinal today.
Indeed. So we see the pitch pop back up. That means we're ready for game number 4. So again, Athens going to look to complete the sweep, Bepic, and you said it. I don't think any of the James Clemens or Wilson A players are here as well, so that's a big bonus for the squad that does move on from our matchup. Maybe not giving away too much of the game plan.
Maybe not. We'll see what happens, though, when that semifinal number 1 does happen later. But also, you just reminded me, I remember walking in here earlier when we were doing our pre-show prep, and I saw Athens up on the stage warming up. They have been here for a while, getting warm, getting prepared for this series and the run that I assume, want to make today. I assume they want to play 3 best-of-7s today, come out on top. But they did the proper prep work, and it's showing now as game 2 and 3. I think you're right. The nerves shook out, and they're looking mighty fine.
Indeed. They definitely look how we expected them to. They're really holding to their name and their rank here, as well as their seeding here. Expected to be the number 2 team in this tournament. They're playing like it.
Definitely. The Golden Eagles are soaring right now, whereas the Falcons have been grounded in this series thus far. Outside of game 1, I just want a repeat of game 1. I want another overtime because that was so much fun. Florence forcing Athens to panic just a little bit on their back end. And I mean, Florence was still forcing good looks in the offensive end, but Athens they didn't have to panic because they were just calm. I mean, that's their own doing. But Florence, so close. That's been the 2 words that I think I've used the most in this cast so far. So close, because Florence has been so close on so many occasions.
Well, we're back into game at number 4, and we'll see if they can just get over that hill, Bepic,
Come on, guys.
and move the so close into game number 5 here, though. It's Athens picking up right where they left off. That awkward triple commit somehow pinches mid, and it will provide a shot until Knight erases Frequency, and that's what I love to see. Florence now taking a page out of the Athens playbook and turning up the physicality.
Oh, Spectral almost got around 1, but not quite able to stop Florence there, so they'll move forward. Wizard Hat on target. No redirection from Knight Lucan. I don't know if the defense was back. I think Chop was in the area. They're just trying to confuse Chop there. So they'll keep it in the corner. Likely a save regardless. I don't think that's a bad play.
No, not at all here, and this is where you have to be careful. Got to be willing
Nice
to make this save, and it's a fantastic save to keep this contest level here early. Now Athens swarming, Frequency, 2 big pops, and it's straight in the back of the net.
What a play from Frequency there. Taking it away from Knight, who thought that he had time to get boost there. Not the case. Frequency so speedy to get to that play, and then beats not 1, not 2, but 3 of the Florence back line.
Absolutely love that. The little pop off the wall and then just a touch off the hood into the back of the net. Perfect play, and Florence, once again, going to have to play from behind here.
Ooh, Frequency misses the first touch, so I have to call in backup, and backup is Spectral, so that's just fine for Athens. They still put the ball into the blue corner, and Chop next up, not going to be able to secure that Florence corner boost, but we got another log. It looked like Chop hunted that one. Well, they want the 2v2 right now, Athens does.
I think Chop was looking for the bump and just didn't quite find it as much as he was hoping here. So 2v2 Rocket League breaks out in this threes tournament, and Spectral quickly puts us back to full strength. This is an incredible shot.
What a shot. I gotta watch this again. Come on. Frequency almost dishing it in themselves, and then Spectral using Wizard Hat to put that in. What can't Athens do right now? They're scoring everything.
Florence going to need to respond here, Bepic, because you're correct. I mean, Athens catching every break, and they're forcing these opportunities. I mean, that's on the goal line here as the defense continues to be buried back. That's a great read from Frequency. Can't find the second touch, and Toe Lover has to usher it to the side. Great read from Spectral here. Wants to dump this one mid. It's going to stay a little bit too high. But great patience out of Chop there as he's patient enough to wait on this one to end up in the corner. The bump comes through as well, and now Florence pinned back yet again.
This is dangerous for Florence. They're not able to attack it. Knight stuffed. Wizard Hat has to get back quickly to make sure that isn't an Athens third goal, but they're so close to increasing their lead to 3 right now. Florence having to scramble on their goal line because Athens has so much boost. They have so much time. They realize when they've got time, and even when they do miss, that second player up is right there, prepared to put another shot on target, though this time denied by Florence.
Denied, but it's just temporary, Bepic. The escape is we're straight back to that blue back wall here. Wizard Hat trying to work it out. Can't quite get it around 1, but the follow-up there from Knight will clear it long. Demo on the back line from Spectral will slow down the impending attack, and yet another demo at midfield will allow Athens to set up in the offensive third again.
Well, the Forbidden Temple janitor is going to have their work cut out for them after this game because there are car parts all over the field right now, both teams hunting out one another. And I love to see Florence do that. I mean, Athens I expect it from because of how quick they're playing. They've got the boost totals to be able to go for demos like that. But I saw Wizard Hat a second ago upfield looking for demos and almost connected on one, but found bumps as well. And the aggression from Florence, not quite punished just yet, though. Chop in. We'll put it off the ceiling. This ball is just kind of lofting in the blue box. Dangerous for Florence. Athens unable to put it home.
Oh, fantastic touch there from Toe Lover to work it out to the side, and everyone holds their breath in those moments, Bepic, because it could have been the third goal. What a read there from Chop as he'll 50 that one off the back wall here. Big pop back mid. Toe Lover, good beat, and Knight's in the area here, but he can't win the 50 against Frequency.
That is such a big win. And now Chop, the redirection, a little bit of a doink to the back wall. Again, that crossbar stopping an Athens shot. That time it's Knight stopping that Athens shot. 90 seconds left. Athens have only put into this is a manageable game for Florence. They're playing a ton of defense, but we saw earlier in the first game of this series, their counterattacks were where they had to thrive, and they did, forcing overtime with those counters.
And 1 goal, and you're really back into this game here, Bepic, and the opportunities are there. That's a good pop from Wizard Hat. Awkward takeoff, but he'll find the 50. Knight popped over 1. Dangerous over the box here. Spectral and Frequency both waiting on this one, and Toe Lover had the shot. Can't quite connect, and Spectral will be able to put it back out towards midfield.
It's still a win for Florence, though, and that back wall is undefended. Toe Lover coming around the ball, but beaten by Chop. Knight going to have to retreat, but they've got plenty in the tank to do with this ball what they want, though it takes a hard bounce off that back wall, and Frequency almost puts home the double off the back wall. Regardless, it is Athens' possession. They're going to be able to waste so much time with the control they've got right now.
Time in favor of Athens here. Frequency was backwards. This is an awkward little pop, but Chop will slow it down in the corner. 0 boost to work with. Toe Lover's 50 back in front, but Spectral exactly where he should be will make the save.
Oh, so close. Florence, it's almost their first. That's almost the start of the comeback here in Game 4, but still, Athens maintaining that insurance goal that they found a long time ago. It feels like a lot of time has elapsed since then, and this back wall of Athens is an open space for Florence to work with, though There's a player that time around. They miss. Knight in for the score. They get it to go. Florence back on the board, and they're within 1.
Wow. With just 15 seconds left, a pair of no touches in the orange box. Knight goes low, sneaks it under Spectral, and now if you're Athens, you need that insurance goal back now, and you cannot afford to concede.
Little shaky. That 4th game is always the most difficult in a playoff situation, and the kickoff is won by Florence, but it's won so well that it's actually Athens with control. The bounce off the back wall, Frequency up quickly, can't put it home themselves. Chop the shot just off. It'll have to be a 0-second play for Florence. The ball stays up for now. Frequency keeps it up. Spectral the same. They want to see what Florence can do on 000s, but we're on the blue end of the field. The ball does touch the ground, and Athens do close out the sweep.
Great job by Athens there to stay calm in the remaining minutes there, and especially after conceding, they don't let it get to them. They hold off Florence. They limit them back to just 2 shots in the final game and throw up 9 of their own.
It's actually crazy. I thought Florence had more than just 2 shots on target that game. And I think that's a testament to Athens. Despite the amount of possession that Florence had in that game, Athens was able to limit it to just like corner plays or midfield plays, which kudos to Athens. They looked really, really good throughout those series. Even when they were missing the ball, they were still quick enough to recover from that and save any Florence opportunity.
In Game 1 and Game 4 for Florence there, Bebek. Definitely highlights, great takeaways. Those are the games that when you go back and you look at the film and you do your replay reviews and your coaching session, those are the games that you want to look at because those were the games you were in and where you played extremely well.
Yeah, Florence Falcons out of the tournament now, but can we get one more round of applause for Florence, guys? That was a really hard-fought series, despite it being a 4-0 sweep in favor of Athens. Athens is a really good team. Can't wait to see what they do later. Volt, we're about to throw it back to the desk, but I want final thoughts just real quickly.
Final thoughts, again, fantastic series. I think the next one is going to be great, Beppick, and we're actually going to throw it to a break here. So headed to break. When we come back, you'll see the desk and all their lovely faces. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, sounds great. You here?
Yes, there we go.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you can talk pink, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
Well, our first game down for the day, Florence losing to Athens 0-4 in our first match of the day. It started off pretty well. We got our first, I believe, our first overtime of the entire tournament. Based on the fact that that happened alone, did it seem like Athens like their ability to warm up earlier than Florence have really an effect on the outcome of that series?
I don't think so. I think with how Florence is able to come out and take it to them in game number one, and I will say, had a small heart attack watching here around the desk when it was the first overtime of the tournament, and it looked like it could have been a kickoff goal. That would have been, but great for them. They had a great, 30, 40 seconds of overtime, well fought, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for them to eke out a win and force game 5, which obviously we want to see you, but bodes well for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, the kickoff goal definitely would have been a little bit of a sting in that moment. We definitely didn't want to see that. They did get it, Athens did get the goal about 30 seconds later, but Atomic, it seemed like there's a bit of a difference between having your free play time and then your actual match time. Even all of the preparations, it still sometimes takes that 5 to 7 minutes of the first game to really get your feet settled into a match.
Yeah, I mean, it's the legendary saying that, warm up in Rocket League, whether it be like the actual warm up or you just warm up when you get in game. Either way, kind of goes that way. I think that is, like you said, it bodes well for the rest of the tournament. Athens, kind of 4-0ing Florence here. They're going to be a really tough match, and it's going to be really exciting to see what happens in that semifinal or when we get there.
I wish I was the type of person that could just go into Rocket League and just start peaking.
Yeah.
I wish that I was that type of player. Fair play to anybody who is just able to be onto a hot start like that. But
log on, we Q ranked.
Yes. But for Florence, even though they got swept, obviously they had the OT. Game 4 was still a one goal game with the hope of a 0-second goal still being there. Games 2 and 3 got away from them. What changed?
I mean, it's that warm up we were talking about, right? Like, you go into that second and third game, you're really confident after kind of winning that overtime. The overtime is just momentum. Rocket League is such a momentum-based game. I don't see it any other way. You can lose momentum, but in my opinion, whenever you lose momentum like that, it's like you had to do something drastically yourself to do it to yourself. I mean, it's really like it has to be something miraculous for another team to have done it for you. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have to agree with you there. It felt like Florence was still, like, even in the games where they got blown out, they were still getting opportunities. There's that lack of execution that we talked about a lot in day 1.
Yeah, I think watching game number 2, unfortunately, was tied up for game 3. But in game 2, when I wasn't paying attention to the scoreline, and I looked up and was shocked to see it 0-4 at one point, and it was like, that doesn't represent how this game has gone at all. It's just those quick little breakdowns. But it comes back to what I'm going to be a broken record all day today, all day yesterday: consistency. It's always been about consistency, and that is just where Athens was able to step up. I think it was a fairly even match, except the quick drops, the peaks for Florence allowed Athens to step in and take advantage of that and walk away with a victory.
You're forcing the rest of us to have to think of other words besides consistency.
Consistency is mine. Come up with your own topic.
Bonus points if you can get it to be a word without a C.
Exactly.
I felt for Florence, like, Knight to Toe Lover in particular was a good avenue for them. Both players playing particularly well throughout that entire series. Going forward into the further seasons, I'd like to see them develop that relationship, because I don't know if you all felt the same, but it felt like that was a good way for them to go, was the passing plays from Knight to Toe Lover. Knight obviously looking like the most mechanical player for that team, and sometimes that doesn't directly lead to the goal scoring, but rather the playmaking side as well.
Yeah, I think one of the things, sorry, it's out. We talked yesterday about you have to have kind of balanced teams, right? It's great to have that one player that can step up and pop off, but the really successful teams are going to have balance. That being said, when you talk about having a pair that works really well together, I've seen really high level players all the way up to RLCS bubble teams and maybe some quick runs at the RLCS level of teams that really embrace that, where they have a pair of players that really hammer that offense, and then a third that's kind of that defensive home plate, that defensive base we talked about yesterday, where you got to build up from that base, and they play a good base and let those other two players really push forward.
Yeah. So on top of those two, it seemed like the crossbar as well was a bit of a menace in the opening games. Atomic, do you think we'll see more action from our infamous fourth man?
Yeah, the infamous fourth man is, well, he's very consistent. Right? He will always be consistent.
You have to find a different word.
He's load bearing.
Okay, fair enough. Both literally and in the game.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, that match is out of the way. Our next matchup for the day is going to be James Clemens versus Wilson A. Both teams being coming in the, I guess I think they're some of the favorites or as underdogs. Obviously, Bob Jones probably still going to be on everybody's mind as the team that everybody wants to beat. But I think James Clemens and Wilson A are going to be two of the other teams that are going to be fan favorites to maybe provide some sort of an upset later down the line. James Clemens in particular only having to play one game yesterday, whereas Wilson A had to play multiple. Does that play any effect in their preparations for today?
Oh yeah. So I'm excited for this match. I'm disappointed a little bit we're seeing this James Clemens Wilson A matchup this early in the tournament because I want to see more of both of those teams. But you talked about single elimination, so we're losing one of these teams right now. Wilson A, not a great start yesterday. They were up against Bob Jones. That's a tough start. Yeah. But even then, I know there was a lot of mentions of, hey, the caliber of your opponent can be kind of limiting in the way you can show your stuff. I think Wilson A had some land nerves. I think they could have played better in that first series and been more representative of their potential, which also means if they come up against Bob Jones later, we see a very different matchup. So I think Wilson A, despite dropping to Bob Jones early yesterday, they have that potential. If they can come in hot today, then don't sleep on Wilson A. James Clemens, obviously, though, got a hot start yesterday, so they're going to come in with confidence, and that's another one of those C words we talk about. It's confidence, chemistry, consistency. Yeah. They should come in today with a lot of confidence. So it's going to be on Wilson A to come out swinging, come out hot, and upset that confidence early.
Yeah, so James Clemens only having one match that they needed to play. Surely they ended the day on a high. Does Wilson A's win over Lexington yesterday kind of put them in that same bracket of the confidence? You have one really bad game, but you have another very exciting game to watch. Yeah. Do you think that puts them on more level terms?
Well, they're the only team to have been able to face Bob Jones, but if you're saying that, them going against Lexington, getting that glory is important, right? You have to now what it is to win. You want to get that again. Okay, you want to repeat that because it just feels good. I mean, truly.
Yeah, there's definitely the mental part of Rocket League is sometimes understated, and there's a whole bunch of nuances to that phrasing, but one of them is about just how good you feel on a day, whether it's in the game, outside of the game. Both of them can have a huge effect on the way that you perform on a day. I know James Clemens as well have been some fan favorites for us based on some of the names of their players. Balake and Kraft has Piano. I know Balake was a fan favorite from meme references from a while back. Kraft has Piano, still one of the question marks for us, not necessarily on the pitch, but because we have no idea how that username.
We gotta go hunt them down and figure this one out.
Yeah, it's a lovely name. We hope that maybe eventually one of us can meet up and figure out what exactly is going on with that username, because we absolutely love it. We love the backstories. But so we'll do predictions. Atomic, we'll start with you. Is James Clemens or Florence? And we're hoping that we're not going to see a sweep, but do you think that that's more likely in this match than it was in the last one? So kind of a two-part question for you.
Yeah, I think that sweep is less likely in this match. I think that we have more of an even level teams. However, I think what's going to be even less likely is that Athens match. Whatever team wins this, we'll really give a good fight over to Athens, who just had a 4-0 over Florence. They're feeling good. I'm excited to see how this turns out. My prediction here, I'm going to go here with Wilson A. I think they just have the it factor. They played more yesterday. They have more experience in that land environment. It's a little bit more important, so I'll take them.
Nice. Oh boy, that's going to be a tough one. Again, broken record consistency. Wilson A was not consistent yesterday. James Clemens obviously didn't have a long streak to show us if they are or not. So that's a tough call between these two. I saw some really, really nice plays out of both teams. I'm going to go with Wilson A. I think qualified, it's all going to depend on game number 1. If they can come out swinging, and they don't even have to win that first 2.5 minutes, though, they have to absolutely dominate the pitch. And then whatever happens from there, it can just be some good, solid Rocket League. But if they can come out swinging and they can come out with some heat and then keep the pressure on, I'm going with Wilson.
I was hoping that one of you would say it because I didn't want.
You don't want to.
I thought I was going to be the underdog, but you know what? I gotta go with Wilson A as well. I had the chance to watch them in the stands. The communication from them was so good. They were so loud, and there were a couple moments where I could hear them calling for passes. I don't think any of them actually turned into goals, which would have been even more exciting. But I've talked about it. The ideas have always been there. It's their ability to deliver on those ideas and to execute. I think today, with the settled nerves, the confidence of beating Lexington yesterday, I think that they've got everything that they need to start a run here through the lower half of the bracket. So I've got Wilson A as well for this.
You touched on something there interesting, which was the calling for the passes and the lack of execution. I just got to say, I will take right decision and hit or miss execution consistently over perfect execution, bad decisions, any day of the week. As long as they're looking for the right thing, I'm excited to see that. I always am good with players that look for the right thing, whether or not it's successful. Love to see that.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, yeah, no, so I just want to talk, I mean, you're talking about comms, right? I don't think we talked about comms this entire tournament. How are the comms for these teams? I mean, how are the comms for James Clemens? Maybe you just didn't hear them, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe they speak so quietly. But it is exactly what Lar just said. You know, it's that right decision, but not executed. Miss sometimes.
Yeah.
We don't know. However, I think I like hearing your anecdote from the Wilson A comms. I think it's important to have heard that and then kind of go with it.
Something else about the Wilson A comms, though, that is part of the reason picking Wilson A for this match is there's the meme, right? Look good, feel good, play good, and the look good part's kind of a meme. I mean, that's something I struggle with. So I struggle to get past that first step.
Obviously.
But in that second series,
Dang.
do we have a bag I can throw over my head? Nice paper
You
bag.
take monkey's hat.
Yeah. No, so they were clearly feeling good in that second matchup yesterday. I mean, they were excited. They were happy. Helps that they were dominating. That obviously goes a long way for that feel-good part. But again, that feel-good is so huge. And to be able to see them have that ability to light up and be loose and be free with it, that gives me confidence that they can play that third part, which is play good.
I don't know if you all have had a chance to make, I guess, specific decisions on players that you all would like to see. But I know for James Clemens, Balake, Craft Test Piano, Spider, which one of those players, besides the fact that we like all their names, which player is going to be like the one that you think is going to be able to pull off this somewhat upset against Wilson?
No, it was Balake. Balake had just a solid showing yesterday. I feel like most of the transitions that were turning into like some fortuitous offensive pressure for them was stemming from him or was him, at the end of the last touch for a goal. So I would have to say Balake.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Spider. Spider's a player I'm looking for on James Clemens to be making plays here.
Perfect. So we've got the situation set up for Wilson A versus James Clemens, our second match of the main event, day 2. Still in the top 8. We send one team home. We send one team up to the semifinals. Match just about to get underway. We've got our casters ready. Let's have them break this match down for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in for the second match of today. It is yet another best of 7, and it is yet another match with Lychee and Foof. Significantly less sweaty than yesterday, but I'm sure that's going to change very quickly. We got a couple extra layers on today, but very excited, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you this match between James Clemens and Wilson A. We have history with one of these teams today.
We had history. I've been able to watch both of these squads. We enjoyed the aerial assault that we saw between the Jets and the Falcons yesterday. We just saw the Falcons play, unfortunately for them. But, yeah, so I guess hearkening back to the game that might have been mentioned once or twice perhaps on this broadcast is watching Wilson A the Warriors fighting in what should have been more than 3 games. But we are guaranteed more than 3 games here.
Thank goodness.
This is one that we've been saying all time. Broken record. I'm going to steal your quote from yesterday.
That's fine.
This is the time we're going to have a team get 1 win, and I'm guaranteeing I'm going to call it, all right? Call me out in Twitch chat. Call me out in crowd if I am wrong. But we're going to have one go one way, and we're going to have a 1-1 game after Game 2.
Okay, honestly, I'm directly in line with you. These 2 teams are good enough. I know yet again, it's so easy to say, but from everything that we witnessed between these 2 teams, this was one that I said on the desk that I was looking forward to be even, to be a good contest. And I mean, we got the dark shade for Wilson. We got the light shade of blue for James Clemens. It's a blue ocean in front of us, and I'm looking for a sea of good Rocket League action today.
I'm hoping to see some good Rocket League as well. I don't want to be lost at sea, but, I do enjoy
Bring your
the
life
letter.
jackets.
Yes. But most importantly, I think it starts and ends with communication. We've seen both of these teams. We've heard both of these teams on broadcast and seen these players react. I love the emotion they're bringing. I love the energy. I love the enthusiasm. And I'm hoping that both of these teams, all 6 of these players, can carry that forward and bring us to what can be an absolute banger of a series. Now, it will be an absolute banger of a series.
That's something that you don't get with online competition is the fact that you are able to not only play against your competitors shoulder to shoulder, but what I think is probably more important, play with your teammates shoulder to shoulder. You can hear, I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen at home, you can hear through our microphones the players screaming and egging each other on every single time some play goes off positively, and it just adds to the hype of the moment. I love to hear it. It's something that's so unique to a LAN environment, and we are about to kick that uniqueness off right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 1, best of 7. It is James Clemens in the orange going up against Wilson A in the blue.
Gotta say, I love them adjusting Wilson A to put them with blue, that dark blue that they wear, putting them in the dark blue. But you have James Charles, you have the Jets. They also wear that lighter blue, but in the orange here. Kitagawa had such a big performance yesterday, and I'm wondering what this team can build on it. An awkward bump here at the midfield. Something I was kind of pointing toward, Leachy. We want to see if there's going to be some demos coming out from Wilson.
I think it's possible. I think anything's possible right now. 30 seconds gone and not really much to say from either 2 of these teams. This one's being knocked out there on the part of Wilson. Quiddify. Oh, that one's on target, relying on a save from Balaki there just to knock it out to the right side. Crafty coming in, trying to get some type of crafty touch. That was a shot on target, but saved away from Kitagawa, starting some kind of a counterattack here for Wilson.
Well, he got pushed in the corner by Balaki. I love the idea, but that is all 3 orange cars in the corner. Looking here is Wilson as the Warriors poise at this midfield line. Kitagawa over 2. He's got control. He's got it in the air. He's got copy-paste midfield. He's got control. One more touch. Has a flip onto it. Dropping it down. The bump is going to push it through! And that's on the back of copy-paste. Goal 1.
See, and this is where the spectating in Rocket League kind of betrays me a little bit, because the ball's floating immediately above copy-paste. I'm like, okay, he's waiting for this ball to come down to him to get some kind of like a last-second pop. Nope. Bull with the horns, exactly. He was going for that bump, and it works out beautifully. 1-0 to Wilson. That's exactly how you want to start off this series. Copy-paste coming in for a follow-up, but can't make contact.
Copy was such a monumental player in the first goal, trying to be that in the second one here. Quiddify in control, but a big 50, keeping the pressure on, is now the Jets rocking and rolling on the offensive end, but Quiddify shutting it back down and flipping the field. Spider and company, they are down 1, but only 95 seconds off the game. There is so much Rocket League left to be played. It's all about resetting, finding some good plays, and Quiddify and company looking for Kitagawa, but he can't find the angle. That one, swing and a miss, but oh my goodness, going for the fences.
That was lined up on a platter there. Unfortunately, could not make contact. Plays not over, though. Quiddify knocks it in. Bing, bang, boom. That's goal number 2.
Beautiful read. Unfortunately, a bit awkward there from Balake, having to commit from the second. And Spider, the last bastion of hope for the Jets, but out of fuel, out of time, and now down 2.
3 minutes left in game number 1. Wilson, the team, able to take some early lead. Kitagawa over the top, looking for some solo brilliance. Can't get it to go. Quiddify almost can, but knocked away from James Clemens. Potential opportunity here. Balaki rotating over there to the right. Demo by Crafty. reduces the Wilson player count to 2, only temporarily. Knocked across the face of the goal. Kitagawa, crucial backflip save to keep that outside of the frame of the goal.
James Clemens needs to spread out on the field. They're so tight right now. I love the hunt here from Balake, but you don't have any boost on Crafty, so it's not going to be a really dangerous touch as it flips the field back. Copy pushing forward, but so much boost is expended to chase after it. The ball floating midfield, a double commit on the side. Copy pace might not need boost, but it's saved by Balake. Oh my goodness, just raiding on that Razor's Edge. Up by 2 right now, but trying to extend this lead.
Good clearance there. Kitagawa up to the side. Balake using that sidewall to pass to a teammate. Spider missing it underneath. That's fine. Knock it into the corner. Spider, second opportunity. Doesn't make contact. You know who does was Crafty. Great snapshot, but Kitagawa knocks this away. Yet another aerial mastery moment potentially for Wilson, but a great save. High-flying save there from Crafty. Keeps the goal, keeps the score right now at 2-0 for Wilson. Man, I'm looking for more chances to materialize for James Clemens. They've gotten a couple of opportunities, but they've been few and far between.
Well, think about it. Remember, it's a best of 7. They're not going to materialize. It's going to be about growing and collecting them in time like a farm. And oh my goodness, the crops have sprung up. Crafty biting the lead in half.
Kitagawa losing possession, copy-paste, wrong place, wrong time, gets in the way. Unfort indeed. So cutting that lead down to 1. James Clemens hopefully using this as a momentum springboard to get themselves back into this game.
90 seconds left, possibly teasing 2 straight game 1 overtimes here, but it's all up to Spider and company. Another shot coming on the redirect here. Idea from Piano, but not going for the bump instead. Quitify has control. That Dominus over 1, and we know how dangerous this team is in the air. That's going to be on. Spider can't get to it. Copy playing off and saying, nah, I'm not going to sign off on that one.
Awkward situation there. Those saves over the shoulder of the car, if cars could have shoulders. Look at that. Oh, man. It honestly looked like he may have gotten a piece of that, but it wasn't enough to change the momentum of the ball. 2-goal lead restored for Wilson with just over a minute left. Things are looking a little bit safer for them.
Just for a moment, it looked like James Clemens had taken up a step, and then they look up and they're back down 2 again. And so it's really important here for the Jets. It might not be a goal. It might not be a save. I think something to find momentum. Yeah, 60 seconds. I'm not saying this game is a wash. You've got so much time. You've got so much potential. But Demos opening the door. Now following up a Spider. A shot off the backboard here. Trying to find a second touch. Following through. That's going to be open, and that is a way to do it. 3-2 is the scoreline.
Restore that 1-goal deficit. There we go, James Clemens. Crafty having to reverse here, getting out of the way because Spider is coming through like a freight train right on there, just over 3/4 of a minute. Let's see how this game shapes up. They have 1 more goal to pull back. I would say at this point the momentum is on James Clemens' side, but Wilson is not going down without a fight.
Neither team going to be backing down. It's just who blinks first. Maybe the clock might blink for either of these teams, but we have seen a call and an answer at these challenges time and time again. Half a minute left to be played, but a big time clear, pushing it down the field. Game 1 right now, swinging in the balance. Only a 1-goal lead for the Warriors as the Jets poise now. It is 20 seconds left. This is going to be one of the last offensive chances with a big clear. Quitify the redirect, and Quitify putting another one in.
You don't necessarily need to put bangers on target. Look at this. The tiniest little redirect, and that is all you need to upset the predictive jumps from the James Clemens players. Beautiful, beautiful shot. A deserved 4-2 lead, and now 15 seconds left. I don't know that James Clemens is going to have the speed to reduce that scoreline by any more, especially given the fact that we're down to 5 now. Ball bouncing around. That I'm going to call is the end of game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Wilson A, the winners of game 1 in the second quarterfinal match. It's a best of 7. We've still got a long way ahead of us.
Man, the Warriors looking good and confident, but it was punch, counter punch. You have 7 shots on the side of James Clemens. You have only 8. You've seen such a big discrepancy in the winning team and losing team in this tournament. This is the first time it has been a single shot difference, and that is where both of these teams are biting forward. They're finding their teammates. They're working together. Wilson just has the better conversion ratio, and time again, Wilson strikes. It was a counterpunch, but the counterpunch not as strong as the first.
I want to highlight something about Wilson. Kitagawa, obviously, it's someone that we've been highlighting throughout the tournament as a player to look out for. In that game, 700 points. Next lowest on the team was 500. None of the James Clemens players had over 300 points. Now, for those of you who may be new to Rocket League, the point system isn't necessarily a be-all, end-all in terms of the player's ability, but at the very least, it's a half-decent indication of how much contribution you've had to the play. The fact that that player had 700 points, a target is painted on their back. If James Clemens can use that point total and identify it and be like, you are the person that we are going to prevent from playing your game in game number 2, things could go very differently for both teams. I think it's just all about whether or not James Clemens has the wherewithal to kind of realize that and put something into play to make that happen.
Now, Leachy, let's just say we hearken in on Kitagawa, right? We're this defensive third for this wonderful Jets team. What happens when Quitify does the redirect under the undercarriage of the Dominus? Like, you're like, man, we shut down Kitagawa. Oh, okay, that's another goal. So it's you can't just pick one. You have to play holistic defense, and something that you have to do that we saw throughout this first game was answering challenges at midfield. It's just you need to have an idea past that challenge.
Yeah, easy. I mean, a theme of this entire weekend is easier said than done. And you're exactly right. It's like, I got Kitagawa. Oh, there's oh my God, he's doing something ridiculous. So, yeah, you need to be on your toes, and I guess that's the benefit of having a team that is good rotationally in that the whole concept of a fundamental positive Rocket League play style is someone that is capable of playing anywhere on the pitch. You don't want those defined roles necessarily, at least positionally. You want someone that can play on either side of the ball.
Well, right now we have seen 6 players make offense and defensive plays, but right now it's a 1-0 series as Wilson Warriors out in front. Not a shaky lead, but not the most sturdy one. It was a 4-2 game, but it was punch-counterpunch, and so I'm wondering if this James Clemens side can perhaps take in first blood here. You've got pressure on the back. That's a read from Spider, the Arachnid, see in the far left corner.
That's how to do it. Nice early start. I'm very big on that. You want to start off on the right foot. It can do wonders for your mentals. It can do wonders for your momentum. And as we've discussed before, Rocket League is so heavily a momentum mentality-based game. Beautiful from James Clemens. I want to see more, but good starting block.
Would you consider Rocket League? Oh, I'm not going to worry about this. Kitagawa
still open.
It's still there. The save, though, from Spider. End-to-end, goal-to-goal, making big plays. Putting that thought behind me right now, just as this Jets team is trying to put the defensive plan behind them, as that's another one from Quitify. But again, the post will not relent, and Utopia Coliseum being exactly not that for the Warriors offense.
I was throwing my hands up in the air. I didn't see any Wilson defenders there for a second, but I guess the ball was moving slow enough. They didn't really have to worry about that too much. Malaki with a booming clear over the top of copy-paste. This one's open. That one, I believe, is off of the crossbar, and no players to follow it up, and the second I say it, it's
going on?
It's bouncing.
Spider?
Can Spider get it? It's slow, too slow. They clear it out. Wilson gets away with a bit of a common advantage on the defense, and all of a sudden, they turn it into a counterattack. It's 1-1.
I mean, it was a slow crawl on the far side of the field, and then it's just kicked open, and Kitagawa wins the 50 all the way down the pitch. It doesn't matter how many defenders you have. Minute and 18 seconds off, and we're tied 1 apiece.
Malaki was so close to saving that, too. That's that painful jump off of that sidewall, and you have to time that flip just perfectly. It looked like he may have gotten a piece on it, but not enough of a piece. That one is on target. Wow, defensive saves being asked of James Clemens very in rapid succession, I should say. Malaki now over to the right, can't get it past Quitify, no big deal. Spider is coming up to follow in. Double commit, want to cut down on those if you guys are going to go far in this series. Spider, passing opportunity, 0 boost, but commits to it and maintains the pressure. That one's on target. Malaki finishes it for 2.
I mean, the day when Spiders fly, I'm done. Like, I'm checking out, it's over. But he has no boost in the tank, handing off to a teammate. Crafty and Balake committing. You have to be careful, like you said. But, Leachy, you don't have to play defense during the replay.
I guess not. Yeah, I mean, defense, what's that saying? Offense wins games, defense wins championships.
We got to win a game first.
Yeah, I guess. What? I want to ask your opinion on that in a second. That one's bouncing so dangerously.
What's going on?
Cleared out.
Okay.
They saved it. Kitagawa. Oh, my Lord. Ooh, all right, take over. I need a second.
All right, so much harkening like the old pinball games. We watched it go off the top, bounce back down, and he had the extra life, okay? He had the extra ball and then put it in the back of the net.
Quitify, man. Oh, thank God that went in. Quitify would have been kicking himself. Oh, we call that friendly fire in the game of Rocket League. You're saving your own teammate shot for a guaranteed goal. You never like to see it.
I don't know if there's anything friendly about fire ever.
Definitely not.
Know? But right now we're sitting at a 2-2 game just before the midway point in game number 2. And perhaps we can see a little bit of upheaval here as it has been a momentum-driven series and a momentum-driven tournament. But with momentum being wrestled back, the Warriors getting it to a standstill here in a moment where we see the two fighters have locked horns. Who backs down first, as that is a beautiful 50, a very aggressive one, but answering the call again.
Just past the halfway mark. Both teams tied 2 apiece in this game. Like we said, Wilson still 1 game ahead in the series, but this has the early makings, oh no, of a very competitive one. Crafty was just in front of the goal line and couldn't get a touch. He was on the wrong side of the ball, and now it's a counterattack for Wilson, and Balaki does step in to cut that one out. Man, that was close. Just under 2 minutes to go now. Still either team's game. Man, this could go either way right now.
I mean, the Jets have to be kicking themselves right now, but they have another opportunity once again. Back into the corner, bouncing into the midfield. Balake opted to back off, so does Piano. Spider putting a touch on. He's got a team up coming up, but Kitagawa is so quick to that one now. Possibly a counterattack. Only 12 tick in the boost, and he's going to push it off the backboard. Has no teammate to follow. And so a bit of a tennis match here. Back and forth and back and forth.
Oh, demo heavy going on in the midfield right now. Unfortunately, nothing came of it because the ball was completely out of that realm of play. There have been so many missed chances throughout this match. I think either team is going to rue not taking advantage of them. Crafty can't get a touch on this one. So ball bouncing. Plenty of time for Wilson to build from the back and put something together.
The reason it's not a 3-2 game right now is because Quitify demoed the collapsing second. We see more explosions at the midfield. This has been an adaptation from the Warriors side. It was alluded to in my earlier meeting with the coach, and I was wondering when we'd see it. Game 2, perhaps, a turning point in the physicality, but it's still 2-2. Both teams looking forward here. Back into the corner we go. Copy paste, waiting to find it here, but Crafty has it. Waiting on the sidewall here is Quitify. Once again, pushing midfield, but it's immediately cleared. Kitagawa trying to catch on this one. He needs to be careful here. It's a dangerous spot. Spider, though, pushing forward, and now the Jets poised and waiting forward on this offensive third. A pass back as that's going to go all the way back as Spider has to slow this down.
Kitagawa facing off against a James Clement attacker here. Popped mid. Crafty opting not to go for this. Well, not immediately at least. It didn't have a ton of boost, so nothing productive there. Spider on that sidewall just as his namesake would be. Popping this one out could be dangerous, but the ball rebounds back outside of the frame of the goal, and now Kitagawa has a counterattack opportunity over the top of Balaki, who's that in the back. I think it's Spider looking for that defensive touch. Doesn't get it. Crafty jumping in 5 seconds away from an overtime here. Does either team choose to keep this one up, or are they choosing the safety of overtime? It will drop to the ground. We have our second overtime of the entire weekend.
You know what we call this? It's Deuces Wild. 2-2 in game 2. Looking to see if we have a 2-0 lead in the series or the split decision at 1-1. Kitagawa has the time. He's got a defender on the backboard, though, as Crafty living up to that name. And, you know, I got to say, you always see a piano hanging up somewhere. It's supposed to fall down. That one was meeting it in the mark to be very aggressive on the defensive side and keep it deadlocked at 2-2 right now.
Dangerous position here. They need to get this one clear. That ball can fall down, and it will fall down, but luckily for James Clemens, no Wilson player on the end of that ball. Demo indeed. That one knocked out to the left corner now. Spider should collect this. Actually, okay, takes his time getting up to this one. We'll let it fall to Balaki. Spider now moving into an attacking position, but gets boomed down into the James Clemens half. 45 seconds gone, and no team looking like the favorite here to take it in overtime just yet.
Ooh, it's a little couple of misses at the midfield, but you know how it's almost harkening back to game 1 when you have kickoff. In overtime, it's an awkward spot. You don't want to be the team that makes the mistake and see teams play even tighter within themselves. But as the clock goes on, mechanics will break down, rotations will break down, and you'll see someone crack or someone overforce. And I'm wondering who can take advantage of it first.
Oh, that one's vaguely on target off the crossbar, coming down, and Kitagawa's too close to take advantage right there. That was a seat of the pants scare for James Clemens that has got to wake them up. That one's on target! Put a pin in this overtime. This one is done courtesy of Spider.
1-1. I
Yes!
guaranteed it, and I called it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a split game. We're
Let's
going
go.
to 5, no matter what. But the Jets take 1. The Warriors forcing overtime. And James Clemens on the back of Crafty. He is at the bottom of the scoreboard, but the top of the hearts, Leachy.
Look at that. So what is this? 11 shots
Just
total
11.
for Wilson. Just 11. A cool 11, an easy 11 versus 9 from James Clemens. So honestly, not too big of a difference in terms of the shot total. But I will say both teams, I guess, chose, for lack of a better term, to go with the same move in that Spider for James Clemens and Kitagawa for Wilson, both kind of acting like their own team's MVPs. And we see it in the numbers, and we definitely saw it in the play style. It had to have been the most mentioned name for each of their respective teams.
Well, you call them flag bearers for a reason. The flag up in the sky, and they're following it behind. But it's all about the support structure. How do they get the resources to the front? It's boost, it's time, and it's position. And both of these teams have had it in ample opportunities, but it's been a back-and-forth battle. When you look at the wonderful pitch of Rocket League, it's 2 halves.
Yep.
But break it into thirds, folks. You have an offensive third or a defensive third, or offensive defense third, and in the middle. The middle field is the most important part because you're either building an attack or stopping one. And that's where you can see both of these teams trying to dig their teeth in and kind of get trenched.
Talk about the rotations again. We go back to that same theme. The rotations are so important to keep pressure, and that pressure exists by keeping the rotations no further back than the midfield. If you get into a situation where one of your 3 players needs to rotate past that halfway mark into their own half just to pick up boost to be able to keep up with the pace of play, that is a hole. That's a gap that can be exploited by the defending team because it gives them just a moment in time to be able to break through. That's why it's so crucial to have that boost control to make sure that you don't allow the team that you're putting pressure on any opportunities to break out. But another theme, easier said than done.
Now here you go, Leachy. I want to put a little bit of a flow chart, kind of an idea here. So, boost begets pressure, correct?
I would
pressure
agree.
begets offense, right? Offense begets goals. So, by that flow chart, boost over ball.
Yeah, I hear people laughing in the background. Yeah, I know. Can I get somebody else? Can we just kill this one real quick? All right. I can't say I fully agree with you, but I see where you're going with that
You said yes, though. You were agreeing a lot.
Yeah, because I'm supposed to say yes. Because I want to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I got a gun to my head right now.
Didn't mean to walk you into an alleyway.
It's okay. I
It's all
forgive
good,
you.
my friend.
We'll work our way past it. 1-1. It's the first game of the entire weekend that we've had an even contest. And I was talking about on the desk how I was looking for this one to be that even contest. I was proven right.
You were.
And you, at the start of the series, said that it was going to be 1-1 after game 2. And you were proven right. So, we're looking pretty spiffy up
Looking
here right
pretty
now.
snazzy, nice shot there. But most importantly, it wasn't nice as the shots that we have seen in this series.
Yeah.
What I love to see is an offensive series where you see teams starting to warm up and get creative off the backboard, and both of these teams have done it. But the defenses have adapted. We saw diving from Piano there on the backboard, so they're having to adjust the defense because of the offensive success. And so when you do this, you talk about the holes. One's getting closed, but you only have one hand. You can't get on the ship wall and stop all plugged holes. You're going to have one open up when you close the door.
And that's the beautiful thing about Rocket League is that it seems so simple. It's 3v3, put ball into goal.
5 head.
Question mark, profit.
Yeah.
But there are from the outside looking in, yes, it seems like a simplistic game, but there are so many different ways to play it. And you're talking about me talking about filling the holes and stuff. It's all about identifying the certain weaknesses of the team that you're playing against, but making sure that you have the wherewithal to act upon those, because each team is going to have their own strengths and weaknesses. And I feel like all throughout day 1, we saw good examples of teams that had the perfect strengths to slot gap right into those holes that were left by the other team's weaknesses.
Puzzle pieces.
Exactly. The puzzle pieces fit in perfectly. which is kind of like contradictory because from a competitive standpoint, we don't want them to fit in perfectly because that's what gives competitive series. But that's what these teams want to happen because that means they win. I think right now is the first example we've had, or rather the best example we've had all weekend of those puzzle pieces clashing a little bit.
And so here we are, a clash of ideals, a clash of battles, a clash of teams, and a clash of possible champions. Both sitting at one apiece, 6 cars on the field, 5 minutes on the clock. Game 3 to decide who gets the lead in this series.
Spider, early start off causing a double commit for the clearance there for Wilson. Not something you want to continue there. Spider rotating back around while avoiding everybody somehow. Kitagawa at the near post having to backflip it to keep it away. Balaki keeping the pressure on though. That one's dangerous. Can Spider come in with a follow-up shot, but Quiddify knocks this one away. Lightning quick start for James Clemens.
It's a little bit faster than lightning. Thunder! But no, I can't say that. Now it's an opportunity rising once again. Balaki denied his 2 defenders. Quiddify having to get the save and then having the booming clear to flip the field. Wait a minute. He's got the boost. He can't have the dunk. Is Crafty slamming the door shut. And Psyonix, that was egregious. Give him a save.
We're seeing the confidence manifest itself in the play styles of these players. It's no longer just like dump and chase, just like look for a pass.
Double.
The mechanical, wrong place, wrong time. Quiddify will get credit for that one, but feels bad for James Clemens.
Oof.
Oof. Oof. That's a foof-sized oof.
Right there, it looked like Quiddify. We've seen the passing plays from in the midfield to just push it all the way through.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, it's going to be going in, and they're like, oh, no, it's missed, and then, ooh. But 1-0 here for the Warriors. Not perhaps how they drew it up. If they drew it up, I got to say, hats off to Coach Miguel. That'd be impressive.
Such is life in Urban Central. Sometimes things go your way, and sometimes not so much. That's fine. Over, 80, 70, whatever the hell percent of the match remaining. James Clemens working together to take this underneath 2 Wilson players. Quiddify can't get the touch there. Spider, not a booming clear. 0 boost will reduce the chances of that happening. Quiddify, man, I'll tell you what, Wilson is not afraid to take this ball into the air, and now they're pinning their opponents back. Dangerous, not quite over. Balaki there, relieving pressure, but Wilson, that was a promising attack. If we see more of that, I think they are going to go very, very far in this series off the sidewall. Wilson will look to build from the back. Kitagawa, who else in the air, takes it past 1. Underneath the flip reset, someone else looking for the bump but can't find contact.
But now it's going the other way. It's going to find its way through. Balaki, call him a sniper, had it zoned in the entire length of the field, and it's a 1-1 game.
Oh, look at who was that. I think it was copy-paste, banking on that one working out, and I don't blame him. Quiddify's been so good. You wouldn't fault him.
He set up the bump, too.
He did. It was aiming for it. Didn't make contact. Oh, well. That's what happens in the game of Rocket League. 1-1, but I'm not complaining because that's exactly what we were looking for. Game 3, 1-1 in the series, 1-1 in Game 3 scoreline.
Well, I think you talked about confidence earlier. That is what I love to see. Even if you miss on those, I just want them to go for it again.
Yeah.
Because it was one small adjustment away. As that's going to be Balaki, who's got 2. His piano setting it up to be served on time.
Quiddify, not the best clearance, and then a feels backflip situation to block. He's like, oh, that's an open goal. I'm going to take that one. Thank you very much. Yoink indeed. 2-1, James Clemens. Honestly, doesn't mean much. We've seen so many goals throughout this series.
2-2 overtime.
Yeah, exactly. I expect Wilson to bring this back probably within the next 30 seconds here.
Oh, what a
That
dunk.
is if James Clemens doesn't make this one
no one
free.
there.
Bouncing very dangerously. Balaki too slow to get to this one. Position too far back, and Wilson get a chance to breathe.
Oh, Kitagawa's got to be kicking himself on that one. He saw all 3 cars pass, but he couldn't put it on. Slowly putting in midfield. Another dangerous ball here, but the Warriors opting to retreat, kind of collect their boost, correct their moral, and perhaps kind of reset their mind. As his ball slows down, so do we. Rolling up that backboard here. Crafty denied by Copy, and the ball once again just kind of hanging on this right-hand wall, going up and down, and as this goes, it's going to favor the team that has a lead, but it's a dangerous and precarious position because you're only up by 1.
A rare moment to breathe for both teams here. Seeing a lot of South American-esque Rocket League play where they're not opting to control it. They're just banging it downfield and hoping that somebody is there to capitalize. Kitagawa now Always dangerous
2v2.
whenever he takes to the air. Could it
2v2.
be down? Can't get this one in. And Balaki will clear this one. Man, I'll tell you what, the more opportunities that Wilson players like Kitagawa and Quidify get, they're going to get punished for it, but they're going to have to do it even more now that Crafty makes it 3.
Crafty seeing it up, knocking it through. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3 players involved, and it's 1, 2, 3 goals on the board with 90 left in game 3.
James Clemens looking really, really healthy, and now all of a sudden, something that Wilson A isn't used to, they're kind of on the back foot right now.
They're having to answer.
Yes, absolutely. And it's all, this game is going to be all about who can answer this format. To me, benefits a team that is able to adjust. The most malleable team is going to win series like this. Wilson are going to see if they can make that team themselves. But man, they're going to have to deal with danger a little bit better than this. Still bouncing around. Can Spider make anything of this one? No, Kitagawa gets a slightly more favorable touch. Bouncing in front. Spider makes it for easy as you like.
You can hear the Jets faithful getting excited out in the crowd here. Spider had the 50 into the corner, but the teammates setting it all up. Crafty. This has been a big game for Crafty. He's come in on the offensive side, mostly been a defensive or the bumping presence, but now that is some stats we see, and it has shown for the 4-1 game.
Man, Crafty has piano, more like Crafty has goals.
Yep.
Assists. Crafty's got ability in general. Knocked down. Could it be 5? No. Knocked away. And Wilson, like I said, on their heels right now, stumbling a little bit. I think they need to go into game 4 and take as long as they possibly can to see what changed, because this is a very different James Clemens. James Clemens, I feel like, took a little bit of time to warm up, and I think it was that overtime win in game number 2 that kind of sparked something in them, and now it's a completely different team. The ball is in Wilson's court to figure out what to change here.
Quidify needs a 1v1 win. He's got the dunk on. He's going to put it through. The post won't work with it. It won't matter. Putting it through with 16 left. It might just happen. 8 per goal.
Little bit of a drop of hope. I don't know. Might be too much to ask, but I love to believe.
I'll take that hopium all day, baby.
I love to believe because it's fun, and that's why we're all here, isn't it?
Well, this is a kickoff. We've seen this team with
no.
kickoff
Oh,
aspirations.
no.
Is that one saved beautifully? A Herculean effort from Balake, slamming the door shut, and that was right at 9. That could have been the possible moment for 2 8-second goals. But a beautiful showing on the defensive side. You see the ball fall down, and James Clemens takes 2 in a row. Now, the most important part here is both of these teams at times want to control the game, and at others, they're a bit afraid to control the ball. They push it down the field and kind of chase after it.
I was so ready to eat my words there on that potential kickoff goal. I would love to see the percentage of the ball that was across that line.
At least
that was
5.
Ridiculous. Yeah. Something I will say is we've seen copy paste do well in previous series. 4 points is a little bit concerning. I would like to see a little bit more contribution, because to me that basically it like, in as polite terms as possible, that kind of became a 3v2. If you're only getting 4 points, a touch on the ball in Rocket League is worth 2 points. So that's kind of all that amounted to. We've seen good positioning and good fundamental play from copy paste. I want to see a little bit of a step up here to kind of complete that threesome of a team.
Well, you got to think about it. It's like you're in the downstairs in the hotel, like not the best kind of hotel or like a kind of mid cafe.
Yeah.
You know, the Wi-Fi, it can be really good in places. It's spotty in others, and unfortunately down there in the underground city, it's a bit spotty down there. So the offense was disconnected, a bit disjointed, and so they just kind of get the reconnection back.
What do they do to get that connection back, though?
Their best.
God, it's a cop-out answer, man. Come on.
So
you're not wrong.
Yes. No, what you have to do is you need to make sure, first and foremost, you take this time that we've been allotted every time between games, that small moment to just breathe, kind of reset, and find your peace. And not like inner peace, but like your peace. Because anytime in any game, you have to realize, especially in the seats that they're in, you're going to have a moment to make it or break a game. And athletes, and especially esports athletes, they don't see it because they play these games so many times. But you go and watch back the replay, and you're like, oh, if I'd done this or if I'd tried this. In the moments when you have to be.
I'm interpreting find your peace as like peace as in weapon. Like discover that weapon that you have had kind of buried under the sand throughout the the early part of the series, and make something work. Every single player is here for a reason because they are good enough, and it's all coming down to like which group of 3 players is synergizing the best right now. Right now, it's been James Clemens. We get into game 4. Wilson looking to turn the tides.
Well, the tides are locked to the moon, so perhaps it's feeling better here on the opposite side of the metaphysical world known as Rocket League here in Forbidden Temple. But opportunity arising. Blake getting pressure on. The ball bounces back down into the corner. He's going to hit the boost, and actually might be able to turn and have his cake and eat it too.
Knocked high. Oh, Spider, plenty of boost.
He called it.
Doesn't even need to get it. I heard it in the background. He said, it's in, and boy, was it.
Just a nice kind of swish on the release and got to fall down with it. I love having the cinematic camera when you fall with the ball, so you're like, yeah, I can get the shot here for the montage.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Montage clips.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're talking about, trophies or respect and honor. No.
Hitting some clips.
YouTube clips, buddy. That's what we're here for.
Well, right now, trying to find a clip here is a beautiful touch from Quitify. Spider trying to get to it as well, but Kitagawa wins it from the other side. Quitify, you're in the corner, coming back across the field. That's not supposed to work.
Oh my God, look at this one as well. Kitagawa, that slow, like lagging touch. Malaki actually, I would like to see do a little bit better. He was on the ground when that shooting touch came in, which means that there was at least control. There was an opportunity to figure out which way that ball was going to go, and it just, I don't know, jitters, reacted a little bit too soon. It didn't work out, and now, they find themselves in trouble. Wilson knocking on the door, and the second I say that, Malaki is knocking this one back down. Spider, that one's on target. Kitagawa diving save across the face of the goal.
See, I love the phrase knocking on the door, but when it's immediately turned away, I feel like it's like ding dong ditching and they're running away, or did they realize they're like knocking on the wall of the house? Like, I'm trying to figure that one out, but right now both of these teams are trying to figure each other out. The defenses have slowed down because the challenges haven't been, like, they're still fierce, they're answering it, but they're not pushing so aggressively at times. And so it's made the offensive adapt.
Yeah, and like I was saying, it's all about adaptation, Spider.
That's
right now getting,
my goodness!
On the goal line, didn't have to move a muscle, right place, right time. We talk about wrong place, wrong time so often, but that one worked out perfectly. Still 1-1, only 90 seconds gone in this game. This one so far could go either way, but I think James Clemens is looking a little bit healthier, might have spoken too soon.
Double.
If Wilson can make this one work, but man, this positioning is a little bit tight for my liking, and James Clemens will clear this one away to safety.
Well, it doesn't really matter as they're able to escape now. Balake putting it off the backboard here, has Spider at far post, and Kitagawa almost seemingly stuck in the air. I don't know how he hovered, but making the save and keeping it deadlocked at 1. Crafty has control here, had an absolute offensive explosion here, but a shot being denied by Quitify. Spider can't find it. The last man back is going to be Crafty. No, he's turning towards it to keep this pressure on. That is all 3 cars in this offensive side for this orange team. You have to be careful here. One big clear, one big push could open the door for a counterattack.
Missed chances, man. There have been just on either side of the ball so many opportunities. This could have been such higher scoring games. You and I could have lost our voices so significantly earlier in the evening here. Kitagawa, there is still a chance, of course, but man, we could be staring down the barrel of like a 4-4 right now if teams were able to finish. Oh, especially shots like that. Double commit there from James Clemens. Can't get that one to go. Still dangerous though. Wilson needs to clear this one. They need to do it fast, and that one squeezes out to the side. Clemens still building here, waiting with bated breath, just Sharks circling any opportunity they can possibly get, and they will have to take another bite at the cherry a little bit later on in this game.
I want to hearken to another aquatic predator, all right? So, you know when swordfish are hunting against those big schools of fish, they'll wait for other predators to come up so they can actually corral the school. That's what I feel like both of these teams are doing, is they're waiting for the other team to either make a misstep or they're waiting for their teammates to back them up. And so we're at this kind of really awkward standoff where both teams have their hands on the holsters, but neither wants to take the trigger first.
90 seconds. Ball bouncing around, hearing comms in the background, talking about lack of boost. Very important, copy paste. Getting that contribution in, like I mentioned, in the break between the between these most
Craft.
recent games.
Crafty.
That shot on target. Crafty has piano. Crafty also has a goal, as I said before.
But a beautiful touch there. Kitagawa got a bit too far away from that Octane, and Quitify trying so hard to jump across the field at midfield to intercept that pass. Just a bit short. That Dominus is an incredibly long car, but he was just a little bit longer.
2-1. Just over 60 seconds left. Double commit there. Wilson needs to get their act together. I want to see, honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this.
Oh my, Quitify!
Consider the act gotten together. That was a banger.
It doesn't matter. Kitagawa used all of the boost for all of the touch and then poised himself to be right at the catbird seat to watch that goal go in.
Perfect as well. He could see that all 3 James Clemens players were on the left side of the net. Where do you hit it? To the right. Hit it where they ain't.
Well, hitting it where they ain't is what Kitagawa tries to do there, but he couldn't get it behind Crafty. Quitify, backboard play once again. He's got control here, but he couldn't find the second touch. And now the ball waiting on this sidewall. The ball rolling forward as both teams trying to poise here is Crafty. Putting midfield, he's got Balaki in the mix, and he's going to find it to put the lead back into the Jets' hands.
Asking for trouble, man. Yeah, we'll go with hands for now. Asking for trouble. Wilson just unable to clear their defensive lines. I don't know, man. I fear for their longevity right now because James Clemens are such a good team at this point of maintaining pressure that you can no longer afford to take your time clearing the ball off your defensive line. Because James Clemens is going to make you pay just like that. There's that shot prowess from Kitagawa that I was looking for.
I mean, sometimes it looks like each goal is just a hard-fought message, but this is poetry in motion off the sidewall, off a teammate in the back of the net. It is 3-3 with 36 seconds left.
Listen, we talk about MVPs all the time, but I think it's time to start a new discussion is MVP, most valuable pairing.
Yes.
Kitagawa and Quitify have been such a dynamic duo throughout this entire competition. I think it's going to take teamwork like that to get the ball past an opponent as skilled as James Clemens. We saw a perfect example of it there. Copy, paste, copy, paste, and repeat.
I see what you did there, but both of these teams trying to see what they can do now. As that's off the backboard, Crafty has piano, but it's double commit. That's such dangerous play. Balaki now the last man back. He's got 12 in the tank and push it into the corner. Quitify has control on the ball midfield. No time left on the clock, and that is Balake pushing it off the sidewall, able to knock it down, and that is 3-3 overtime in Game 4.
Balake wasting no time clearing it off the back wall. The safety in defense is something that cannot be overstated. Oh, Kitagawa off that left side. Spider.
I like that.
Keeping it in there. Quitify and Kitagawa, who else working together? Zero boost, so not a super strong shot, but still one that Balake had to deal with. Up high. Could this be James Clemens' game number 4 winner? Not quite. Quitify clears this one. Up super high in the air.
Oh my goodness.
That'll be done.
My goodness.
We are back to an even series.
Deuces wild as that is off the nose of guess who. Quitify drops the pass, and Kitagawa, you see both star runners in the sky, and it's a 2v1. You're not supposed to win those in the air, but it didn't matter. Kitagawa forcing it through and making it a 2-2 series.
Oh, this is what we came here for.
Yes, sir.
8 shots for Wilson, 10 for Clemens. So one of those situations where the team that was out shooting their opponents actually did not get the victory. Maybe that's a little bit of a sign of overextending themselves a little bit. Dear Lord, look at that. Kitagawa was 10 points away from 1,000.
Just dropping a K casually. You know?
In land. Oh, my God.
Well, it is just an offensive explosion here as both of these teams, the bats are warm and the poor pitchers, they're just holding on for dear life, saying, yeah, just keep scoring our guys. We'll just hopefully we can slow them down. 2 games to overtime. 2-2 now tied as we head to Game 5. And so no matter what, Leachy, we get Game 5 and we get Game 6. Oh, my goodness.
Could we go all the way, ladies and gentlemen? Tell us in chat.
Hope so.
Oh, yeah, you and me both. Honestly, this is a lot more even than I expected, so this is a pleasant surprise, and I love it. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can use the exclamation mark bracket command in chat if you want to follow along with the progress of Day 2. We've got that beautiful bracket up so that you can all stay informed and see how the entire day has developed. we're a little ways away from updating that bracket because thankfully this series is so close.
I'll say we're currently in progress of having the bracket updated because the bracket is still live with 2 wonderful teams, 6 great players, and a wonderful crowd behind us, and a wonderful crowd in the ether following along here in Twitch chat. Oh, baby Lychee, we are very close to possibly pushing forward the legendary Game 7. And, you know, I don't want to look that far ahead. I want to see both of these teams. I'm going to make another bold prediction. This one's going to be wrong. But I think the next game is going to be a 1-0 game.
Wow.
I
Really?
think both offenses are not going to cool off. I think they're going to have too many chances to turn it over. And the defenses are going to be able to stand up because they've seen a lot of it now. And the defenses are going to be a bit more aggressive. You saw it. We had the passivity in that game, which allowed both offenses to thrive. And so I think both of them are going to adjust to be more aggressive. And so it's going to be a very, very long trade of possessions game.
You think it's going to be a lot more cagey? In other words, like people are going to be a little bit, okay, all right, I subscribe to your pamphlet. For now.
For now.
We'll see.
As soon as the first goal goes in 6 seconds, it's out the window and I'm done. But
exactly,
it's like,
yeah. Oh my God. Okay, so I wasn't on board your train initially, but after the explanation, I can see that. I can see that.
It's plausible.
It is. But God, oh my God.
Yes.
I don't want it to happen
No.
because I enjoy screaming.
Yes.
And hopefully the crowd does too. Ladies and gentlemen, the most even series that we've had so far. How about it? Come on for both of these teams. It's been absolutely fantastic. We're getting Game 5 underway momentarily. Oh, Foof, I think right now we could be looking at one of the teams that we're going to be seeing in the grand finals because they've been so good at adjusting to each other's play style, and that is the exact quality in a team that is going to take you pretty far.
Well, I know that both of these teams have now officially had their metal tested.
Yes.
And we're just going to see who actually has a blade that will pass the tests or perhaps shatter in the very end. But it has been a beautiful running. It's been a long running. But you can't look past that Athens team that did just get the win. It is the bottom side, and so they do have the enviable task of watching the rest play out before them. Man, it would be fun to watch one of these teams go the whole way and be able to be like, yep, we were there.
We were there. We were there in the beginning. Wasteland is the destination for game number 5. Oh, it brings back memories. You remember when I think they call it Badlands now, when it was like a scalloped middle of the field.
They
and
had
it was
the
like
actual
a
bowl.
Yeah, that was cool.
It was
not good for competitive
Not
play
at all.
because it completely changes the game, but it was fun. It was a good concept to mess around with for a little while.
Well, the good concept to mess around is both of these teams kind of trying something new on the offense. As Spider had an answer in midfield, but that forcing in the air was able to just kind of mess with Quitify's angle as that ball's bounced back towards the Jets half. Quitify looks for a pass but can't find it. So the first 30 seconds now passing, both teams having offensive chances, but kind of grasping at straws right now is the traction perhaps on the tires in this sand. A bit awkward.
Knocked away. Wilson, not a confident clearance, calling out Kitagawa to see this one clear out to the right side. That's fine. Not a lot of boost, but does get it past one oncoming defender. James Clemens should look to catch this one. Wow, look at that. Balaki looking for the flip, but couldn't get it done quite quickly enough. Copy paste, retreating.
Follow
Spider
through.
very low.
Follow through.
There's
Follow
no
through.
Oh, there we go. Took a second, but Balaki does wind up finishing.
That moment right there, I was like, this is a defensive stand that's either going to make or break a team, and that is a team bump on the back end. And Balake seeing the pandemonium, seeing the car crash, and then an expert driver avoiding it all to find the ball and find the goal.
It's such an awkward situation when you're all crammed into the back of the net at the same time. All rotational concepts fall to the wayside because everyone is an inch away from the ball. You don't know what to do. Yet again, oh my lord, pandemonium for Wilson. Almost a triple team own goal there. They do manage to get it immediately off of the goal line, but James Clemens still looking to make it as dangerous as possible. Kitagawa, the fall of shame, 0 boost from pretty much as high as he possibly could be. Wow, Wilson are feeling the pressure right now. James Clemens are doing an excellent job, even with 0 boost situations, of maintaining pressure. And it goes exactly to what we were talking about before, that pressure, those rotations. I think we're just seeing more positively from James Clemens right now on this early stage of Game 5. And the second I say that, Quitify ties it back up.
out the window. I was
Yes.
waiting to hold my breath
Gone.
and be like, oh, I had 180 seconds left for no one to score, but immediately answering the bell, Quidify from Kitagawa, and that equalizes this game one apiece as they are trying to get the advantage in the series.
1-1. Balaki over the top. Crafty's coming in looking for that pre-jump block.
Oh,
Way to find
baby.
Kitagawa working together.
Demo!
Oh, what a demo right before the shooter was able to make contact with the ball. That was crucial.
Man, you talk about big hits in some sports making or breaking a team and perhaps turning momentum. That is very big, and that bump is huge. That carries over the demo, and then the bump on the opposite side. Balake taking full advantage of it.
Second goal for him as well. Wilson just can't get that clearing touch on the ball. They need to take a deep breath in these situations. It is stressful, but they need to get hyper fixated on who is where for all of this stuff. Because if they don't, all James Clemens needs to do is keep putting Wilson in these scrambling goal line situations, and they're going to benefit from it time and time again.
Goodbye, in control, but a big 50 putting it back midfield is now Copy. It's all up to you, my friend, and that one slipped behind him. It slipped past the defender as well. Just, a bit of a grief pig, perhaps, as the ball bouncing around. Dangerous play here as that ball bounces on this sidewall. Quidify. No boost, but no pressure. It's going to flick over one, but that late flick is denied by Crafty, and that can be the point of offense for this Jet squad.
Spider off this left side. Quidify. Up high. Simple aerial. Copy-paste coming in. Can't get to it in time. Crafty missing the touch, hands it off to Spider, maybe a dribble play, gets a decent 50. Crafty up for the follow-up, too far away, but that's fine.
Wait a minute.
Coming in for the hat trick, make it 3 for the star player of James Clemens.
Hey, I've seen this one from Balake, scoring 3 goals immediately, but this is where we talked about the defense adapting. They adapted. They had 2 players on the backboard, and that is a big no-no, especially when you have the ball down in the middle, and that opens the net, and the Jets up by 2.
Yeah, it's not a positive adaptation, but
no.
An adaptation nonetheless. Okay, looking for some aerial wizardry here, a la Wilson, a la Quidify and Kitagawa, who, interestingly, that kind of gameplay, at least the successful form of that gameplay from each of them, has been absent a little bit, and I think they are wanting for it. 4-1 for James Clemens now. They're starting to run away with this a little bit.
Yep, that is the physical plays. You talked about having 2 players that are so in sync, and a third kind of being the support. When you start knocking one of those star players out with bumps, with demos, with boost steals, it breaks everything. And so, the gauntlet's been thrown. The Jets have had an answer. It's up for the Warriors to find within themselves to make it back as they are down 3.
Only were that easy. I know I keep saying that, but man, it rings true time and
You
time
little
again.
faith.
Spider picking up the full boost. Takes time to build. At this point, I feel like the game plan, like I said, for James Clemens is just to get the ball, as close to the Wilson goal as possible, slow it down to incite a panic, and then just watch as the players trip over themselves and get one person screaming in from outside the box to finish it, because it's worked for them time and time again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Almost a feeding frenzy-esque ideal as Spider passed 1 but can't get past 3 as that's Quidify having a savior medal, but unfortunately that medal is tarnished, being down by just as many goals. 4-1 scoreline right now as the Jets trying to sign off on it but can't find that backward angle. It's now 38 seconds left to play, a 3-goal deficit, and the Jets trying to close this one out.
Balaki over the top of copy-paste.
Soft touch.
Not quite on target, but Quidify slams this one down to who other but Kitagawa. Oh, looking for that second touch. Didn't quite have the angle set up properly. I don't blame him. That is a difficult one to read, especially from that far away from the ball. Simple clearance for Kitagawa off that sidewall. Gets the second touch. We'll look for Quidify in the middle. Oh, great pass, but Quidify set up too far back to take advantage. Final 7 seconds and change here, and James Clemens will walk away with Game 5 victory and turns the tide of the series once again. Put that tick up in orange. They are ahead.
They are sitting pretty right now, and this is exactly what they saw. Remember, they got the lead at the 2-1, and then it went 2-2. And so, if we are following trends, I like where this could be going. But most importantly, trending down is that Wilson offense. Only 6 shots versus the 10 of James Clemens.
Yeah, I haven't seen as many passing opportunities, passing plays in general, between Quitify and Kitagawa, and I don't think it's because any one of them lost their ability. Obviously, I think it's just because James Clemens have figured out a way to maintain that pressure and keep them pinned.
They
against
learned the
their
meta.
own half. They did learn the meta. Rotate, and it's working. Who'd have thunk it?
But no, it's not only just the rotations, it's interrupting the rotations. I mean, it's Rocket League is the game of circles. You hit a circle into like an oblong-shaped circle, and you're using cards that can be shaped like circles. I am a Scarab fan, and I refuse to ever let any other player go on with that one. But, you know, rotating in circles. You're driving aggressively in circles, Leechy.
Yes, that's fair. Man, it really is fascinating to see the effects of good, consistently maintained pressure at work, because Wilson is such a good team. But if you're not allowed to play your game, it doesn't matter how good you are. If you don't have the ball on the nose of your car, you can't do anything with it. And I know that sounds obvious to say out loud, but we're seeing it manifest itself within this playstyle. James Clemens have figured out a way to keep things nice and consistent. I'm sure a ton of that comes from the communication, which I hope folks at home can hear through the microphones. These players are shouting at each other, and good communication and trust in your teammates is second to none in terms of importance in the game of Rocket League.
I want to make sure the verbiage is right. Like when it comes through, they're not shouting at each other. They're shouting because it's just the loudness, the excitement. It is certainly with each other. It's awesome. They're just communicating beautifully. And something that I've loved is you talked about it and you harped on it a little bit. We heard low boost calls.
Yes.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was one that was called for the other team. They knew someone was low on boost. And so you want to see which teams can kind of pick up on this. But now you're at a point. It's match point. You have to win and go on, lose and go home. The gauntlet's been thrown. We've seen the adjustment from one team. Wilson has to make theirs.
Maybe that ear to the ground is something that is going to push them past that finish line. It's one thing to have that awareness of your own team, your own team's positioning, your own team's ability to make a challenge, which is probably related mostly to positioning, and your team's boost levels. But to have the presence of mind to also be tuned in to all of those same aspects, but about your opponents.
The other color.
Yeah, it's a completely new level of understanding that when you can hit that level of understanding in this kind of a high pressure environment, it really says something about the mentals of the team, the levels of preparation of the team, because they're not letting themselves get distracted by whatever chaos is going on in the field. They have their prime directive, and they're doing their best to stick to it.
And let's be straightly clear. There was chaos on the wasteland.
Oh, yes.
There was an absolute pandemonium in front of Wilson's nets for probably 45 seconds in total of that series. There was 5 cars in like a conglomeration, just kind of hoping for something positive for either way. But, man, Rocket League's a game that's supposed to be pretty, and you saw the passing plays from Wilson that are pretty, and it's so fun to watch when it is pretty. Yeah. But it's such a great series when you see it be pretty and be like rough and gritty and
because it's the reality of the situation is that a goal is a goal.
It is.
And you can have these high-flying antics and make it look great, but those, while entertaining, those are just as important as capitalizing on those goal-mouth scrambles. And the fact of the matter is that James Clemens has had more opportunities to capitalize on those situations. And if there's one thing for Wilson to change, it's right now I'm going to be looking for them to do one thing and one thing only. It is that in those goalmouth scrambles, someone yell their priority and get the ball out of there, because that has been time and time again the best way that James Clemens has found to score.
Well, we are at an impasse, Leechy. You may have one shot, one chance, one moment to possibly move on or be going home, and both of these teams know it. All 6 of these players can feel it in the air, as now we have a match point. Kitagawa has control. He needs one more. 50 is Spider, though. Poised, calm, and in control. The very important plays.
Decent pass attempt over to Spider. Right direction, just a little bit too much juice on that one. Yet another goal mouth scramble. Let's see how Wilson deals with this one. There we go. Kitagawa knocks it away. Only temporarily, though. Spider, no boost. Does get the boost steal on the way out. Ooh, risky jump there by Kitagawa, but does send it clear enough to get rid of the threat. And now they have bought themselves a little bit of time to breathe and come up with something to develop on the opposite end of the pitch.
Again, but the issue is a big dunk coming through. I'm going to put a pin in that one as Quiddify putting a pin through the back of the net, and that is the Warriors' first in a while.
What a dunk as well. Working with that pinch off of the roof of Balaki, I'm sure accelerated the ball a little bit, but still, great awareness. You make the challenge, recognize that there was no one back there, that if he got a favorable pinch, no one was going to be able to stop it, and that's exactly what happened. This one is wide open, and then as soon as I say it, Balaki does eventually get there in time.
I'm gonna say with hindsight being perfectly 2020, perhaps it wasn't the best call to have the third being going for it, but they respected the call and there was communications and they trusted it. That is important. Kitagawa, hello, flying from off of the screen, and that is 89 seconds off the board and 2 in for the Warriors.
High impact offense. That is what Wilson is all about. And if James Clemens isn't able to control that by keeping their pressure, those are the kind of plays that we will see time and time again that Wilson is capable of punishing any opponent with. 2-0, a well-deserved two-goal lead right now. Still plenty of time, but the tides have turned in favor of Wilson. Yet again, we're walking ourselves closer and closer to a Game 7.
Now, what I've loved to see from the Jets last game is you talked about it. They climbed that crawl. They earned the right to play offense last game. It's now been the flip side. The Warriors have earned that right as that was dangerous. A demo coming through, but it's still going to be pushed on. Balake has the demo, has the goal, and bites the lead in half.
And yet again, confusion on the back line. Now, it was not helped by that demo by the James Clemens player. That was pretty crucial, but still, the fact remains that Wilson found themselves in that situation and once again was unable to get themselves out of that situation. James Clemens scores. I feel like we're getting towards that definition of insanity point where James Clemens just keeps trying the same thing, but they don't need to expect something different to happen because the same thing has happened time and time again.
That is where you have to be careful, especially on a demo hunting team. As you saw, Quiddify had an opportunity, but he didn't have enough boost to follow it up. And so the ball's sitting at this midfield line. A big touch from Quiddify. He's got Kitagawa waiting for it near post. That one going a bit too high. Kitagawa finds it, but that is a big time clear. Now racing the other way is Crafty. A shot coming on, and that needs to be an epic save, and just in time is Quiddify. This Savior medal looking a lot better right now, defending the 1-goal lead as they rock back and forth, back and forth.
Quiddify, that is the kind of heroics that we need.
There it is!
Locking this one in. That's 3-1. Quiddify is rewarded for that defensive prowess with a goal for his name.
He has the crown. My liege, take your save and your goal as we bow in his presence, basking in the golden glow of the goal explosion. It's 3-1.
Oh, beautiful. 2 minutes left, and Foof, I am even more confident in a Game 7 right now. This has flipped back and forth, and this goes back to what I said yet again. This series, this format, this best of 7 will go to the team that can adapt the best to their team, to their opponent's play style. The problem is the team that has adapted has just adapted for one game, and it just flips back and forth. Wilson are walking their way. They're about, 100 seconds away from a Game 6 victory with this 2-goal cushion. They're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, but they can't fall into complacency.
Now I have a question. Is it a tug-of-war battle, a pull, or is it more of two beings pushing against each other, seeing who can lose that? Because I feel like tug-of-war is so momentum-driven, where it's a stalemate.
Off that corner. Kitagawa can't get a touch there.
It's there.
If I can. That one's on target. Great save by Balaki. Won't make a difference, though, for the scoreline, but does make their job a little bit easier in case they are able to find enough momentum to come back. Spider banging this one upfield. Balaki gets his pockets.
Oh, my goodness.
That is number 4 for Wilson. Surely this one has put almost beyond a shadow of a doubt.
That crown will stay on, but hat's being taken off as Quiddify has the hat trick. And I've said it twice this weekend, but I'll say it again. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time moments, and that is a big-time moment to almost make an seemingly insurmountable lead.
Oh, the top of Balaki, Kitagawa. Oh, man, do it. Oh, 0 boost. All right, not quite enough to get to that ball. Spider underneath. Open goal there for James Clemens, but no one's able to get on the end of it. Crafty showed up very, very late and didn't get any sort of a meaningful touch on it. Quiddify now. Far left side wall, 0 boost, committing to this play. I do like to see it, but I don't want to see him sticking to this for too long. That said, 3-goal cushion, they can pretty much afford to make those gambles and not worry just in case it doesn't pay off.
Man, this game heading into it felt so different. It looked like the Jets had wrestle control finally. The Warriors woken up, and I'll hearken it to it again. The Warriors have come out to play. They are finding the back of the net, and Kitagawa getting another dish from his teammate Quiddify.
This one is going to be a banger of a Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot wait. Oh, James, this is yet again going to be about whether or not the Warriors can maintain their momentum and whether or not the Jets are able to wipe this game from their memory, find that ability that they had in all of those fantastic wins throughout the series, pull from that experience they had, and take it through to Game 7.
Game 7, win and go on, lose and go home, and this is where you see this Wilson A Warriors team thrive. 12 shots on the offensive end, only allowing the 4 in return, and that's huge.
That is huge. I mean, look at the save total as well. 7 saves for
Only
Clemens
7.
and 3 for Wilson, also indicative of a team that is pinned back in their own half. It's not necessarily because they're defensive gods, which obviously they are.
They are.
We've seen some high-flying saves, but it's indicative of a team that has no choice but to make the saves, because if they don't, it's done, and they start with a kickoff with 1 goal, against them. So, oh man, Game 7, let's go.
Hello. So, Lychee, it is a time-honored tradition, as old as time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially Game 7. It is a best of 1. 1 team, 1 chance, 1 moment to move on in this series. The shades are on. Guns are not out, but most importantly, the teams are showing out, Lychee. And oh my God, we are ready to roll.
This has got to feel like a grand final for both of these teams, because it is, throughout the rest of this day, it is win or go home. Right now, it's win or go home, but the win just takes them to the semifinal. Oh my God! What? These teams have fought so hard. It's been so evenly matched. It's almost a shame that we're seeing this match happen this early. Well, selfishly, it's not a shame because I love calling it, but it's a shame for the competition that we're seeing it happen this early, because one of these teams has to go home after the end of this next 5-minute period. I genuinely don't know who it's going to be, because it's been so flip-floppy, and that concept of maintaining momentum has applied sometimes, and other times has gone completely out the window. I'm at a complete loss for who to go for here.
Well, you know who you go for? The crowd in attendance. You want to talk about we're really risking taking this one early. I bet this crowd absolutely loves having this one, because we have kicked this series, this tournament, this day 2 off right. It is now only one thing can make it better, and I will test the waters of perhaps a Game 7 overtime with a golden goal.
You will hear some voices that are hoarse today if we get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Game 7. Wilson A going up against James Clemens. 5 minutes to decide who continues through to the semifinal and who goes home.
Who's in, who's out. 6 players who have seen all of the tests, all of the tricks perhaps, but you have to wonder who has the longer sleeves, who might have a card up there. Move is now Spider in control here. Kitagawa off the sidewall, trying to find some more pressure. That's going to be a shot near post, but shut back down. Quiddify has a touch, but it's not going to be on. Balake misses here. Near post play. That's off the post, but he's made the friend with it. He was abused in games 1 and 2, but they finally got that relationship all mended.
Just chips in off the inside as well. Man, Balaki's going to be kicking himself. He didn't get that clearance off of that back wall, and Spider simply wasn't there because he was expecting the clearance. So trust in your teammates kind of has to go both ways in terms terms of like you trust, but sometimes you get punished if you trust too much. Kitagawa taking this one down.
Oh my goodness.
Like pass over the top, and copy paste was coming in, lurking outside of the box. Now Quitify in a dangerous position. James Clemens knocking at the door. There we go. Great clearance from Kitagawa, clearing it and calling it very early as well. That's exactly the kind of communication that you expect from a championship-winning team, much less a team that
going to
needs
semifinals.
Exactly. Just make it out of a quarterfinal stage.
Well, one of these teams trying to stamp their way into the next round. It has been a battle. It has been bloody. It's been dirty. It's been gorgeous. I could throw at least one Thesaurus at this freaking series, and we still wouldn't have enough adjectives to describe what it has been, but it is still on. Another pressure coming through, but a Herculean effort again from Quitify to keep it at a 1-0 game.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Wilson. There have already been a couple situations where the ball has been a little bit dicey, bouncing around inside of their box. But they have been very quick to deal with it with the communication and the actions. This shows progress, and progress is good.
Progress is certainly good, but both teams progressing to the midfield, Leachy. No one has control. I feel like it's a contested hard point, you know? They don't have time to capture it all the way as it's dancing back and forth on the field, up and down and up and down. Into the corner we go, but immediately cleared. Back to the midfield line. Quitify. Pressure on... I don't know if no, it is credited with a shot as that one was the slow roller, but saved and pushed out to midfield. Crafty up high. He's got Balake. Balake wants to sign off on it, but Kitagawa slamming the door shut.
Quitify. Huge clearance turns into, well, it was hoping for a pass from Kitagawa. Unfortunately, Crafty stood in the way of that opportunity. Wow, great 50 as well. Spider up here to try and block it downwards to make anything dangerous, but couldn't get a piece of it. Balake, though, 6 boost, but will commit. A bit of a weak shot, and that's fine. Quitify will clear this away. The tables had almost turned. That was almost Kitagawa getting that underside of the car. Redirect! Oh! What? The skinniest angle you could possibly imagine. Quitify makes it 2.
We call it the credit card as he's able to just slice right over top of the defender, kissing it with the tires and just... gone 2-0 at halftime.
Flipping away from the ball as well. Those are my favorite. Like the understanding of the physics engine of this game. I love to see that. Wow,
oh
Kitagawa!
My goodness, Kitagawa!
Put the series away yourself, why don't you?
Now that is a moment you might have heard some hammers being driven against wood. But you have to wonder, we have seen this Jet squad come back from multiple goals. They can score quickly, but an exclamation point like that, it is a moral boost for sure.
The series is not disappointing. We have just under half of this game left to play. Quitify, decent 50.
Good
Spider
pinch.
with the pinch. That one's off the corner wall, banging clear from Kitagawa. I really, really like how Wilson have readjusted how they deal with dicey situations on defense. I genuinely think that's the majority of the reason, not necessarily why they're winning, but why they haven't been scored on is because they have demonstrated a complete shift in how they control those situations.
And it's like they never felt like they were out of control entirely. It was just, you know, they didn't know the language perhaps the manual was in. And they finally have got it to click here. And again, it's adjustment, readjustment, punch, counter punch. And now the Jets on the back foot and only 95 seconds left to make something happen because they are down 3 and possibly going to be pushed out of this tournament.
Here's a question as well for Wilson. Do you lock things up on defense? Do you not commit on offense anymore because of that 3-goal cushion and bank on James Clemens not being able to put something together on offense? Or do you put the pedal to the metal and commit to the offensive side of things? Things you need to get careful here because now you let one go. The momentum is on James Clemens' side.
I don't want to say I have seen a 3-goal lead evaporate against this very team. Oh, baby, we got a kickoff lining up here, but it's not the dreadful kickoff. It's going to be very important here for the Jets to find something, but Quitify slamming it into the corner, having control, just continuing, trying to milk this clock, pass off the backboard here, trying to find something, but that's immediately pushed back out. 60 seconds left, only down 2, possibly only down 1, but Kitagawa there to put it back.
Great save. Quitify clears this one away. Kitagawa is up playing the part of poacher here on the Rocket League pitch, but leaves that ball behind him. No big deal. 45 seconds, just bleed away the clock. That's all you need to do. Balaki, wow, what a flick, not quite on target. Kitagawa will knock this one away. This one's off the backboard. Oh, can't come in, can Spider. This one is missing just over the top. Balaki, here's the pressure. It's coming a little bit too late in the game for my liking, but at the very least,
redirect.
Trying to make
Redirect.
this one work.
Oh my God!
What a
Oh
touch!
my goodness!
22 seconds left. That's how to get yourself back into the game.
What a pass, a setup from Crafty, the finishing touch from Spider, and Balake could have got to it, but it didn't matter. That is a way to do it, and 22 seconds left. We might have OT. Come on, UNA crowd. Let's hear it now for Game 7.
This one's already dangerous. Knocked sky high there for Wilson. Spider has to be careful with how he deals with this one. Final 15 seconds. Copy paste, can't get that backflip touch. Quidify sending it towards the goal.
That's
over the top of
That's
Crafty.
it. That's
That's
it.
gotta be it. That's a 2-goal lead now for Wilson. Things getting dire for James Clemens.
7 seconds left. Again, staring down a loaded gun. Momentum had been wrestled away. That was 2 unanswered, and it seemed like the Jets had it. But again, Quidify does it again. Ice in the veins, and that Dominus in control.
Missed kickoff there. The timer ticks down. I do believe that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be Wilson A heading through to the semifinal. James Clemens put up an incredible fight, but it just was not enough there towards the end of Game 7.
I mean, I am in awe, Leachy.
Oh.
We got Game 4.
Yes, we did. We sure got Game 4, Foof. You know what else we got? 5, 6, and
7.
7. Oh.
7, folks, and it goes the distance. It's a beautiful series, and it's almost a dichotomy of the series itself. A wrestle of control, finding offensive in spurts, and then having answers. And guess what? Punch, counterpunch. And the counterpunch is the one that seals the deal here.
What I'm really excited about is that you and I get to continue this saga even further because Wilson A was our Screamer match yesterday.
Yep.
And it was our Screamer match today, so hopefully we see them move even further. And I meant what I said before. I really think either one of those two teams could have gone all the way to the grand finals.
Mm-hmm.
I think on principle, if I feature on the desk later, I kind of have to stick to this now. I think we will see Wilson A in the grand finals.
Well, you heard it here first, folks, but we have the lineup here for the first semifinals. You have the Golden Eagles of Athens High School going up against this Wilson A Warriors squad.
They will be a little bit later on in this broadcast. We need to go to a quick break before we bring you 2 more quarterfinal matches. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around. You are not going to miss any of this Rocket League action.
Okay, sounds great. You here, Alpha?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. You get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was you were in the middle of your turn. Is that right?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
Holy cannoli. What a series we just got to witness. Wilson A 4, James Clemens 3. By far the best match of the entire weekend so far, Bepic.
I mean, well, that's a given if we get to game 5, which we did. And like we've said, then we got 6 and 7 as well. That was so much fun to watch. I felt privileged to get to sit in the crowd and watch that one. I know that the three of us were watching it at the very end together. That was just a blast from start to finish. The adjustments, the team plays, the solo effort, Kitagawa. Oh my word.
Yeah. Kitagawa is a player I want to talk about later, but Volts, got to get your reaction to what we just witnessed.
I hate that it's single elimination because now one of those teams, of course, being James Clemens, is done for the tournament. And I really believe that both of those teams are top 4 teams in this tournament. Would love to see more of them. But again, as Bepic said, privileged to see 7 games on a weekend where we've been consistently seeing sweeps.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just jump right into everything that we saw. Kitagawa, obviously, Bepic, as you mentioned, huge player for Wilson, absolutely stepped up to the plate. Is Kitagawa the best player that we have seen so far this weekend?
Individually, yes. Kitagawa, I mean, I started writing down plays, like significant plays that Kitagawa was making. 2 flip reset goals in game 1, 50-50 dunk that went straight in game 2, dropped 1,000 points in game 4, was the difference maker for Wilson. But the Quitify Kitagawa dynamic throughout that entire series was critical to their success. So many times their transitions into offense were passes center, whether it was Kitagawa there or Quitify there, that connected, and then they both can send missiles towards net.
Is Kitagawa the most mechanical player in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen anyone else really land that many flip resets consistently.
Yeah, I think maybe the only objection I could see is I think it's Hiroki for Bob Jones. We haven't seen a whole lot of them. Obviously, 2 double taps in the first couple of games. Obviously, very impressive. But I think I have to agree, Kitagawa has been just lights out so far. Volts, Kitagawa plus Quitify. Best duo that we have seen so far.
I saw the UNA Twitter call them Jordan and Pippen, and I absolutely love that there. Again, I mean, a true duo there. And I mean, don't count out copy paste. It might not show up on the scoreboard, but does the job that needs to get done, make some of the touches that don't necessarily get credited for, you know, the big pass plays or the big goals, but does a consistent enough job to allow those two to really play the way they want to.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that can be really overlooked by what copy paste did on the pitch is just break up a lot of potential James Clemens counterattacks. They didn't get a whole lot of actual ball touches, but the fact that they committed to a play that probably was that was directed to them by Kitagawa or Quitify, the fact that they just went for it, got in the face of a James Clemens player, and broke up a potential counterattack, sent the ball into the corner so everybody else could get back. That dedication to playing that role, hugely undervalued and really deserves a lot more credit.
I'm going to quote myself talking to Volts during that series. Copy paste just has to go. And copy paste went a lot of the times. Yeah, the 4-point game, the 6-point games, those were both Wilson losses because he got a little hesitant at times. But the 4 games that they won, copy paste filled his role perfectly. I mean, obviously a lower rank than his 2 teammates, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with being a lower rank than your 2 teammates. There is something wrong with not playing your role on the team. Copy paste never really fell out of his position on the team. That's why Wilson is advancing and why James Clemens is eliminated.
I would agree. And again, a big factor for these games. Obviously, they play Athens in the semifinals later on today. Athens and their coach in the stands for the entire series. They got being loud, but also got to see 7 games worth of that game plan. And when you run a real 2-1 with, of course, copy paste being the 3rd man back, and Quitify and Kitagawa up front there. I mean, it's something to game plan against. So I'm interested to see in a couple hours how Athens is really prepared mentally and what game plan they'll work moving it later on into the day.
Yeah, this win going to be obviously a huge boost for Wilson. Weren't necessarily in the top 4 of the seeds, but they've impressed us enough game after game, series after series, that they're continuing to get better and improve over the course of the entire weekend. I think it's also worth noting that this team only came together a couple of weeks ago.
That's crazy.
Like, James Clemens has one of the more established esports programs out of the schools that are here this weekend. Wilson, according to what I was told, was only put together 3, maybe 4 weeks ago. Most these players haven't been playing together for very long. Copy Paste hasn't been playing the game at all until just very recently. So it's got to be like a huge achievement for this team to come from nothing just a month ago and be able to make top 4 in this tournament.
Mad respect. I mean, their synergy, it started out rocky. I mean, playing Bob Jones, you're obviously going to have a rocky start no matter how good you are. But the last 2 series that Wilson has played, the synergy has just grown and grown Volts. I mean, like I just talked about, Copy Paste filling his role on the team, and then Kitagawa and Quitify, that dynamic duo was so much fun to watch.
And they only get better. That was the thing as the series went on, and especially into Game 7. Yes, Game 7 was close with, Wilson pulling away at the end, but they looked the most comfortable in Game 7, which is so difficult to do because the pressure's on in Game 7, and that auditorium, again, we were near the back. That auditorium is packed, and it's extremely loud. So the fact that they were able to keep their wits about them and stay calm and composed and fill their roles perfectly to a T in Game 7 really impresses me.
It's worth noting too that on the opposite side, James Clemens put up one heck of a fight. They had the lead in the series twice, and after dropping that first game, which could have been a hit, they fought back wonderfully. Even in Game 7, down 3-0 with just a little over a minute remaining, and they bring it back to a 1-goal game with like 20 seconds left, and still looked to be threatening that they could potentially send us to Game 7 OT. It was a phenomenal fight from them from the very beginning until the very end.
A player I want to highlight is Balake on the side of James Clemens, and that's not biased because my name's Blake as well, but I really truly loved what he was doing all throughout that series. Their midfield reads and their offensive zone reads, I mean, a lot of their goals weren't flashy at all. They were just simple reads, picking off what Kitagawa was trying to do. Like there was one goal that sticks out in my mind where Kitagawa is catching the ball, about to go up the sidewall with it, and Balake is already on the sidewall, intercepts the ball, puts it on target, and there's no one left because no one on the side of Wilson is expecting Kitagawa to get dunked that hard on the sidewall. Just phenomenal reads is what kept them in, and it was a full team effort as well. I think their scoreboard was so evenly distributed all throughout that series.
Was Balake the key player for James Clemens there and making sure that this went to 7?
Especially in the midfield. I would highlight him, but specifically in that mid-third there, really did a great job of keeping possession in the zone when they needed to on offense, and also contesting a lot of the counterattacks in the midfield. Sometimes even if you can't find a touch, just appearing that you're going to have a touch, or even if it's an errant touch, just enough to slow down the impending counterattacks, especially when you're looking at Kitagawa, who wants to be up for those solo plays in transition.
Personally, I thought Lars hit on the spot when he said that Spider was going to be a key player as well. I thought Spider showed up really early. He was involved in, I think, all of the goals in the first 2 games for James Clemens, and I lost track at that point, but I'm sure there was just so much going on. It was hard to keep track of everything, but so many goal involvements from Spider early on to make sure that James Clemens could fight back early and make sure that this series went the distance. Everybody really on the pitch played a huge role in usually very different ways, but that's what we wanted to see, was 2 teams who maybe had different styles, different levels, but when it came down to the crucial moment, they went blow for blow.
They definitely did. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Spider, Kraft, and Balake all had like the same amount of goals, same amount of assists, because it was so even. And the trust is something else that I noticed between those 3. It seemed like every time they were in the corner, there was always someone center, no matter what, ready to receive a pass. And a lot of the times that pass got through, and that's where a lot of their goals came from. It's the reads in the midfield and those corner passing plays. I have so much respect for James Clemens, and it brings a tear to my eye to be sending them home in quarters.
Yeah, that's difficult. The 5th through 8th finish for them when, again, in reality, probably top 4 talent in this tournament. And, Wilson A and Athens both secured a top 4 finish at minimum. And, again, we'll come back to those games later today to see who's headed to the grand finals. But, hey, Wash, I believe we have another contest on deck here.
Yes, we do. There's just so much going on. I love to talk so much more about that match. But we do have Hartzell versus Brooks getting into the upper half of this the single elimination bracket we've got going on. Hartzell, of course, the number 3 seed heading into this entire tournament. Brooks having to fight through Wilson B and then losing to Athens. That loss still ended up securing them their spot in this next round. But who do you have your eyes on for this next matchup? We'll start with Volts.
Yeah.
This is difficult. This really is difficult because I expected if we were going to get a Game 7, I thought this would be the matchup that we get a Game 7 out of here. So now I'm questioning all of my predictions for today. But I think the ball falls into Brooks's court here. Again, different road than some of these teams to get to this position. And I think if anyone still has a question mark around them, it's this squad.
Brooks did not look bad against Athens. And I mean, Hartzell, it's tough to really jump on their bandwagon because we only got to see one series of theirs where they swept Lauderdale in pretty convincing fashion. So I, like with a lot of the underdog stories today, want to see how Brooks starts off. I think that'll tell a really important tale for how the rest of the series goes.
Perfect. Quick predictions. Volts, who you got?
You know, give me Hartsdale in 6. I feel like there will be a couple games. I think Brooks maybe early is able to take 1 or 2 games, but I think Hartsdale, with the convincing win over Lauderdale earlier in the tournament, I think they'll ride that momentum to a win.
I was going to say Hartsdale in 6. Hartsdale in 6.
You know what? I'll take Hartsdale in 6 as well. Last time the desk was unanimous. We had a banger series. We were all correct.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna put my money in that basket. That will continue to be a trend for us. Give us Hartsdale in 6, but we fully expect Brooks to put up one heck of a fight. And maybe this match will live up to the expectations of the last one. We've got the lobby and the casters ready, so we'll send it to inside the stadium where we're going to get right into the action.
And welcome back into the arena here for our next matchup. Very exciting. Hartzell and Brooks. I'm super excited for this one. I'm super excited to be here with Foof, the man himself. Had a lot of time to try to get this set up, and we're so glad we got to have this opportunity here. Foof, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and/or dreams?
Oh my God, he did it in person too. But most importantly, it's so cool to be in person with you doing it here. But finally, it's so cool to be doing this right here for these 6 esports athletes, for these students, for these families, these parents, these coaches, this staff. It's everything. It's so exciting, and now we have the battle of the jungle. We've got the Lions and we've got the Tigers as they're joining in, and we're getting underway pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that's a pretty quick turn.
Yeah.
Got us a little off kilter, but I'm excited to see how this goes. Real quick, as we get this first kickoff of the game, predictions.
I predict that it's going to be a series, Lars. I have no real expectations for this one. This was the one that I was hoping could go the distance earlier when I was on the desk, and we've already had the game go the distance.
Well, early pressure here out of Hartzell as they are able to get the ball downfield off the kickoff. This one sent back across the middle. A little bit of struggle on the clear as Whiff throws that one back up. They can't quite keep it in the shooting lane, though. It's bounced across a couple of quick times. We need to see them capitalize on that as Brooks has struggled to get this ball clear of the zone.
Well, Hartzell here in the goal trying to make something happen. The ball resting at midfield. An awkward spot here. Pushing forward here is Brooks, but another big challenge, keeping it bouncing back and forth, back and forth. Right now the game's kind of slowed down. Both of these teams very tentatively pushing forward, not wanting to overstep or overreach, just kind of feel forward before they walk.
You know, that's something, it's kind of a cliche in the casting world that gets talked about a lot, is that feeling out period, but I haven't heard it yet in this tournament, so I'm going to be the one to claim it. Is a lot of series.
I alluded to it.
Okay. A lot of series, you have that feeling out period, especially in game number 1, and depending on the skill level, it depends on how long that period is going to last. But that's definitely what we're seeing here. I'm hoping as time goes on, we'll see these players step up that level of aggression. Here's a good opportunity across the middle. Well touched away to keep this one safe and scoreless. 1 minute and 20 seconds gone. Another opportunity bouncing in, but not a follow-through. Need to see that aggression step up just a little bit more.
One opportunity arising once again as this team in orange continuing to bask on the offensive side. Hey, Tony, waiting for it here. That's a dangerous play as that one bounces back across the net. None the wiser as now it's a dangerous touch, but B-Dog sees a hole in the defense to make it a 1-0 game.
I think there's a little bit inevitable here. You spend enough time on the back foot, you put enough shots on the net. Sooner or later, you're going to find it. B-Dog well touched over the top. Well timed. Great read off that wall to give the first goal of our best of 7 here.
Opening the scores here, just about. 97's off the board. Feeling pretty confident in game 1. It's still slower pace here. Both these teams just kind of taking it as it comes, and I'm wondering which team is going to try and force it into their own hand. That can be good or bad, but right now, feeling confident is this Hartzell team.
One of the things I like about this is there's no panic. right? You know, that's the flip side of not having that level of aggression is you don't see players out here panicking. You see them catching the ball, trying to control the ball up the field. They're not throwing it away, and that's huge. It's something that teams yesterday struggled with a little bit back and forth is things started to kind of break down. They started to just throw themselves at the ball, throw the ball upfield without real concern about where it was going and what's going to happen next. And so far, both these teams, calm, cool, collected.
Well, opportunity is what comes out of chaos, most likely both of these teams not wanting to be the team in that chaos. And so, again, just a moment where both of these teams have kind of rested back and forth. A double commit there on the side of Brooks. And you need to be careful here. If you are the Lions, that's a pass off the backboard. B-Dog already has one to his name, trying to find a second. Hey, Tony catching up to this one, but not able to find it. Whiffs, going near post and trying to find a teammate as that is a double commit, but they can't find the mark. Now, once again, Brooks slowing it down here. B-Dog has control after that big demo, but not a lot falling forward with. Finding it past one. He's got a teammate on top of it here, and just an awkward spot to be in still. Brooks under siege right now, bouncing off the sidewall, slowing it back down a touch midfield, but it's once again resting in the corner. Two demos perhaps exactly what they need. B-Dog finds a pass, but now it's going the other way. Hey, Tony catching up to this one, having to say, oh, careful on that one, as that's a dangerous play here, as this likes to go the other way, but Brooks unable to take advantage of it.
Man, so far we saw a lot of pressure on the Brooks end of the field as as the Tigers were able to bring tons and tons of pressure, and it started to slack off a little bit. Brooks did a much better job getting clear of the zone. They just can't maintain the offensive pressure the other way. A couple of good shooting opportunities, but a couple of opportunities isn't going to cut it here. Still only one goal separating these two teams. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock as we see Brooks driving up the field and looking to pick up an opportunity, but just a little bit out of reach. Quick to challenge, great follow, and way to not allow that free clear back the other way.
You know, I just feel like we're at a strange impasse right now. 1-0 never feels good either side. You're down, or you're either like, oh man, this is a lead that's going to evaporate.
Right on the edge right there.
It's gone. And so, Hartzell, I think they're uncomfortably comfortable right now. You know, I think they're not trying to rest on this lead, but how they've been forced to play, they're having to play as if they're resting on it. They're trying offensive push. They've had a couple opportunities. Just, it's been such a good job by Brooks to kind of maintain this awkward pressure at midfield and his presence to keep the ball moving around. There's a shot coming on. That's going to bounce off, and that is Hey Tony denied by the post 1, 2, 3 times.
30 seconds left on the clock, and what's been a fairly even matchup, at least on the scoreline. I'm still really liking the level of pressure we've seen out of Hartzell, and we need to see Brooks step that up the other way. And the one thing, you know what I'm going to say, demos. Love to see those demos. They can be so huge and disrupting. That Hartzell rotation in front of the net has been so solid to keep that pressure on. And Hartzell themselves using those demos. 8 seconds left on the clock. Offensive opportunity here for Brooks as even a backup throws one in. Lur trying to keep this one in front of the net. Panic in the corner. One last shooting opportunity cleared away. And that one still kept up. We may see this actually end up the other way. Shot on the other way. There's number 2 on the 0-second goal.
With RL, we're going to have to report you because you're not living up to the name. You hit the ball into the back of the net, making it a 2-0 affair for game number 1, and that's going to go by way of Hartzell.
Well, a great showing early on here. We saw that speed, we saw that pace pick up a little bit later in the game. That's kind of what we asked for, is say, hey, get your time to feel out the other team, figure out what's working, what's not, but then get aggressive, get up in the face, and we definitely saw that out of Hartzell. Lots of big demos on the backside. Low shooting game, however, 3 shots on the side of Hartzell, 1 on Brooks. I'd like to see both teams look to generate some more opportunities there down the field, get in front of the net, get in that shooting lane, and really try to hammer that one home.
Well, you know, it was like a defensive performance, but it wasn't like a statistical defensive performance. It was a pressure game, and so I was really proud of both the squads making the adjustments, trying to find the times and find the plays. But offenses were a little bit cold. Throw them in the microwave. We got more games.
We got plenty of time. Best of 7 long series, minimum 4 games here for these teams to hash it out.
We get game 4.
We get game 4.
Honestly, that's why we changed the rules, because we were starved of game 4s yesterday, so we had to guarantee game 4s today. So, you know, I'll take that.
Sometimes
I voted
you just got to put your thumb a little on the scale. That's all it is. No, it was a lot of fun seeing them kind of develop and change up. And you're right, it was a defensive game. And low shooting can be attributed a lot to the defense, their ability to keep that shooting lane clear. And anytime anything started to develop, bringing pressure towards that offense. Even if you don't get the ball clear down the field, you can at least continue to be in their face and not give them any free lanes to the net. Both teams doing a very good job of that, but someone's got to find a way to crack that open. And I've already said it, bumps, demos, disrupt both teams doing good rotationally disrupt those rotations.
I understand you just want to see cars go boom, Lars. And it makes me happy too. But I actually enjoy a nice bump right under the demolition speed, right underneath Supersonic, because it's so much more. It's so heartbreaking because all of a sudden you're out of position, and if you get demoed, you're 2 seconds and you're back in the game. But no, you're just thrown off to the ceiling and sit reeling, and it's just.
I would tend to agree there. I'd much rather be demoed than bumped. Bumps drive me absolutely insane. That's part of the game here is the mental aspect of bumps and demos and using that physicality to get in your opponent's head. People get frustrated because it works. And if you can get in your opponent's head, you can develop this area where now you don't even need to make contact. You threaten the physical play. You threaten the bump, threaten the demo. And now instead of focusing on the play, instead of focusing on the ball, your opponent's looking at you and what are you going to do to get in their face. So if you can establish a good physical game early, you can really take advantage of it later in the series.
Well, establishing dominance is what both of these teams want to do. We have a 1-0 scoreline right now, but it wasn't like going out in a witness me moment. It was more of a tentative kind of taking what was given to them. And that's all you have to do. One goal will win the game, getting it back, and a nice 0-second goal to carry that momentum forward. But my question is to Brooks is what they can have kind of cooking up in the oven to answer.
It's going to be speed and aggression. I hate to say it, but it's, again, broken record over here is speed and aggression is going to be the key moving forward without losing the consistency. That's something I liked out of both teams here is we talked about it all day yesterday, talked about it all day today so far. Consistency is king. And both these teams were very consistent in their play style. They were consistent in their accuracy and their touches. Now if we just get them to do that faster. We're going to be in a better place.
Well, the big thing that's really scary about speed is if you make mistakes, you go further.
Yes.
9 times out of 10. If you go for the air, you go for an aerial that you're trying to be a good aggressive on, and all of a sudden you're on your offensive end, and you go up into the air, and you're like, uh-oh, and all of a sudden you're just upside down looking at the play.
Good luck, guys. I'll be back in a little while. Game number 2, 5 minutes on the clock. We're underway. Hartzell holding the lead and the advantage here in this series, but plenty of time left for Brooks to make the comeback and show us maybe another game number 5, 6, 7. Who knows? As Brooks looks to make their first solid team offensive attack up the field.
Well, game 2 is the first and foremost method right now for both of these squads to try and find an answer. Is B-Dog Lightyear styling and profiling going down the field on 2 wheels as Whiff putting it back up into the sky, trying to find some control here. Quick touch, putting it back midfield is Lur. That's going to set up a shot, but it's put high. Another one following through as B-Dog Lightyear finds the demo, but not the ball. Alteza has control. Loses that control in the corner. Lur, backboard play here, but it's immediately snuffed out by Whiff, and he's going to be able to control it. A double commit on the defensive side. You have to be careful there if you are this Tiger team because you don't want to push too far, too aggressively, especially when you have teammates backing you up.
So far, we asked for more speed and aggression. Every time we do, it just gets just a touch, just a hair faster, a hair quicker. So I'm just going to keep asking for it. And eventually, this is going to be the fastest game of Rocket League you've ever seen. But very even so far. Just over a minute gone, and both teams spending about the same amount of time in the offensive end. Maybe a slight hair of an advantage to Hartzell, but much better showing, I think, as far as evening out the offense on both sides of the ball. And this is where I miss having the eye up, dude, is knowing exactly the numbers of how much time, what the percentage is, but still directionally well done.
I think a very important thing is Rocket League faster every time there's a car on the screen. And we'd just be going absolutely insanely quick. But right now, 90 seconds off the board. And again, both offenses haven't found the back of the net. But hey, Tony, seeing through the mix, seeing through the smoke, finds the goal.
B-Dog Lightyear, huge 50-50 to set this one up, and then continues across. Hey, Tony, recognizing the opportunity to get in there just before any of the opponents can. Well played out of Hartzell to pick up their first goal and their third of the series. 94 seconds gone. That's reminiscent of game number 1. It's about the same timeline. We need Brooks to change something up fast.
Well, you know, it's only down 1 still. So much time left. But there was the exact same thinking.
Eat your words.
I will eat my words as I will say hey to Tony as he waves to the back of the net. So much time left, but when you don't find challenges, you don't find pressure, you find goals for the other team.
Beautiful read out of the corner there, out of Whiff, and that's so difficult to do. The corner can be disturbingly hard to read where that ball is going to come out. It seems to have a bit of a mind of its own, but Whiff doing an excellent job of kind of slowing it down, managing their boost feathering to keep themselves in a position to take the read wherever it goes.
Oh, my goodness.
Set up, great attack, and now Whiff picks up one of their own, 3-0 in favor of Hartzell.
Teeing off, is that the pass in midfield, a bit ill-advised at worst, and hopeful at best, as that left it in the mix, and it's turned back towards their end, and Hartzell up by 3 with 3:09 left.
There's a time and a place for that midfield pass. We saw it in that last series. There was a beautiful play, and I wish we had a board to draw on and we could show it, but just a little bit too on the defensive back foot for that kind of play. There's another opportunity for a whiff. Look at that double touch off the post. Doesn't quite find it, and the attack continues as Tony looking to pass one in and share some of the love.
Once again, building here as Alteza pass down, waiting to find something here, but a quick clear. B-Dog looking for a teammate here. Whiff, trying to get creative here, but Lur shutting it down. Past 10 midfield, slowing down Alteza. He's got one to his right, one to his left. He's flanked by 2 teammates to push forward, but yet losing control. Cresting the midway point. Lur waiting for it here. B-Dog coming off the wall early means he loses control, but it's pushed right back into his nose, and so he flips the field with 12 boost to follow, puts the shot. Oh, and he caught him on all 4 wheels, and it's a 4-0 game.
Whiff showing up with, I believe that's their second goal, of the match. And that's just catching a quick transition here. Those transition games, so important. Both these teams did really well early on with their rotations, but if you can catch a team in transition, they're not going to have time to set up that defensive rotation. It's a great time to try to strike. Everyone's backwards, everyone's awkward. It's going to give a great opportunity for them to set up a strike, and obviously Hartzell able to capitalize.
Opportunity rising here. Tony, he's had so many
They were looking for the
plays
pinch.
as he was trying to find a teammate and, actually building teamwork as they had 2 cars meeting at that midfield line. They're trying to find it and answer as that one pushes back off the back with no pinch. And so 2 pinch, no pinch, pinch, blue pinch. But no one can find an answer as we're looking to get something going here, Lars.
Whiff. Driving in, beats 2, and Alteza makes the step up to clear that one away. I've seen a lot of patience out of Alteza, and I really like to see that. On the defensive plays, staying home, and on the clears, keeping the ball close to their car, and at least forcing a 50, if not getting it beat past.
Yep, he was home alone, but certainly had the traps ready to keep the defense and offense at bay. It's now, Tony, midfield once again. He's been the recipient of passes, now trying to share the sugar. As I've said it before, B-Dog, a light year being so far ahead, able to put that one in.
Just said, there's a time and a place for that center pass. This is it. Beautiful execution. Tony off the wall, great control, and B-Dog. The communication, the coordination for these teams, that is key. That is so excellent to watch them be able to execute that. Love some infield passes. I know I'm the demo guy, but if you talk about offense, infield passes, the move.
Well, my thing is, Lars, you said it's time and a place. That place was the exact same spot. It went to the same spot. So the place was right, just the timing was off.
Same spot, different team. That's the key, is if you're slightly over midfield. I'm not going to have this debate
right now. We're sitting at a 5-0 game as Hartzell feeling good, feeling confident as they're rolling perhaps to a 2-0 lead. 60 seconds left, and it is all up to this Brooks squad to try and not go bump into the day. They need to find one here or something to hold on to and wrestle momentum back.
So far, better offensive opportunities out of Brooks, but less consistency on the defense means Hartzell with a huge advantage. And in this last 90 seconds, you know what I say, it's the magic 90 seconds. When you have that, that's a beautiful shooting opportunity out of Lur. Not quite there as 2 defenders home to take it away. But when you have that advantage by 2 or 3 goals with 90 seconds to go, it puts so much pressure on your opponents to play overly aggressive. It just opens them up mentally and on the field for so many more opportunities to score goals. Huge advantage for Hartzell right now.
Well, at a game like this where you're down multiple goals, score doesn't matter. As I'm going to say, losing by 6 and losing by 5 isn't the same, but they will not be losing by 5 right now. They're only down by 4.
Beautiful touch there by Lur. Just sitting down, waiting for that ball to come their way. Well-timed flip to take it away, and just a quick transition back the other way. Pushing it. How many times can I say way? Pushing it down into the net. As Brooks, preventing the shutout, building some momentum hopefully for game number 2. Would love to see them at least be the last to score. This game could be a threat there. UNA backup doesn't quite have it, but a great step from Alteza to bail them out and keep this one clear of the net. Final seconds ticking off the clock as that's played down. Unfortunate for Brooks, but they do carry the last goal into the next game. And that could be a momentum shift to hopefully get them off to a better start game number 3.
That is a very optimistic way of looking at it, and I hope for it. I've got the hopium, you know. Got a good breath there, but right now it is a offensive explosion again. 8 shots on the side of Hartzell, only 4. Again, so once you're at that 1-to-2 ratio and you're down 4 goals, it's difficult to play And so I'm having to wonder if we can see Lur step up perhaps, and maybe Alteza, someone somewhere on that blue roster to step up and just kind of like either demos, boost steals, something to mix it all up.
Yeah, it's interesting. Hartzell's shooting percentage was high. 5 goals on 8 shots. That's good.
Above 50.
Yeah, I mean, anything above, I would say 30, 40%, and you're looking at a very solid game. So you have to find a way to disrupt that shooting percentage. Either block more shots or find a way to make those shots more awkward so that you get those registered as shots, but they weren't actually on the net.
Backboard plays.
We're so much. Sonics, their shot and save rate registration is just excellent. But we need to see Brooks find a way to disrupt those shooting opportunities a little bit more.
Well, I think it actually kind of harkens back to their mascot, Brooks, their Alliance. They have to start working as a unit. We see a couple of solo plays or the team gets a bit disjointed at times, especially on the defensive end, where they just kind of spread out after these big commits for challenges, and there's no real backup. And so, you know, a lone lion is a very strong and powerful animal if you or I were standing against it, but in the Serengeti, he is not prepped to be doing a lot of things by themselves.
Yeah, so something to that point, well, I guess not at all to that point, is we saw very solid rotations early on, but as the speed ticked up, it fell off for Brooks. And that is one thing you can do when you have an opponent that was very evenly matched like we saw in game number 1. You can change up speeds. That's not always necessarily faster. Sometimes you want to go faster and then slower and to throw them off. But if you can add that pressure, that added speed makes it very difficult to be consistent in your rotations if you're not used to playing at that speed. And we may be seeing a little bit of that here as Hartzell's able to add that extra pressure to Brooks, and it's making those rotations fall apart a little bit.
Well, I think that as a team kind of feels pressure, you're naturally inclined to do one of 3 things: to give immediate pressure back, to relent, or to stay still. And so I'm hoping they're not caught with a deer in the headlights. I want to see some kind of adjustment, as we've seen their offense got a little bit hotter in that game. You know, didn't only have 3 shots, able to turn it to 4, feel better, and so they're trending upward. It's the airplane, not the helicopter. You know.
Yeah, it's being able to do that across the field, though, right? So they started very solid defensively, but with non-existent offense. They've evened up the offense, not quite even with Hartzell, but they've definitely made huge strides in balancing that one out. They get repeat opportunities. It wasn't just quick one-offs with one player. They were able to bring more pressure. I mean, you saw that goal at the end with Lur was not right on a clear. That was after being down in the zone for a little while. So that's great. Keep that, but also return to game number 1 defense. If you can find a way to balance those out, and this is a very different game.
All right, I want you to play game 1 defense. I want you to play game 2 special teams. I want you to play game 6 defense, and let's ready break. All right, that's the recipe for success.
Can we complicate this more? Or?
No, you know. But really, I think the most important thing is getting back to your Rocket League, not yours, not mine, not the crowd's. What this team specifically thinks, and this is for both of these teams up here, whatever they feel like is their bread and butter, whatever they feel like they're competent in, that's what they need to get to.
We talked about it earlier today. Look good, feel good, play good in that order. Now, look good's a bit of a meme. It's tough to I'm sorry, I can't do it. But the feel good is really important in the play good. And if you're trying to use someone else's play style, like you're saying, you're going to be uncomfortable. You're going to be not on your game. And you really want to be comfortable in how you play. And that's tough to do when you're down in a series. There's an inherent pressure in that, especially in this environment. But if you can find a way to be comfortable and confident in what you want to do by relying on your typical play style, that's going to go a long way to play looser, play more comfortable, and you're going to play better in that environment.
See, Lars, you've listed 2 of my 3 C's. You've got comfort, you've got confidence, but most importantly, you have control. If you can tick those 3 boxes, you're going to be very good, especially on the defensive side in Rocket League. And
the 53 season.
I mean, like, that is a very big globe or a lot of, like, dotted continents with bodies of water in between them. But you just got it, didn't you?
You just wait. You're too quick for me, Poop. I have boxer brain.
It's okay.
Give me a break.
6. But right now we're at a point where we have a bit of technical difficulties, but we're getting things all ironed out. But I think this could be really good for both teams because you have a team rolling high, getting 2 wins back-to-back. And when you get in a point like that where you can be very emotionally invested into a series, it's dangerous because even if you're riding high and having a great series, one mistake, one mess up, and that emotions flip. Whereas on the other side, of course, you're a bit less invested. Now you have time to break, to breathe, to be like, okay, I'm here. It's happened. Let's make something happen.
And, you know, to the flip side of that, for Brooks, it gives you a chance to sit, talk about what went well, what didn't go so well, and have an opportunity to kind of recollect yourself, figure out what you need to do going forward to try to turn this series around.
I'm just kind of racking my brain here what I can try and pinpoint exactly what it can be. but a lot of things we already hit on. It's going to be speed, it's going to be aggression, but I think it's confidence in touches. And it's finding consistent touches and having an idea not only of the 50, of the challenge, or the hit, but beyond. Hey, I am 50ing this to try and set up a pass into the corner. Hey, I am sending this down the field to try and open up a lane to give us boost. It's don't just knock a domino over and go, oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
Have an idea, you know, and it's why Rocket League's so fun.
Oh, yeah. So you touched on something there with the 50-50s. That is something that I've seen it be a little lacking on both sides of the ball, and maybe that's on Brooks for not stepping up a little bit sooner in the midfield. Maybe that's on Hartzell for not driving down and really bringing the pressure all the way to that back wall and really kind of squeezing the life out of Brooks here. I want to see more of that. I mean, I've said it 4 times already. 50-50 is the single most important mechanic in Rocket League. If you can win 50s consistently, you control the entire pace of the game. Because there's nothing your opponent can do if when you are head on, they can't beat you.
I mean, it is, if you can have the magical number of making it a 60-40, or like even a 55-45, like it's immaculate, it's invaluable, but the law of statistics say if you've been winning 50s more than any other team, you have to be careful to start risking it because eventually, Lars, that coin's going to fall on heads.
That's not how statistics work.
Yes,
but as we get into game number 3, Hartzell up 2-0 in the series. Best of 7 underway. Brooks will get the first offensive opportunity. Quickly turn back the other way as this has been the goalie wars. Send it back and forth.
Well, B-Dog, credit for a shot here, but Lars there. A demo from Alteza and interesting back pass here, just kind of resetting, you know, targeting to rugby.
Control beats mindlessly pushing the ball forward. If they want to make control plays, I am all for it.
You know, sometimes like, you know, the least famous football across the seas, passing backwards to go forwards.
Beautiful pinch there to keep this one driven upfield. Now we do see, I know we're asking for a lot of things. Go faster, go slower, more control, get more aggressive.
Hit ball.
Would like to see a little bit more control in that transition. You know, praised Alteza earlier for their slowing down and carrying the ball across instead of just sending it up. And we've seen a lot of on both sides of the ball of, oh, we're defensive, just launch it down the other way. Both teams with wide rotations are just going to return it back the other way.
And they're both having someone in that wing ready to send the volley back. So, you know, almost a game of table tennis. It's not actual tennis, it's going back and forth so quick. There's another trade here for B-Dog, and we see it racing down that sidewall here. This ball pushed on the side. Opportunity here as VHS seeing a Lopen shot as Whiff waits for it and is able to get the save. And so just allowing pressure on the side of this Hartzell squad, and they're trying to find some modicum of control.
Well, this is, I think, the longest stretch of offensive pressure we've seen out of Brooks so far. Doing an excellent job of keeping this contained. Keeping those midfield challenges as there's another one as the pressure continues to mount. But the one thing that's lacking out of this is shots on net. Opportunity over the top. Well met by the defenders. Lacking shots on net. Great job keeping the pressure on. Eventually that's going to wear down Hartzell. But you have to capitalize on it by putting the pressure directly to the net, not just on the general half of the field.
An opportunity rising once again as the Lions trying to poise here on the offensive side of pass. No, wanted to be a shot, but a bit too far. Turns into that pass. Lur missing it here. B-Dog has control for now. He's got the boost stolen from right under him, so he didn't have a lot to push forward. Was kind of banking on that spawn. It doesn't come through as it is yoinked away by a car in blue. Whiff with a very quick turn. Dunks it over too. He needs to stay on top of this here, using a lot of boost to stay around it and stay relevant, but B-Dog slamming the door closed.
That's something Hartzell has done very well. We haven't seen a ton of Hartzell defense, but their goaltending
Demo.
has been excellent. Demo shot opportunity. There it is. Tony with the first of game number 3, but late. 2 minutes, 28 seconds gone. This has been the most competitive match we've seen yet, and I have faith for Brooks to make this comeback.
Tony could not have waited any longer. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that in any other way. He hit it off of the defender. That is the latest point he could have got that goal. I was just, my head was in my hands. I was trying to not to pull my hair out, but they find an answer. And now Brooks looking for the dunk on Teza. Are you kidding me?
Oh, absolutely beautiful. This is why you follow those shots over the top. Waits to get that there and then puts themselves in the perfect position up top where there's nowhere else for that ball to go but in the back of the net. Brooks, huge answer very quickly to that first goal.
Reeling after an uppercut and immediately landing a repository strike. Lars is now both teams deadlocked, one apiece, right past the midway point. You know, both no one wanted to score at halftime, and then it's like, oh, we got to score now.
Well, the floodgates may be open. Altezza with another shot opportunity here, looking for that double off the backboard. That's well cut to the middle, but no one's there to follow this one up, and lots of patience out of the Hartzell defense. Again, yeah, they just got the lights dunked out of them, but in general,
my goodness.
defensive effort, whiff. Excellent job returning back the other way and reclaiming the lead.
That went off Lur.
Oh my goodness.
That went off Lur. I mean, it has the golden trail, but it's pushed off of by Lur, who's trying to find a challenge. It opens the door, and Whiff getting credited for it as he pushes it through to now make it a 2-1 game once again.
Well, we know Brooks can answer back. I think as far as time on offense goes, Brooks has dominated this game, and it means if they can continue to do that, they're going to find better shot opportunities. They are tuning up. They're getting better and better as time goes on. The flip side, Hartzell needs to close this down, or this could sweep the other way.
About 15 seconds ago, I wish I could have screen capped it, because there was a moment where you saw Altezza on the ground and all 4 red cars recoiled. Like they all got afraid of the dunk potential, perhaps, as they saw it before. Is now another shot attempt comes through, but Whiff, this time living up to the name, so he doesn't get the report.
Inside the magic 90 seconds, but without a secured lead, Hartzell has to continue to put the gas on. Altezza, great 50-50, because they're trying to pass this one across. No one's there to sweep it up in time as Lur has to try to make a challenge. Now UNA back up all by themselves on defense and doesn't need to make a touch, but there's a big bump to clear out. Altezza needs to get this one out. UNA backup throws this one up. Altezza opportunity if they can just get that one over B-Dog, but B-Dog does an excellent job of turning around. 60 seconds left.
Altezza! Oh, he was right there near post, but it's not want to cooperate this time, Lars. There would be an addition, probably, you know. Signs of the ball is that one, though. B-Dog Lightyear. I didn't think he had the angle on it, but somehow got the protractor out.
Very reminiscent of the first goal of this series. B-Dog from this low angle on the backside, finding a way to just slide that one in over the defense. A little bit steeper hill to climb, 2 goals down, but I have faith. 2 goals, 48 seconds, very doable. Altezza dominant in the 50 game at the moment.
Yeah, the Hopium is not needed right now, but if they're not careful, it could be needed shortly. As now Hartzell up by 2, as you said, and it is up to this Brooks team to have an answer. Altezza in the air, but a double commit as they are a bit too slow to it, disjointed at points, and that one turned away a golden opportunity. Now gone by the wayside.
That's so unfortunate. No one was home for Hartzell. It was wide open as the ball floated across the middle of the field, but they couldn't get there in time. Lur tries to pass that back to UNA, who just right off the post. Beautiful patience. I love that communication. Continued pressure out of Brooks. I'm still just blown away. I thought Lur was just going to take that shot, but throwing it back for the better angle with UNA backup was the move. It just doesn't quite find its way as Hartzell picks up game number 3.
There's an old quote that I love to hearken to, friend Lars. No matter how loud the wind howls, the mountain will not bend to it. And that defense standing the test of Brooks, getting most of their 4 shots in that last minute, as that was an offensive explosion for them. And that is huge, because even though you don't get the win, you don't find a second goal, it's a starting point. And you have everyone on Hartzell sharing it. Everyone got involved. Lars, everyone eats.
Well, the thing to note here is despite Brooks spending more time on offense, they were significantly outshot by Hartzell, and that's what we've been coming back to. Now, it's a big step up over where we were. Game number 1, Brooks is on defense exclusively. Game number 2, it's streaky, on, off, on, off. Game number 3, by far the most competitive we've seen. Very close matchup, right up to the wire with Brooks dominant on offensive pressure. They just need to find a way to put more shots on. And this could be their game. Now, it is do or die, however. This is potentially it. Game number 4, Hartzell holding the lead in the series 3-0. Single elimination, you have to find a way to pull that win out here. Brooks has been steadily improving, and if they don't, then unfortunately that's going to be the end of the day for him.
Well, it's about steadily improving throughout a series. They've now had 3 games to improve, and they've done so, but still winless, and now at match point. Looking to move forward is this Hartzell Tigers squad. They were the upper bracket run, and, you know, they're going to be looking to see, perhaps after this one, who they get next. But you can't look too far ahead. You never want to look forward, especially when it's Game 4. Yeah. Because if you give a single game, all of a sudden it's that old mantra, if it bleeds, we can kill it. And so I feel like that's where you need to be careful.
Yeah, you do not want to let Brooks know there's blood in the water. But again, to that point, they've been steadily improving. And at the pace they've been improving, if that line keeps going up, they win game number 4. So Hartzell has done an excellent job of controlling this series so far, but they need to clamp it down. They can't let Brooks get a breath here, or this could continue to slide out of their hand.
I mean, it's an uphill battle. It really is. The pace of the game has not been favorable to that Brooks team, but they've started to tweak it. They've started to turn that slider back the way it needs to be, and so we're hoping that they can get it dialed in correctly. On the flip side, Hartzell, status quo, up, in front, rolling.
If it isn't broke,
what they
don't
want.
fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix, baby.
Just be conscious, because the instant it is broken, you need to be ready to make that adjustment. Game number 4, Brooks, do or die. 5 minutes on the clock as we get this one underway.
Possibly only 4 games to be played. As Lars sees an opportunity, caught him flipping late, and first blood being struck only 6 seconds in.
The first lead we've seen out of Brooks here in this series. Beautiful off the kickoff, and that's exactly how they have to lead game number 4 off if they want to stay in this tournament. Great start. Keep it up.
Taking a moment here as both teams having to kind of be adjusted to a new lead, perhaps. As we see Brooks up by 1 with having control, trying to get some more pressure. 50 hard at midfield. B-Dog, pressure towards the backboard. Wants to find a second touch here and will, but it's snuffed out by a very aggressive diving lure. Has the goal to his name, wanting to be that flag bearer for this Lions squad. Hey, Tony had two goals in that first one, but is unable to find one here. Lure has UNA midfield, backup waiting for it, but the backup unable to be found.
A little bit of miscommunication earlier on out of Brooks when they had a good, clear opportunity upfield. I know they're trying to rely and trust on their teammates, and that's huge. I absolutely advocate for that. But you got to talk to each other in that process as well, and you can't have one player drive past the ball for a bump opportunity. Big save out of Hey Tony, what could have been the first 2-goal game for Brooks. But they continue to hold this lead. More than a minute gone, and Brooks is in control. The line goes up.
Going up right now here. Almost at that 90-second mark, and that is a beautiful play with B-Dog. The last 2 bastions here on the side of Hartzell. Still trying to find one, but not a lot of boost in this card. Never mind, he got the 100. Feeling good about that one. Lure 50. B-Dog starting to mount the pressure here. Another touch coming towards the backboard, but again, just prodding defense, making them move around, but not a lot of aggressive posturing.
Haven't seen a lot of offense out of Hartzell so far, and that's kind of uncharacteristic out of this team. We've seen them, even when they spend excessive time in the defensive end, when they come forward hard. But it's been a little lackluster. They get a couple of clears. Team bump here. That one's on the top. Great cover for B-Dog. Carry this one from the side wall to the goal, far corner. That's going to even this one back up just shy of 2 minutes.
Fly, Phoenix, fly, as Whiff getting the preemptive high five there. Feeling good, feeling confident, and able to notch it up at 1 apiece with 3:13 left.
I got to call it out. No Infinity into Beyond.
No, not today.
Not even for Boof.
Not today.
The man himself.
We got to get further, Lars. This is match point. But if we get a little bit spicy, maybe. The ball resting down, you have to wonder here. 180 seconds left. Who's actually in control?
It was Brooks for a long time, but Hartzell seems to have had a fire lit, and they've got the urgency. Brooks resting on their laurels a little bit. Only 1 goal as Whiff isn't quite able to put that one on. And Whiff's for the first time we've seen here tonight on that one. Alteza up to challenge Hey Tony using speed instead of the brute force to overcome Alteza. Is able to get this one back the other way.
That was an interesting series of events there. Watching Whiff had a full tank, but was still systematically running the pad line. I gotta say, I love to see it. Wait a minute, Lure?
I'm not entirely sure what just happened. We see a shot off the side from Lure, gets a great beat over top, and it's that follow-through touch that's just enough to make it awkward on Hey Tony. Not sure if that's going to bounce, if it's going to slow down. Lure does an excellent job of following through, and like we said with Alteza's goal earlier, follow those shots. That is a great example of why.
Follow through now 1, trying to be followed up is that Hartzell team. Given 1, but Whiff putting more pressure on. Back up with a big-time denial. B-Dog. Waiting for it here. It's going to fall back down to him. He's going to go near post. No, opting to go far post, but can't find the touch. Another one coming through with wanting to get it back into the mix, but this mixed touch is going to push it away from his teammate and having the opposite effect. I think what they wanted.
I'm really excited by Brooks' defense right now. They're doing a very good job of always having
B-Dog.
Very solid rotation, but it's not enough. B-Dog Lightyear picks up their second of the game to even this one back up. 2-2 with almost 2 on the clock. And we continue to see this game go back and forth.
Hopping up into the sky, got the boost activated. The wings ejected Lars, flying unable to notch it up again.
He's just teasing us at this point. We need to see Brooks find a way to reclaim the control they had in the first minute here of this game. But like I said, very excited by their defensive rotations. It broke down a little bit there at the end, but it was just a really nice shot out of B-Dog. If they could find a way to continue that defensive rotation and turn into transitions upfield. Hey, Tony, not quite able to put that one on net. Great 50 out of UNA backup to pick that safely out into the corner. That's critical. You don't necessarily have to 50 it forward, 50 it out of the shooting lane and do a nice safe spot. As here's an opportunity for Allure to get in the way, but can't quite find it.
Backup looking forward, backup, but instead pushing it forward. So losing control on that touch with 50'd hard. So they lose control on that touch in turn. And so feels like both teams trading possessions right now. Allure was trying to be optimistic in the air, but could not get the touch. Hey, Tony's got 2 teammates behind him. Double commit on that offensive side. You got to be careful here, but Whiff actually pushing it towards the opponents, calling out their shot and getting a save. You know, MVPR farming.
You're not stat farming. Are you even really trying? I want to talk about the 50 game, though. You saw UNA back up there. 52 players at once to achieve an advantage there. Just too strong. But that wasn't enough, unfortunately. They couldn't capitalize, couldn't find a way to get to that ball quick enough. Here's an opportunity for Hartzell to close this one away, but just a little bit wide. Dangerous if you're Brooks. You can't allow that shooting lane to open up like that.
OT perhaps with 37 seconds left. Learn Company just fighting, holding on for their tournament life here. It is match point. There is only 30 seconds left in game number 4. Hey, Tony, pass midfield, but snuffed out by Allure. The ball rolling up the sidewall here, and it's going to be caught back. B-Dog has an opportunity, but again, opting to go towards the corner, so it slows back down. Allure, not the favorable clear that he wanted, so the pressure is still on. The siege still set. They have their instruments ready. They got the battering ram poised, but now it's back up. It's a 1v2, and that's a cut. That's going to push it back to midfield. An opportunity to rise it, but there's no follow-up from Brooks. A pass there, and that's going to be shot, but saved. We've got a 2-2 OT in game 4.
Oh, my goodness. Every time I thought Brooks had it for sure, Hartzell did an excellent job of rotating back, making sure there was at least one player. That one player was just enough to at least buy time. I think if that goes on much longer, I think Brooks scores there, but it didn't. We get to the OT, and this is now do or die golden goal for Brooks.
The golden glove indeed for the goalkeepers, perhaps, but you know they don't have hands, they have tires, so maybe a golden tire award. But right now, it is just pandemonium. It's stress, and it is going to be something spectacular, I think, from one of these teams. 2-2, 30 seconds, the clock starting to tick upwards as Allure has it. That's a feels bad flip from one. That's going to push it over. There's no one back, no whiff. Racing home, and so just in the nick of time, able to stop it.
Oh, Whiff with the hustle back to save what I thought
Hustle,
was a sure
man.
thing. This has been Hartzell. The MO for the last 2 minutes has just been manic saves as they're able to panic and get their way back, make big saves. Allure with an opportunity, doesn't quite get it over. Whiff. UNA back up into the corner, turns, looking to beat out Whiff, who doesn't challenge. Alteza back up to UNA back up. Looking for those passes, still using the team, still trust. That one's towards the net. Allure up over. B-Dog, dangerous touch there. Almost got to see B-Dog score their 3rd goal of the match.
Well, B-Dog trying to sign off on this one, but instead the pinch going awry. Whiff, pass midfield. He's got Hey Tony there. Hey Tony has been quiet this game, but what better chance, what better spot to get the game-winning goal in OT, perhaps a series-clinching goal or one that moves it to a game 5. Allure and company have built a wall in front of their net. It is tired, it is bruised, it is battered, but it has not been broken since that 2nd goal has been given. Both teams now 100 seconds into overtime. Someone will blink, someone has to give. Hey Tony credited with a shot here, but a double commit of 2 players Xing across the goal to make a save.
Got to be careful as the pressure builds to continue to play the game that has gotten them to this point on both sides of the ball. Both teams playing excellently. This one now bringing pressure down onto the Brooks side of the field. Allure, slow off the wall, gets beat out. B-Dog with opportunity to throw this one near. UNA back up to Allure. Elects to rotate back out. Alteza to the wall. Going to collect this one. Challenged by B-Dog. Puts that in a good, dangerous spot, but doesn't come across as much. Maybe you thought it would. Whiff continues to roll this one through the corner, playing a lot of what what Thunder B calls corner ball, just trying to roll it in from the corner. And we've seen where that's worked before, but that's not what's worked against this team. This team has done such a good job. There's a good opportunity, a double commit again. Hartzell needs to keep this pressure on. Brooks needs to get this one clear. There's an opportunity, barely touched up and over. Oh my goodness, off the wheels, almost put it in on their own net over that last defender, but opportunity finally, pressure coming back the other way. Finally gets some breather as UNA backup pushes this down to the Hartzell end of the field.
A mad scramble, a dash, a break, and a dance in front of the net, but we're still tied to a piece. 3 minutes now, 182 seconds on the board. Whiff wants to find a tap here. No, B-Dog Lightyear no as well, and so offense positioning. Both teams just, I feel like they're a bit tired right now. It's a pass. It is a pass. It is selfless gameplay, but now it's back the other way. Backup wins the dunk. That's going to push it towards that goal. Whiff putting a touch on. He sneaks it behind. Alteza, the last bastion back for this Brooks squad as the Lions, they are injured, they are hurt, but they are not down or out. Feeling and trying to find their win of the series.
Man, if you are Hartzell, you need to prevent challenges because Brooks has been dominant in the 50-50 game. That big demo opens up an opportunity. Now it's clear over the top. The big dunk. Whiff will finish this one off. Oh, my goodness.
It's the demo from Whiff that opens the door. Hey Tony has been quiet but sets up the pass. Back up trying as hard as they can, but the Octane, not a long enough car. And unfortunately, this will not be long enough of a series either. Goes to 4. And Hartzell, 4-0.
Yeah, but that wasn't the story of game number 4.
No.
And even game number 3 was very even back and forth. And I really wish we could see more of this series because as Brooks has tuned up and gotten better and better and better with time, this could have been another insane Game 7 series if only we had started with Game 3 and not those first 2.
And now if you're Hartzell, you're feeling good. You're undefeated in the tournament. 7-0. Looking now at the game that's going to be played next of Bob Jones and LCHS. And get to watch, and you might be able to watch it live perhaps and kind of enjoy the atmosphere and see what your opponent's going to do. But they are riding high, Lars. They are feeling good. Status quo for them, and they get another big win under their belts.
Well, it's going to be tough moving forward. Whoever wins the Bob Jones LCHS match, that's going to be the team to beat going forward. So take this time, calm, cool, collected, and make sure you're ready for that semifinal matchup because it is going to be an uphill battle, whoever finds themselves in it. That being said, we're going to go to a quick break. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this card.
How much? Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. You get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy by banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
We were on. Oh, well, all right. that was a very interesting transition. Anyways, we just finished up with our latest series, Hardcell versus Brooks. Another a 4-0 for, or I'm sorry, in favor of Hardcell, and it felt like a tale of two series. Like the first two games, Brooks didn't quite get into it, but the final two games, they seemed like they were starting to pick up some speed.
This isn't unique to Brooks. This has been something that we've seen for many teams throughout this event. Is that it's not necessarily that one team showed up and the other one didn't. Like it just the scales tip early on in the series, but then it takes so long for the team that's down to pick themselves back up, and we didn't really see a competitive series until about game 3, and then it started getting really interesting, and I really thought Brooks was going to be able to take it to Hardcell. They just took too long to warm up, and it's kind of disappointing. I had Brooks taking this one in a close one, and it very much was not a close one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're looking at the scoreline. You said that you went into game 3 until it was competitive.
Yeah.
When we had 2-0, 5-1 in the first 2 games, so you had a sweep in the first game. You know, the other team didn't score, Brooks, and then they were able to get a goal in 5-1. I think after that goal broke, they were able to come into game 3 a little bit more refreshed, more focused, get that early lead in game 3. But then they did fall in those last 2 goals, and that is where Hardcell took it. So yeah, it's the momentum riding, and I think Hardcell did a really good job of maintaining the momentum, and that also within itself is a skill.
One thing I want to ask you all is, did it feel like it was the whole team that felt slow, or were there individual players that maybe were caught lacking here and there that kind of played into that slow start? Because I feel like yesterday, for Lure in particular, for Brooks, popped off in their last game of the day, was basically involved in every single goal that they had across the entire series.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel like Lure was he wasn't able to remake that form this morning.
I agree. I think that I think in this match, the same thing could be said about the rest of Lure's teammates. I do agree that Lure was finding it difficult to kind of light that fire, but if Lure doesn't, you would expect at least one of the other teammates to be able to pick up that slack, and nobody did. And that's the issue. I'm happy to look to Lure to kind of be the leader of that team, but the whole thing about a team is that there's no I in it. And the great thing about Rocket League is you've got 2 other teammates to count on, and it didn't really seem until, like I said, until roughly game 3 that they started counting on each other and understanding that they could count on each other, because it was a little bit disjointed up until that point.
That's fair enough. I can feel the same way, that the rest of the team does have to step up a little bit when one player isn't lacking, because, like you said, it doesn't even have to be like the same contribution, but everybody has to stick to the same plan.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about like the plan, and Rocket League, everyone talks about the first, second, third man. I think I saw a lot of really just clear-cut rotations, especially on the Hardcell side. I think their positioning was just elite compared to Brooks' positioning, and I think that just stems from being able to play a faster game, maybe being able to slot into a position faster. Your third man, you're all the way back, and waiting for a clear to happen, and you're moving up in case that first man is starting to rotate out for you, right? I think Hardcell saw a lot of success in that first to third rotation, And then I think that Brooks struggled a little bit on their defense because they were on defense so much. I mean, at some point, your defense just has to come right.
Yeah, I think we talked about this yesterday, where there's a point where quantity over quality. I'm not sure if that was you, Leachy, that mentioned that, but somebody said quantity. Those Lars, okay. Quantity over quality sometimes is all you need. If you pepper the net with enough shots, eventually a few of them are going to find their way through, because you'll drag defenders into weird positions that people just can't 50 their life away as much as you might want to.
Yeah, it's the law of averages. Like it's going to where if you put, let's say it's 30%. If you put 3 shots on target, maybe one's going to go in. But if you put 9 on target, that's a 3-goal game to your team. So it's so crucial. It's, again, easier said than done, but it's so crucial to keep that offensive pressure up, because that is what is going to win you games time and time again.
Absolutely. So moving, I guess, focusing a little bit more specifically on the Hartzell side, B-Dog in particular impressed me, working the corners really well, setting up a lot of opportunities through the wings, and then waiting for either of their teammates, Whiff or Haytoni, to be there to just finish the job. Was B-Dog the main playmaker in your all's mind for that series?
I'd say so. I mean, if you got, you want a midfield man. You want a man that is going to be able to kind of say, hey, put it to the right side instead of left. Why? It's my intuition. And sometimes you just need a guy that can say that he has that intuition, just do it confidently. I think he played that role very, very well. I think that even is what led to that last goal in that overtime in that game. What was it? 4? Game 4?
Yeah.
So, he slotted over. The teammate scored. They win. I mean, it really comes to a clear-cut like passing play like that I think is what finds success there for Hartzell.
And his air dribble in game 4 was pretty clutch as well.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, I think it's hard to look at anyone other than B-Dog as like the MVP for the Hartzell team. But I think that could also be problematic, as we've said a couple times throughout this weekend, because that also means you have a target painted on your back. So now other teams, as long as they prepare properly, they also have a method of deconstructing that team, in that they need to do everything possible to prevent someone like B-Dog from playing their game, whether that means like jumping in their face at every opportunity the instant they get the ball, getting physical with the bump and demo plays, just whatever you can do to stop them being effective in any way. It forces the other 2 teammates to pick up the slack. And if a team has been relying on one player solely, not solely, but like for the majority of a competition, then you're necessarily putting that team in a position that they're not used to, because they're used to relying on that target man. And when that target man gets shut down, it's a hard thing to do, to pick up slack when you're so used to being not necessarily sit back, because obviously everybody's got to contribute, but rely a little bit more heavily on one player versus everybody else.
Well, I think one team that's not necessarily going to have that issue is Bob Jones, going up against LCHS in their the final matchup of round 1 of these playoffs. This, on paper, looks to be a little bit lopsided, simply because Bob Jones really is present. Most matches will look like that. But is there anything that LCHS has going for them into this match that maybe could cause a spark and let them make this match more competitive?
Yeah. In their match last night, I mean, I saw a lot of creative goals happening, and they were actually kind of forming more of they were having like that passing man, set up some plays for the midfield. He would pass it to the sidewall towards the mid, and a goal would be scored. That might actually cause some trouble for Bob Jones. I'm not sure how you feel about that, Richard.
I'm gonna be boring and say no.
Do so.
I listen. Everybody loves the underdog, but I don't see any worlds in where LCHS is able to take a game off of Bob Jones. I think if they do, they should. And I'm so sorry, LCHS players, but I gotta call it like I've seen the event going on up until this point. I think if LCHS are able to take a single game off of Bob Jones, they should regard that as a victory. This isn't an uphill climb. This is a vertical wall scramble, and these guys didn't come with enough chalk to get grip on their hands. I really don't think it's going to happen.
Do you think it's sweet?
Yes.
Okay.
Firmly. Firmly. I have not been this confident in a very long time. But and again, it's the boring thing. We like to talk about underdogs. I refuse to do that in this case. I don't see any other world than a 4-0 here for Bob Jones.
You see it the same way, Tommy?
Can we just get a game off them, please? That's all I want.
I want them to.
Yeah. Here, let's just agree that we want a game off them.
Yes, we do.
All right.
I don't think it will happen.
So it
but
seems
I-
like
I've constructed some magic.
Okay. So it seems like the prediction is in 4, but the belief is in 5. I can hop on that as well. Yeah. I'll join the club. Give
I
us
get
Bob
business
Jones.
deals here on the desk.
Give us Bob Jones in 5. Final match of round 1 of the main event playoffs. Bob Jones versus LCHS. Will Bob Jones be joining Hartzell, Wilson A, and Athens in the top 4, or will LCHS put on a wonderful underdog miracle story? We've got 2 casters in the stadium ready to tell us what's going to go on.
Much appreciated, fellas. Welcome back to the auditorium where we've got our final quarterfinal of the day about to get started. Semifinals not too far over the horizon, Volts, and I'm hoping the delay to semifinals is a severe one because I'd love to see Bob Jones taking the distance.
Now, again, we're just moments away from getting underway. Got one more issue we've got to solve out here, and a lot of question marks in front of us here. I'll be honest, there's some question marks around Bob Jones. Obviously, the prestige, the 5-time state champs. We've learned a little bit about their past rosters here, but we haven't got to see much of them play here at the University of North Alabama. Just 3 games on day 1, and then they were on, while some of these other teams have really gotten their reps in.
Granted, those 3 games they played, they looked very good against the Wilson A team, who are now sitting in semifinal number 1. That'll be the next series up after this one. They've looked very good as the tournament has gone on. We honestly don't know if them getting swept by Bob Jones is a product of Bob Jones being that good, or if Wilson had a sluggish start to their run in the tournament. But either way, we'll get some of those questions answered. And Lauderdale County, they're the ones that have to face this juggernaut of a roster in quarterfinals.
Yeah, we've seen slow starts plague teams, especially looking at day 2 versus day 1. Some of these teams who underperformed on day 1 definitely can credit it to the nerves of being out on stage in front of this live crowd, lights on you, of course, and then the big screen up there has all of your gameplay. So it's a difficult situation. A lot of pressure on yourselves and pressure to perform.
It's got to be a funny situation to be in where you can just turn around and see yourself like either messing up or making a huge play on that huge screen we've got up there. There's the pressure is tremendous, and again, we say it so often while we're killing time, but kudos to the players again. Like, they deserve all the recognition for coming out and doing this. And I mean, LCHS was in an elimination series yesterday against the Wilson B team, and they came out and looked as good as they possibly could in that series, blew Wilson out of the water, and they move on to today. So they've done it already in a high-pressure situation, and now they have to do it again.
And speaking of today, Bepic, again, if you have been joining us online or been hanging out in the auditorium with us all day long, it started with Athens sweeping Florence in 4-0 fashion. Then we moved to James Clemens and Wilson A, a series. We finally broke the trend of sweeps. We went all 7 games. That was a fantastic series, Bepic. Wilson A 4-3 over that. And then, of course, Hartzell just picked up the win moments ago over Brooks.
Yeah, Brooks played that close. I mean, the sweeps have been fairly close today. I was very proud of Brooks and what they were able to do in the later stages of that series. Lure especially really stepped up and made a huge difference for that roster. But Hartzell, they kind of held him at arm's length that entire series long, and they look clean doing it. And so that's a good step for them. If they do end up playing Bob Jones in the next round, or even if they play Lauderdale County, it's still momentum at their back, and they look solid in that second semifinal.
Yeah, they'll get a much shorter break than what they've had in the past, but again, they'll be semifinals number 2. Of course, semifinals number 1 set, Wilson A and Athens. That is after this matchup, and Bepic, I believe we're getting ever so closer to getting this matchup started.
Oh, that's true. With every second that ticks by, the matchup gets closer and closer. We'll see when it does happen, though. But I said it earlier when you and I were on the first quarterfinal that I talked to the Bob Jones guys, a couple of them, Reach and Hiroki, in the hotel this morning, and they were telling me they were a little nervous. And I just got to talk to Hiroki again in the hallway. Asked him if he was still the same level of nervous, and he said no, it's calmed down just a little bit. Got to review some VODs. Got to obviously watch Lauderdale County yesterday, and their lower bracket matchup. So I think they're feeling a bit more comfortable, and the more comfortable they are, the worse it gets for Lauderdale County. They'll really have to bring their A game.
Yeah, exactly. And the expectation's so high for this Bob Jones squad, but they're fully prepared to meet them here. So you see the pitch pop up, which means we're just moments away from kickoff here. Bepic, quick predictions before we head straight down to the pitch for game one.
Oh, that's tough. I want to see Lauderdale County keep it close, but Bob Jones is the reigning state champion, and I only got to watch one series of theirs, so I would love to see as many games as possible, but with as good as they looked there, I'm going to say Bob Jones in 5.
I would feel that is an accurate prediction. I will join you in that. Bob Jones in 5 here, but Lauderdale could really get out to a great start. They can land the first punch here, come out swinging, and we are underway in game number 1.
Well, it was the Capo and Saucy show yesterday for Lauderdale County in that lower bracket matchup. We'll see if that is the case again today, but right now it's Hiroki putting a shot on past Kesa, and accuracy a little bit off. It's a hard ball to get below that crossbar, unable to right there. Bob Jones already off the races.
Hiroki to the corner here, low boost, but does a good job to pick up what pads are needed. Tries to center this one, doesn't find the touch. Capo was playing the touch. Big demo on the back post, but no one there to follow it up.
All right, chance counter at 2 now for Bob Jones, and they're really, really good looks as well, just inches away from being that opening goal. Flip reset from Fish, puts the ball center. There's number 3 in terms of chances.
Hiroki wants to make it 4 here, flip reset, just trying to dump this one off. That's a Torrent decal, but like something we don't really see used much in the game anymore.
Mad respect. Torrent's an org that deserves more love in the Rocket League scene. I'm glad to see Bob Jones giving it to him. And Hiroki still pushing through that corner. LCHS has yet to see the orange side of the field for maybe like a second or two in the first minute of gameplay. And this should be the first goal. There it is. Bob Jones, a simple passing play. Center, Hiroki scores.
Yeah, it's a great pass at that. Saucy went for corner boost, left the mid of the pitch open, and Hiroki's not going to miss.
That's your textbook right there. We saw tons of flip resets, tons of air dribble plays, but it's just a ground passing play, making the defense shift into the corner and then immediately ripping the ball back center. That's perfectly executed by Bob Jones, and a solid start for them in their first series in quite some time. Reminder, they were the first series we saw on stream yesterday, now the last quarterfinal that we're seeing today.
Yeah, the longest break of any team, Bepic, because again, they got to go home right after winning that match. I mean, their day was done, and then they've had a long-anticipated wait today, and nerves don't seem to be there right now. That's a great chop and a better save from Capo.
And Lomax goes all the way down the field, I think hunting for Fish right there on the rotate back, unable to make contact, so Fish does intervene with that play in the corner. But finally, Bob Jones having to do a bit of work in defense, though they immediately turn that back, do an offensive try, forcing a save out of Capo, and another opportunity, though. Saucy first to it, pushing Fish backwards. They'll collect it, they'll flick. Where's the follow-up? It's Capo that wins a race to the ball, beating Hiroki, and LCHS has a chance now in offense.
I think Capo got mid as well. He's able to find that extra touch to it. Fish just 12 in the tank to make play, and he'll have to wait on assistance to come across here. Good beat, but it's only a blue octane in the way. Saucy trying to disrupt. Capo's got to make a save. Capo gets a piece of it, but not enough. It's 2-0 Bob Jones.
Fish right there was flopping like a fish there in the goal, confusing Capo. I mean, you think Fish might touch that, and then they don't, and then you try and adjust, and Capo, a hard spot to be in, the lone defender in that situation. The second goes in for Bob Jones, but after that first minute of offense out of Bob Jones, I was really expecting them to start running away with this first game, and I mean, they very well still could, but with the amount of offense they played in that first minute, I was thinking more like 4-0 right now, but it's only 2.
This is a big win for Lauderdale, Bepic, because again, with that amount of offense, one goal really gets you back into this. That shot by Saucy off to the top left, and now it's counterattack season. Fish is up, Capo off the backboard. Ooh, great 50. We'll keep this one in the offensive third for the time being.
Smart play there by Saucy, securing the corner boost and then attacking the ball, making sure Bob Jones can't keep the LCHS defense pinned back, though it may not matter. That shot just off, but another clear lane to net for Bob Jones just goes awry.
Hiroki trying to work this one back in. It was a good beat, was waiting to see if he could find a way mid. Now it's Fish up, one to challenge, but no boost. Over a couple here, but no follow-up from the Orange squad, and it's a little bit of an entanglement here from Lauderdale, Bepic, and it'll allow the offense to persist.
Fish got it center for Kesa, but couldn't quite put it on target. 2-0 Bob Jones maintaining their lead with a lot of pressure on LCHS. That's a dunk, though. La Mexico very much involved in the offensive end, but no extended pressure from Lauderdale County. Kesa goes up, but has to bail out, leaving the ball for Saucy. just kind of plug into the Bob Jones corner, and now Fish with control of that side wall.
Hiroki demoed the first man on. It's going to give him a lot of space. Back to Hiroki mid to the backboard. Big double, no. A little miscommunication there between Bob Jones. No follow-up from Saucy. Capo will take the shot. And saved away by Kessa here. Fish will clear the zone, and Little Mexico's going to have to start it from the back. Maybe not. Pair of whiffs, but a big save.
A little scary there. That allows Bob Jones into the blue end and invites them to the home of Lauderdale County, and that is a scary sight. Hiroki with an open shooting lane and doesn't completely take it himself, but at least forced some panic on the defensive end.
Little Mexico had the right idea here, Bepic, because if you delete Hiroki, he can't make the shot himself, but unable to stop all of the momentum, and it just ends up in the back of the net.
All right, Bob Jones 3-0 up in this game one, and it's not extremely dominant in terms of the scoreboard Volts, but possession-wise, Bob Jones certainly has had a significant advantage, and that needs to change, obviously, if you're Lauderdale County, because their transitions haven't been scary enough, I think, to force Bob Jones into bad defensive spots, and game two, I think, is what they're looking forward to now to implement those adjustments.
And you say scary spots, but in reality, it's just Bob Jones being able to play standard Rocket League defense. When your rotations on the defensive end are crisp, clean, and you don't spend a lot of extended time on the defensive end, you really are able to make the saves that you need to, and it looks so clean.
Start plays like this. Fish to the back wall, the double. Oh, if he hits that, I'm just going home. That was a beautiful setup, and not quite there, but Bob Jones feeling confident enough to attempt plays like that, and LCHS has to figure out a way to limit the space that they're being given. Flip resets abound, teammates all over each other, and still very, very close to scoring.
And with 5 seconds left, Bepic, this becomes a formality here. Game one will go to Bob Jones, not as dominant a fashion as I would have expected based on the amount of shots, but it's a win nonetheless.
That it is. They continue their run. That's 4 straight games for Bob Jones. I mean, streaks like that aren't unheard of at this event right now, but regardless, they looked solid. They put 13 shots on target to the 1 of Lauderdale County.
Yeah, that one was a long shot, too, and it was off to the top right, so, or excuse me, top left. So a great showing from Bob Jones. Again, that is a high volume of shots. I know, at least in their own minds, they're going to want to execute a little bit better as far as quality goes. But when you have that kind of volume and just one shot out of your opponents, that's a winning recipe.
It is, and I worry even more for LCHS because those shots are eventually going to start falling. I mean, some of those flip reset plays just barely tapped the crossbar of the post to deter their entry into net, and Bob Jones is a scary enough team to keep improving as the series goes on. Those are eventually going to start going in.
I was going to say, yeah, the improvement is what's going to be scary because that 3 goals on 13 shots is going to turn into 5 goals on 13 shots, 7 goals on 13 shots. So, again, Bob Jones, maybe not what you wanted to start with, but you'll take the win because at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
And we haven't even talked about the nerves they're probably still feeling. Well, still less than this morning, obviously, like I was told, but nerves are still going to be there in game one, and maybe that's why they were just inches off, but still creating opportunities. Lauderdale County has to be up there so fast to interrupt those flip reset plays before they get into the LCHS box.
Yeah, again, and we'll see if, you know, on the flip side, can LCHS stop these opportunities from being created? And it starts with contesting at the midfield. They're leaving a lot of room for Bob Jones to do what they want. And when you're given that space, especially to teams like Bob Jones, they're going to make you pay.
Definitely. Those quick challenges are going to give them opportunities in the counter. And I would love to see what Saucy and Capo, especially, who were such difference makers in the last series that LCHS played, can do when they're given time of possession. So we'll see if they are feeling warm in game two, hopefully mechanically sound in the second game of the series, because they're going to have to if they are going to score goals, let alone win games against Bob Jones.
Indeed. And so I think we've got one little back-end issue that we're working through here in typical fashion, Bepic. But on a side note here, there have been some questions about Bob Jones. Because, again, we've only seen 3 games from him. The desk had questioned whether this team was as mechanical as people say they are. Again, all of us from out of state not really familiar with the Alabama high school scene here. They looked extremely good in game number 1. I'm interested to see what the desk thinks when we kick it back to them after this series.
Well, when you and I were on the desk, I think it was after the second series of the day, we were talking about the lack of flip reset attempts from the majority of these teams in this tournament. I think we just saw like a bajillion from Bob Jones in that game 1 alone, and I fully expect that to continue as they are given space in game 2. There's a shooting lane already taken by Hiroki. Capo, though, good save.
8 seconds in, and it's right back to where they left off for Bob Jones. Capo, though, pair of good beats, just runs out of boost. He did not get that corner, and Saucy almost pre-jumped that, but instead it's Fish to carry this one out towards the midfield area.
Oh, so close for Lauderdale County. Fish through another, going to force 50 on 0 boost, but they lose that one outright. In case demoed, Kappa was one to beat. Little Mexico in for the shot, just short, but the dunk off the bar and in. Saucy Shooter puts in the first for LCHS.
That's a great look there, and it's set up by the original demo. Little Mexico plays it short, and that's a huge dunk from Saucy. A friendly bounce as well from the crossbar, who has not been so friendly today to a lot of these teams.
Especially Bob Jones, so I'm glad to see the Woodwork taking favorites in this series, because Lauderdale County, they're doing a good job, but they'll take all the friendly bounces that they can get. Great start, though. They crashed the Bob Jones box, and Bob Jones just couldn't do much about it.
Awkward ball down into the corner here. Capo, though, great little touch to usher this one along here. Played right back down, and Saucy will send it back where it came from here. Capo, big beat. That's huge, Bepic. If he's going to be generating offense through clean beats, outright beats in the offensive third, that's going to set up Lauderdale extremely well.
Oh, nice save as well by Capo on the back end. Lauderdale County is just going right now. They are playing with a speed we really didn't get to see in game one as they were stifled, stuck in their defensive end. But right now they've got boost in the tank and wind behind their sails, so no one in net. And that's a free goal essentially for Hiroki.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication here. You can see Little Mexico think about going, just doesn't have the boost in the tank, and Capo was expecting an early challenge there. Instead, it's a free ball inside that 6-yard box, and that'll be punished every time.
All right, Bob Jones all over that mistake from Lauderdale County, and we are all knotted up, so you can take the next answer here in game number 2. As a good start off kickoff, but shut down immediately Capo in the middle of that play, and Lauderdale County out into the orange corner, but Saucy and Capo both in that same corner. That allows a passing play out. Hiroki bumped off the play. Well done. Nice back check.
Yeah, fantastic back check, and that's what you have to be careful of if you're Lauderdale here, because while you're setting up a lot of good defense, when you're stationary, the bumps are a lot easier to find.
A shot on net. Capo very much involved in the offensive end here in game 2. That's what you need. You just need someone to really step up and take charge, be that offensive catalyst for LCHS. And possession, I think even, but there's another goal for Bob Jones. It's Hiroki again playing hero for his team.
I mean, this is just a great read by Hiroki here. This ball pops straight up, comes off hard off the ceiling, and just like that, he's put it in the back of the net.
I don't mind the aggression there from Lauderdale County. They just have to get to that ball, which is a lot easier said than done. But a smart game plan, trying to be on top of Bob Jones, even in the Bob Jones end. That's a solid idea, just didn't quite come to fruition.
It's a risk-reward ratio, because if you go as third man, as Hiroki will put his third goal in just over 2 minutes into this contest, Bepic. And when you play so aggressive again, if it works out in your favor, you're able to punish. But if you miss like that, it's going to end up in the back of your net.
That touch, though, from Fish in the corner bested both Saucy and Capo, and that is difficult to do, to best two of the best players in this tournament. Capo and Saucy have really made huge impacts in the series for Lauderdale County, and they got beaten there in the corner by solid Bob Jones play.
Good little 1-2 pass here, won't quite come off, but Capo's able to get the boost steal, but again, it's another back check. It's Hiroki now off ball, making things happen. He's got all 3 goals, he's creating escape opportunities, and now it's more offense for Bob Jones here, though. This one off to the right side. Little Mexico will be able to usher this one back towards midfield.
A little bit of confusion, though. Didn't have a teammate to really pass to, so Bob Jones allowed to move up in a 1v1. Fish versus Saucy, and the defender will win out this time around. Lauderdale County need an escape. They need some goals soon, because the deeper and deeper we get into game 2, the bigger and bigger that this 2-goal lead becomes.
Kessa's bumping in netted. It's going to leave it wide open. Fish will add his name to the scorecard here with his first goal in game number 2. But, I mean, unofficial assist. Look at Kessa right there in the back of the net, just removing Capo, multiple bumps.
And that makes the 2-goal lead actually get bigger and bigger. That's 3 now, but beautiful heads-up Rocket League. Lauderdale County not expecting the bump, and there's no one there to cover that position that was taken away. Now off kickoff, another one. No, crossbar will deny, and Bob Jones will be denied their 5th.
Kept at midfield by Hiroki, though. He dumps this one back down, did not get a firm touch to it. Now a 1-2 between Capo and Saucy will allow them to escape the zone. Saucy trying to create an individual opportunity, but immediately back-checked yet again.
And now numbers for Bob Jones. Fish with control. The flick, top left. The woodwork in the way again. Oh my, Bob Jones. And to write a strongly worded letter to the woodwork right now, because they've denied so many potential goals.
Capo trying to escape the zone, but it's Hiroki to put it right back in again. Double commit from Lauderdale will slow down this escape, though. That's a great 51 by Little Mexico. Fish is awkward. Fish is extremely awkward, and he has to carry it all the way almost back to his own net.
almost own goals, and now it is a 1v1 for potential 5th Bob Jones goal. It gets to center as well. Fish, immaculate control there on the goal line, and then all the way down the pitch. But speaking of which, Capo, decent control off the sidewall, but Kessa is right there to clear the zone. Bob Jones gets out of their back end so quickly when they are forced back. It feels like you have to score in the first 3 to 5 seconds possessing the ball, because if you don't, then it's a clear back in your own end.
Saucy tried to go cross field to catch up to that one, but instead it's Bob Jones High School escaping one more time. Good contest from behind, and it'll depossess Fish, but he just stays on top of it. Bepic. No boost for Saucy, and that's goal number 6 for Lauderdale, and Kessa putting that little tally in the scorebook.
A kind bounce this time around off of the woodwork. The crossbar still involved, but this time in a good way. And game 2 getting very close to being put on ice now. Lauderdale County with a very small window to get a comeback going here, and if they don't, which is likely, they have to see what works moving into game 2, because their offense has been better possessing the ball in this game, but not generating opportunities.
Good clearance here. Players get tangled, though. Fish, slow shot here. It'll be high off the backboard. Follow-up drop down. Hiroki will put away a 4th, and it's 6-1 Bob Jones Bepic, and that effectively ends game number 2.
67% shooting at Hiroki in this game, and that's just a simple finish. I mean, place that on targets pretty much anywhere except right at Capo's car, and you've got yourself a goal. The setups have been phenomenal for Bob Jones and Lauderdale County. There's just so much to think about on the defensive end because of how quick all 3 members of Bob Jones are. The Patriots are just all over the field, and that's tough to defend against for anybody in this tournament.
That was a great demo by Capo, though, and then good save nonetheless. Low boost, has to wait and let the shot come through. Save made away here, and Fish is a little bit extended away from this play. 1-on-1, Capo and Fish. Shots on frame, but it's saved off front post, and Bepic with triple zeros on the clock. Now, this one will go final. Bob Jones 6, Lauderdale 1.
An emphatic Game 2 win for the favorites in this tournament. They did well to build upon their Game 1 success, and again, 13 shots. Hiroki with 7 of them unfortunately lowered his shooting accuracy there in garbage time. I feel for him, but Lauderdale County, 5 shots that time around. We don't have exact possession time numbers, but it felt like a lot more.
Yes, definitely, for sure. And looking at the shooting percentage, Bepic, we said it would get better. What was it, 3 for 13 in game 1, and now, ironically, 6 for 13 in game 2. I mean, we knew it would improve for Bob Jones, but it's funny. I feel like Lauderdale played better in game number 2, but the scoreline got worse.
I think that's just a product of Bob Jones being as good as they are. They upgraded alongside their opponent. That's what you have to do as good teams, because everyone knows Bob Jones is the best right now. They're the reigning state champions, so you're going to get the best shot of every single team that you face. And that was a great shot from Lauderdale County. Bob Jones just deflected it with their shield.
And Capo hat trick on the save department. I'll be honest. I mean, it's a tough ask, but he's going to have to make more saves, and 3 just isn't going to be enough with the way that the game is trending right now. I mean, that's such a difficult ask. Saucy's going to have to get involved on the defensive end as well, and I mean, you really have to form a brick wall in front of your net and hope that maybe frustration of not being able to score allow Bob Jones to push up a little bit more, and then you catch them while they're too far forward.
Yeah, there was potential for that in game 1 when 3 for 13 was the ratio for Bob Jones, and we saw chances on the other end of the field because of them pushing very hard for their 3rd, 4th, 5th goal in that first game, but they didn't find it, and Lauderdale County was able to get close to making them pay on the other end, but they've yet to put in more than 1 goal. They found just 1 on their 6 shots, which isn't bad. They just have to continue to get better and maybe slow down the rate of improvement for Bob Jones.
I'm interested to see how Bob Jones plays in game 3, if it's a repeat of game 2, if they've kind of plateaued out at this point, or if it's going to continue to be that vertical trend.
Yeah, I just can't wait to get into game 3. We're sitting here waiting for that alongside all of you to see who upgrades the most here. But very curious getting to watch Bob Jones play, because like you said earlier, a lot of us casters were unfamiliar before we started doing our research for this event with the Alabama High School scene. It has been so neat to watch all these players and schools develop as the tournament has gone on. Bob Jones especially, as we get to see their 2nd series of the day, and now game 3 of that 2nd series underway. See what happens.
That's a big 50 from Capo there. It'll force Bob Jones all the way back, Bepic, and again, I think the more time you can force Bob Jones to think about what they have to do, it feels like they're really turning on autopilot, which is a dangerous situation as Hiroki going to open the scoring just 14 seconds in.
That is so clean. The ground pinch from Kessa to get the ball in the hood of Hiroki, and then the collection from Hiroki into a flick on target. I can't defend that. I mean, Lauderdale County being asked to defend against that over and over and over again right there, unable to, and it's another fast start for Bob Jones.
Little pass to the side here. Saucy won the 50 though. This is dropping straight down. Almost had the read, did Capo, but that's a big sellout because now only 2 on defense. Counterattack with the numbers for Bob Jones, but the centered ball a little bit too far behind Fished, and he'll have to carry this one to the side wall. It'll allow Saucy to find the escape, and now Saucy tried to work it around one. That's a big bump from Little Mexico, but the ball's still cleared out.
Hiroki is the king of keeping the ball close, and even though Lauderdale County was surrounding him right there, they weren't able to take it from him because of that ball control around the nicely painted Torrent Octane that Hiroki's repping right now. And that's why it's so difficult to play offense, is because Bob Jones is able to just lurk around and then make sure they at least force a good 50 if you do force them into a challenge.
Ooh, awkward ball for Hiroki there. You see, he did not find that touch, and it'll slow down the counterattack. And Bepic, that'll help with Lauderdale County's defense there. And it really could be the ultimate driving factor. Can you slow down how fast this Bob Jones squad wants to play? Saucy doesn't have that red, and it'll be a bounce goal for number 2.
Well, they slowed down Bob Jones right there. That was a slow goal, only a 38-mile-per-hour bouncer. Just a difficult read as Saucy didn't have the boost funds to get in proper position to save that. So unfortunate timing there for Lauderdale County. Down by 2 again. Now's the time you really have to get your offense on board.
This kickoff handedly in favor of Bob Jones here. They'll be able to establish their offense right from the kickoff. This is a good ball here. Working it back around, went for the fake, and Capo just doesn't bite.
Well, Mexico, that's a good bump to actually stave off Bob Jones. The follow-up a little bit delayed, and Sauce just had a little dribbler down the sideline, but it works. They win that second challenge as well, forcing Fish into a tough save, but they will climb that ladder, get up to the crossbar, and make the block. No Bob Jones in defense. The ball over the midfield line. Capo down the field to La Mexico, but no contact made with an LCHS player, and now it's a passing play for Bob Jones' third.
And that's the gamble that you take, Bepic.
Yep.
If you look back at the replay here, you can see all 3 of Lauderdale's players in that back right corner there. And well, when you have all 3 of your cars there, that means 5 points in the pitch are open. And the back portion, the biggest one open there, it'll be Bob Fish.
It's another instance where I don't mind that aggression from
No, I
Lauderdale
don't
County.
either.
That's what they have to go for. And they did, just couldn't quite execute. And at some points, you have to tip your cap to your opponent and say, you're very good. And we just aren't quite up to that level right now.
What a ball back mid. Pops straight up. The pass is a dime, and it's slotted into the back of the net there. 74 miles an hour again. No doubt left behind that one, and no one's saving that.
Kessa wasn't too happy with their 38-mile-per-hour one that they had just scored and had to prove to us all that they can put rippers on target. And that's also a tough ball to save. And this one from Hiroki does find its way in. It went off the crossbar and out, but eventually back in.
It's a great pass from Fish. I mean, he got all of that one and straight back down. Hiroki, in future instances, he's going to want to put that one away conventionally, but even with the unconventional finish, it still works in Bob Jones's favor.
Against Hartzell, going to have to put those kinds of shots in. I mean, that's something that, okay, wow. I was going to say that's something that Hartzell can look forward to, is the inaccurate shooting of Bob Jones, and then Fish does that, so I'll go ahead and eat my words.
What a read by Fish there. That's also plays top left as well. And that is a fantastic read off kickoff here, Bepic, and game number 3, a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, no kidding, and we're not even halfway through right now. Bob Jones employing the fake kickoff here to just get even more possession, maybe put it in a 7th, but Capo is going to find a clear for LCHS. Well, we'll see what they can do with it. Misses from Bob Jones, and it's going to be a sidewall play. Saucy there, wins the challenge. Extra couple of touches as well across the box, but they won't be able to put it in, and Bob Jones just back to controlling things again.
Long clearance back in the blue corner here. Saucy, I believe, got corner boost. He did. So that'll allow him to make a pass, though. Corner boost missed by Capo in the back corner here. Hiroki trying to drop it down. No shooter there. Big bump as well to remove him from any harmful positions. And again, I mean, even when Bob Jones moving the wrong direction, they're continuing to keep possession.
It's the consistency of their flicks as well. I mean, every time a ball is on one of the Bob Jones car's hood, the flick that follows is almost always perfect. Like, it has power, it has accuracy, it's just clean. There's another one. Kessa, 3 for 4 in this game with an assist to boot. And Bob Jones, they have certainly run away with game 3.
Again, that's another pass over mid that's ultimately uncontested, and really that's where the dysfunction on the defensive end is coming for Lauderdale. They were allowing these passes to get into dangerous positions.
The aerospace is being dominated by the Patriots at the moment, and Lauderdale County either has to force everyone in the lobby into a ground-based game or just be faster in the air, and I don't like saying just be faster.
Very simple. How do you win at Rocket League? Just put the ball in the net. That's what people will tell you all the time here. So Lauderdale, again, you move into that next game up mentality, again, with just a minute 30 left here in game number 3. You understand the task in front of you is a reverse sweep, but it starts by winning a game, and you start by building momentum with what's left of game number 3.
Yep, that double commit's going to help LCHS get out of their half. They have to make sure the communications are still solid, and that's the first step to getting out of their defensive end. But flip resets abound once more. Bob Jones continuing to look confident, and for good reason. Oh my.
For good reason, indeed. Fish, who just went for the double flip reset and didn't get it, will put this howitzer away. Grabs mid boost, has that red all the way at 70 miles an hour, straight into the back of the net.
I feel like in the bag of compliments for Bob Jones, we're starting to run low for how many good plays that they have put on net for us and scored. It's wild how well they are playing right now. We talked so much about not knowing enough about Bob Jones after that one series that they played. I think we've gotten enough answers in this series.
I would agree here. This is a fantastic showing for Bob Jones, Epic. And you're right, we're running out of descriptions for these goals because they're all so excellent here, and it's becoming the standard quo for what we expect out of these guys.
They aren't just testing the LCHS defense, they're testing us as casters to think of creative ways to say things. I respect that. They're not just playing against the LCHS, but us as well, Volts. And we appreciate the test, guys, but you can slow down now.
Fish going to try to add a 9th here. It's a long clearance. This one is just straight into the back of the net from one box to the other. Fish will add his 4th. And just like that, it is 9-0 for Bob Jones.
He's so close on that challenge, and LCHS is just throwing everything at this point towards the Bob Jones half, and coming up empty-handed most of the time. It's Bob Jones upgraded again. LCHS, I don't know if they kept moving in the upward direction here for Game 3.
Just 12 seconds left.
No way.
For the backboard instead, it's just Fish who is able to double that one home. I believe it was intended to be a pass, Epic, but he'll still make it work.
Everything, it's either a pass or a shot. Well, obviously, but it's a pass and a shot, and Hiroki can hit that, but so can Fish, and the LCHS defense has to contend against that. Wow, 10 seconds left, and I think it's safe to say Bob Jones has clinched Game 3 here as they take a 3-0 series lead, and then LCHS has to reverse sweep now.
So to game number 4 is where we head after this. It's yet another dominant performance for Bob Jones, Epic, and the vertical trend continues here. 3 goals, 6 goals, 16 shots, 10 goals.
And Hiroki only with 2 shots this time around. Dude, what are you doing? Still shooting 100%, I might add. Wow. Bob Jones is pretty good. I mean, Capo and Saucy looked so solid yesterday. Even Low Mexico got in on the fun in their last series and held to just 1 shot in this game. And in the previous 5, and then 1 shot in game 1 as well. Bob Jones just swallows you up. It doesn't let you leave.
And that's the thing, Epic, and we saw it with the perfect example of Saucy being so close to finding that touch, and it ends up in the back of the net. And that's the difference of, a Duncan staying on the offensive end versus conceding a goal is just that little pixel that's there. And so just, I would say half a car length too slow for Lauderdale right now, and it's difficult to ask them to find that next step because, again, that's the difference in ultimately ranks and ultimately win or loss in Rocket League.
It's the challenge game. Lars loves to preach about the challenge game, and he did it yesterday, so I'll do it for him now that he's not in the booth. But Bob Jones' challenge game is 5 stars, 6 stars out of 5. I'll give it that. And Lauderdale County has to find a way to just get a wheel on the ball in some of these dunk attempts. I mean, right there at the end, I think it was the last, or maybe it was penultimate goal for Bob Jones. Saucy just barely misses a dunk, and if he gets it, then it's probably a goal for LCHS, but it doesn't, and then Fish scores.
Yeah, we'll see what they can come up with here. Again, down but not out yet. You still have 1 life left. Best of 7s in front of us. 3-0 in favor of Bob Jones, and if your heart's all in the crowd, Bepik, how are you feeling right now?
You should be feeling confident, Hartzell. You are good enough to contend with Bob Jones, but on behalf of Hartzell, I'm a little nervous for them because that's a lot to deal with. But you're watching film right now. You know to attack them ASAP because these flip reset plays, if you allow them time to develop, they're in the back of your net, and that's. It didn't start that way with a lot of missed opportunities in game 1, but now that we're in game 3, and they were landing in that previous game. That's why we saw 10 goals.
We'll see what Lauderdale can come up with. It's time to dig into the bag of creativity, be it bumps, demos, overall boost starves, anything of the sort. But we see the pitch. It means we're ready for game number 4 here. Does Bob Jones sweep, or do we find a game number 5? I think both of us originally went with the game 5 prediction here.
Yes, we did, and we'll see if that holds true. But I'll admit I'm not super confident in my prediction coming true. But I would love to be proven wrong right now. Lauderdale County, you guys keep feeling confident. I mean, it's tough to keep the comms up, keep the energy up, having lost game 3 by 10 goals, but it's a clean scoreboard. You're tied right now with Bob Jones, and you've got to remember that. Keep feeling confident. Great save, Capo.
Fantastic save, but a heart attack nonetheless there. It's off his own crossbar. This one headed back in front here. It's a pass down. Fish, big fake, and that fake will lead to goal number 1 just 15 seconds in.
And Kessa got a demo as well on Sauce. Just insult to injury in that play as Fish and Hiroki tear it up in the offensive end. That's just beautiful offense. I love watching them work.
A little bit of smoke and mirrors as well. You didn't know who was originally taking the shot. Fish fakes the original pass, and it creates chaos. That's a big win, though, by Saucy. Is not able to steal corner boost. Going to look for the Doomsy here and cannot quite find it.
La Mexico and Capo given some time to keep the ball in offense. Capo's follow-up not quite fast enough. Again, it's inches. If they get a wheel on that, probably still in the offensive end. But now Bob Jones allowed time to work, though. Kessa is bested. La Mexico had a player center, couldn't get it to him, but Capo rotates back quickly to make sure that ball doesn't go in.
And that's a huge save because everyone from the boys in blue were really just stacked up in midfield there, and that's a dangerous situation. This is a good beat. Got mid boost as well. Looking for the bump is Saucy, but can't quite find it.
Love the thought, though. Capo, it's not even a risky play that time around. It's just you had space and almost made the most of it. Now Bob Jones going backwards. Hiroki in a tough spot, but La Mexico isn't quite able to fire one on target. So LCHS backing up for now as Fish carries past 2. Flip reset, no, denied by Capo immediately now. Puts it on net. Kessa does make the save, but LCHS is looming.
I love seeing Capo challenge before the flip reset is gotten. Saucy in great position will make the save. Bepic and Lauderdale, I mean, this is clicking here, but now you have to sustain some time on the orange end of the pitch before you get boost starved on your own.
Yep, and Saucy upfield right now grabbing that 100, making sure the midfield canister is secure before retreating back. There's a lot of trust in Capo right now for good reason. They have looked stellar on their back line here in game 4. 3 or 4 huge saves now to keep Bob Jones at just 1 goal, as it's a huge defensive performance. You wanted to see more out of him, and you're getting it.
But now I want to see time spent on the orange end, Bet, because you can only continue to leak up field to grab boost. I mean, look at Little Mexico all the way up here. That's an errant touch here. Saucy's back. That's a beautiful bump, and it'll buy Saucy time to make the save, but he doesn't get corner, Bet, and the boost stars are coming through.
Capo still a chance to clear the zone here. Unable to find that second touch. Hiroki up into the air. 1 to beat in Capo. Oh, and gets past La Mexico, who joined the fray at the last second as well. Bob Jones in at the second.
And it's ultimately a boost issue here. You can see Capo low boost. I don't even think he has any. Never jumps for that one, and Little Mexico can't cover the back post in time.
Has to respect the hard shot that Hiroki potentially put on, but also the soft one. Unfortunately, just guessed wrong in that situation. So Bob Jones find their second, but Dale County, they have been in the area. They have been ready to score on a couple of occasions, just unable to get through that last defender. And I think that should change eventually, just to make sure that you're limiting Bob Jones's chances in the offensive end in the meantime.
This is very reminiscent to game number 1, which was the closest game out of the 3 that have been completed, though. This is a great touch from Hiroki here. Just doesn't quite have the follow-up, and now Capo able to slow it down. He'll punch this one to the side. Rocket League generously credits the shot and save there. Little Mexico awkward on the wall, but was able to secure the boost, at least. Fished awkward as well, and that'll lead Saucy to a huge dunk here. And now this is where you have to establish your midline and establish some control in the orange end. Shot from Little Capo, turn away, but not out of danger yet is Bob Jones.
Oh, but in a 1v1, Hiroki versus Capo. He tried to delay it, Hiroki did, but Capo read it well on an open net. Just a little bit off again. Lauderdale County so close.
Capo will send it right back where it came from, but Hiroki was waiting mid here. Big bump on him in the corner as well, and that'll lead to time for this one to be played this side. Mid pass, uncontested, big save by Capo there. It got hit right at him.
But right back to it, Fish into the air, shut down by Saucy, up off the ground as soon as Fish took off as well. Well done by the defense, and it gets the ball on the goal line, but it stays out. Fish using his own post to make sure LCHS stays at 0.
Felt like an eternity. That ball was on the goal line. Saucy's big dunk is just off to the right, but it's Capo. He's still there. The backboard uncontested. Big drop down here. Three people don't touch. It's a triple commit. Saucy opened net. Crossbar a couple times, but he'll be there to put it away. And just like that, Lauderdale's finally pieced it together. Bepic, and they're within 1.
Bob Jones couldn't escape their defense right there. That was extended offense from Lauderdale. So well done. They won the challenge game in that 15-20 second exchange. And that's the reason why they're only down by 1 now in the final minute. Here we go.
You saw Bob Jones panic as well. Triple commit, a pair of team bumps. It left the net wide open, and it's the first time they've been put in that kind of situation where they had to, rely on comms and trust in each other in the goal line, and it eventually broke down.
They are human after all. How about that? Though, almost proving their immortality with an immediate response, but Saucy, big save. And Capo on that back line, so clutch. Now it's them moving forward, though. They're going to stop him with a little help from Hiroki, who was waiting center to put a ball on net, but defense in the way. Capo trying to find a clear, unable to get it past Fish, who looking for a double, puts it into the blue box, but Capo right there to turn it aside.
Double commit from Lauderdale will slow down the escape as well. Kessa uncontested here. Kessa has a flip, chooses not to use it, and it'll fake Saucy enough. Hiroki trying to put it back in front. Shot past Capo will end up in the back of the net, and Fish might have just secured the win for Bob Jones.
Capo got so many of those last-ditch effort saves in this game, but ultimately 14 seconds left. Could not come up with that one. Bob Jones reinstating their 2-goal lead. That's clutch in the final 30 seconds. Even though it was close for a second, they don't blink. They get right back to playing offense, and they look good doing it.
9 seconds and counting here. This one almost has to go for Lauderdale if you want any kind of chance, but Capo's shot will not be good. Mathematically impossible here. Bob Jones will take the sweep in 4 games, and it'll be official once this one hits the ground. Bepic teams are going to keep it up out of respect for one another, but now we're headed to the blue end. Almost a final 4th goal, but instead we're to the ground. Bob Jones moves on to the semifinals.
All right, actually, if Hiroki hits that, I am leaving, but he didn't that time around, so I get to stick around the venue. Bob Jones looked very good. I mean, we could break down this series a little more, but I'd just be repeating what we've already said. All 3 players from Bob Jones looked very, very good. And LCHS, they played solid as well. And against any other team in this bracket, honestly, it's a much closer series.
And we said this through our first series as well. There are 2 games there that you kind of just want to brush aside and not really look back on too much. But games 1 and game 4, if you're Lauderdale, those are the games you go home with. You take pride in how you played in those games, and those are the ones you use during your replay reviews and your coaching sessions, because those were really good showings.
Yeah, and one more round of applause for Lauderdale County. That's a valiant effort against one of the best teams in the state. Kudos to them. But Volts, that's going to do it for the quarterfinals. We've gone through 4 of them, 3 out of the 4 sweeps, but we were blessed with a 7-game series earlier on. We're going to a break, and then the desk. I'm not going to give our desk a heart attack this time around, so 5-minute break, and then you get to hear what our panel has to say.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Dude, that seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy by banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I thought you.
Finished up with Bob Jones versus Lauderdale County High School of 4-0 for Bob Jones. We didn't quite get the 5th game that some of us on the desk were hoping, but nevertheless, still a great fight from LCHS, keeping a few of the games close, really trying to get us that extra game, and I'm sure that they would have loved to have it as well. Overall, a very solid win for Bob Jones. Atomic, did we learn anything from Bob Jones in that last series that we didn't see in their match yesterday?
They're relentless. I'll just keep it simple. That game 3 was a big game 3.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's obvious to hark on seeing double digits goals, but I mean, the big thing is you saw a single more game than we saw yesterday, having only 3 yesterday, now 4 today. And so it's not exactly the deepest hole to dig into, but, the team is confident, they're playing well. And again, it's about taking that first step forward, folks. And they've done it on day 1 where they just get to step directly into day 2. And now doing this, they step forward into this semifinals going up against Hartselle.
So Bob Jones looking good against Hartselle, you all think?
Yeah. I think we were all in agreement.
I think they're looking good, but I'm not going to say it's going to be a sweep. I think it's going to be a very highly contested series. And I think with how young that Bob Jones squad can be, you need to be careful because you don't want to get too emotional. And when you have a competitive series for the first time in your 3 series this year, you don't want to get too attached to any one game.
That's right. I mean, we did find out that they're pretty young. They're on the Bob Jones side, so that's a long reigning dynasty here for years to come. It seems
maybe.
And I also want to say, I think here, I know we're not at predictions yet, but we were talking about that game 5 the entire time in the last series. And I think if there's any team that can at least take us to that game 5, it will be Hartsville. So that's where I'm going with it.
Alrighty. So Bob Jones overall still looking pretty good for their next round match against Hartselle. But the next match that we will be showing is Wilson A versus Athens. I think we're down to the last couple of matches. We're excited about all the matches, but I think this one in particular maybe even will pack a bigger punch than Wilson A's last match.
It will. I mean, it's been steps up every single time. And for the teams that are playing, it's only a race of 2 games. For us, it's a race of 3 games, having both of the semis. But it's just race to 5. And so both of these teams having that goal in mind, it's got to be bigger because it's win and go on, and you make it to the finals, lose, and tied for 4th.
Yeah, Tommy, you feel the same way that Wilson A Athens could be more hyped than the last one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you would have to be seeing a clear-cut Athens game the same way that Bob Jones came into this. Bob Jones was the 1st seed. Athens, I believe they're the 2nd. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It looked that way.
Yeah. So I do think it will be closer. I think Wilson just had the series of lives. They beat them. They went to game 7 and they took it. I think they feel a little bit more unstoppable here. Going into it, I think Athens, kind of might see that, try to get into it, maybe be a little bit envious. I know all 6 players can hear me right now, but give it your all, and the crowd will be excited no matter what.
Yeah, I think one of the things you're alluding to in particular is that one of the things that we saw from Wilson, they didn't. I think it was games 2 and 3 were not particularly great from them, but we still saw them fight back from really a strong James Clemens side. And I feel like that is an important lesson for them to take because Athens is not going to be a pushover either.
Not at all.
And if they can learn to fight back against a probably similarly skilled team, surely that experience will be crucial for them going into the next one.
Absolutely. And, it cuts your step on your toes a little bit there, but, we harken back to it. The call that Leachy and I got to talk about. Again, both of these teams are at a very strange part, especially in this tournament. They've had their mettle tested, folks. They were able to stare down the barrel of not only more than 4 games, but an entire series where everything hung on the line. And no matter which side won, they've been tested. They have withstood that moment. And so for a few minutes, I think Wilson A got to have that moment on the top of the mountain and then realized, all right, next peak, we got to keep climbing.
Atomic, one of the strongest points in favor of Wilson A is going to be that duo of Quitify and Kitagawa. Is that duo enough to see out an Athens squad where really Spectral Chop and Frequency have all performed well in their own rights?
Yes, and the reason why I say that is because, well, Wilson. I mean, not only do they have Quidify and Kitagawa, but I think Copy Paste is slots in very well there. I think that not only do those two, Kitagawa and Quidify, have a lot of make create chances, just those two. But when you have a third man slotted into it, making sure that things are running well with Copy Paste, I think it therefore creates a really well-oiled team. Something that Athens, they kind of just have naturally, where I think Wilson kind of has to work for it.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the way that Copy's performance makes Wilson play the way that they do, and Copy's performance, you could argue, is the most important for Wilson, because while they don't have the same level of experience playing the game as everybody else, they have to make sure that they don't that get in their teammates' way, and really put in some really important challenges and decisive moments to stop the other teams from running all over them.
So when you kind of hearken to that idea of having a third man who might be not mechanically as fast or on the same page, that is a worrying conundrum. And you saw it in the series beforehand. What happened in Game 5 when all of a sudden you saw the Jets put the clamps on one person, and then they had to fall to either Copy Paste and Kitagawa or Copy Paste and Corey. And so that forces their two-man roster that they like to run behind, and having that third rotate and fill in the spots, it now had to shift that light. And so if they can play a series starting like that, I think it's going to cause Wilson and the Warriors to feel on the back foot for a little bit.
Now on the Athens side, obviously I mentioned Spectral Shot Frequency, all great in their own right. Is there a particular player or a particular duo that you all are looking for to help Athens be that next step up? And Atomic, I'll start with you, because me personally, I thought Spectral to Chop, the overtime winner in Game 1, is more of what I would like to see from them going forward. Not sure if you feel the same.
I feel relatively the same. I mean, I think that this is where I differ from you. Is I actually think Frequency might be the Shabi, the midfielder, right? Kind of aspect in the team, whereas Chop kind of fills in a lot more of the shots and everything. Spectral, maybe plays that third mid. I mean, it really is just like a rotation, right? But I think that they're proficient at all three. It's like picking Mario and Mario Party. It really is just like they're well-rounded in probably everything they do.
Luigi, you feel the same about? Or I'm sorry, Food.
I do resemble that handsome man, but yes,
it's a compliment. I promise.
I took it
because you are down
it. So here's what. Aside, so compared to those three players that you listed, I don't have any of them for being my duo to watch that could help Athens win. Now that should confuse a lot of people. I've said all three players on the Athens, none of them are my duo to help them win. It's going to be Quidify and the goalposts. That is the duo that could help Athens win. You watched in games 1, 2, and 3 where Quidify had a fist fight with the right post and it didn't want to work. They made up, and in game 4 and 5 it finally started to bank in, but that could be the duo that hinders or helps Athens if they don't defend it and they leave the door open.
Is it almost like could you also describe it as a head-to-head match in a way? Like Quidify has to beat the post?
Well, no, the post isn't going to change. He's going to use it.
Okay, so you have to.
You can't beat it. You can't beat it. It's there. It's permanent.
If you can't beat it, join it.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can't T-pose.
I understand now. So we'll move into predictions. I am completely torn on which way this match is going to go. My heart tells me to still follow the Wilson story. Part of me feels like Athens is still going to be very good and could still tip the scales in their favor. But I'll start with you. Where do you lie on this spectrum?
I'm gonna have to go Athens here. I think it'll go to Game 6. But I think it will go to Athens. And I think the reason behind it is because anytime that a 50-50 happens, you're gonna have a ball presumably, usually on the sides, not in the middle as a 50-50 happening at the midfield. The Athens player will just have the edge. They're gonna have a better position. Their car is gonna be angled in a way where they're actually also, while 50ing the other team, passing in midfield. And that's what I presume here, is that they'll have an Athens player win that 50-50 every time, or not every time, but most of the time, which will lead to some more success.
So Athens in 6?
Yeah.
Alrighty. How do you feel, Foof?
I'm feeling bold.
Feeling bold?
We're going to have a gentleman's reverse sweep. And what that means for those of you at home who don't know what it is, it means we're going to have one game fall for one team and then 4 straight for another. I feel like Athens is going to come out and lay the clamps on Wilson A, game 1, be able to demo, be able to rotate, be aggressive, and find a way to shut them down. And then I feel like the duo is going to have a match struck underneath them, and we're going to watch those two fly high. And I think the Wilson Warriors, they've got the crowd behind them, they've got the momentum behind them, and they have just the energy flowing with them. I'm confident in them.
All right. Me,
It's up to you.
personally, I know it always does come down to me.
Good.
I'm thinking Athens in 7. I really think that Quidify Kitagawa with Copy playing the excellent third man that they have is going to be enough to really take this fight to Athens. I don't know that they will clutch up again this time. I don't know. Part of me feels that way. I've got Athens in 7 for this next game. If I'm wrong, I'll totally admit it. I really there's not really a whole lot to split these two teams. There's obviously they haven't played each other before, but there's just so much talent on that field, and the desire for either of these teams to set up a match with the winner of our other semifinal to claim at least top 2 in day 2 of the main event. Surely that's got to be something that's going to drive all of them in this next match.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be huge, but I want to make sure we take a moment and step back and realize this is a battle of mascots of mythological portion. We have the Golden Eagles going up against the Warriors. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is probably inscribed on a tomb somewhere or a column. And so it is up in the air, and it is up to the fates to decide. And you know what? The fates are the 6 players that are going to be on that stage.
Yeah. Let them battle, as I say. Go on.
Let them fight.
A fight to the death. It pretty much will be. This has a lot of promise. It really does. This match could easily be the best one that we have seen so far. My understanding is that both Wilson and Athens and everybody else in the stadium is ready for this match to get underway. So without further ado, we'll send it to our casters, the crowd, and the players who are just about ready to see who is going to be our first team in the grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. AWash and everybody else at the desk, thank you very much. It is time for the first of 2 semifinals. It's still a best of 7, but we're getting closer to the cream of the crop. Lychee joined by Lars, and we are bringing you, like I said, the first semifinal. It's going to be Wilson A featuring against Athens. Wilson A, you and I have some previous experience with all throughout this entire tournament. Athens for us is a little bit of an unknown in terms of the experience that we have, like firsthand experience casting them.
I'm expecting an exciting match no matter what. I think this is one of those matches that has the potential to go the distance, but we're going to find out very soon here as we already have the players on the field. Quick transition. Game 1, let's put 5 minutes on that clock and get underway.
Wilson will be in the orange, going up against Athens in the blue. And my word, what a prospect we have. Oh, Chop trying to get the scoring started very, very early. Frequency and Spectral in the backfield will have to pick up the defense for now. Early predictions here. We heard what the cast was talking about. Foof saying that he believes Athens is going to take it to Wilson in game number 1. Do you agree with that take?
I'm not sure. This is going to be interesting watching these two teams feel each other out because this is such an interesting dynamic, the way the Wilson team is kind of organized and Athens coming in on probably, I would say, maybe a harder bracket, but Kitagawa from the corner is going to open this one up early.
All right. Hey, Foof, Wilson's proving you wrong very early. Look at this one, the quick turn off that right side. Nice, sharp, tight angle from Kitagawa. Exactly what he needed. Barely 40 seconds in, and Wilson goes up a single goal in game number 1.
Absolutely been the trend here for Wilson, though, is shot accuracy on those opportunities. When they get those opportunities, they take them, and it's been huge and instrumental in their success, especially with this kind of 2-in-1 play style that they run. You need to be accurate, and they've proven they can do it.
It's
out
not
of the
that
corner
they're
now.
getting 2v3,
Quidify won't
they're
get a
getting
touch on this one. Kitagawa, oh, won't either. That one's just going to fly in. A couple errors leading to a free goal here from Chop.
3 for 3 on Wilson here, not making the touch. That's just unfortunate on the air roll. Doesn't flip quite the right way, and I don't think anyone was expecting that. But that ties us back up, and we were looking for a close matchup, and so far, so good.
So well for one of the teams at least. So bad maybe for Wilson there. That's fine. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off. No big deal. Still super early. Quidify up, down, up, down, and all around the middle. Frequency. Won't get a touch on this one. Kitagawa, plenty of boost, going for one of these trademark aerials. I feel like he's become known for these at this point. Great save by Chop, and relying on a pinch clear from Frequency and Spectral to send this all the way down to the other side of the pitch. That is an efficient clearance. I would like to see those booming clearances mixed with some productivity in terms of maintaining the possession. Again, early days. Wow, I got a couple snapshots here from Athens, taking it to Wilson. Neither of these teams are slowing down. Both of these groups are coming and swinging.
Talking about those clears, and I know I'm big on controlling those clears upfield, but you're right. Get a mixture of the big booming clears and the control clears. Keep your opponents guessing. Don't let them know what you're going to do. This could be a drive home for Chop. Well played. See that defense coming and keeping that one clear.
Who was that around the back? I think it was No, it was Kitagawa. Just on for the boost, but from the demo rather, didn't have enough speed to catch up. And Chop walks it right in. 2-1 for Athens. And all of a sudden, Foof's on top again.
Well, we can't have that.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, Wilson.
Well, some early flurry of goals here. Just past 2 minutes gone. We've already got 3 between the two teams, but no one running away with it yet. This could go either way. A little bit of scramble outside of Wilson. This one opportunity for Frequency. Trying to get that one back. A little bit of tricksy, but Kitagawa not going to bite on that. Sends it deep back the other way.
The wave dash mechanics there would have been absolutely ridiculous if he was able to make that one work, especially in these lane environments. You cannot count out the pressure that is under, or that these players are under. Kitagawa can't get a touch. Copy-paste won't either because Quidify is taking it away. Copy-paste getting bounced around in the midfield. Kitagawa, plenty of boost to deal with this one on the back wall. Gets bounced off of it, though. And bang! Frequency coming in almost completely unchallenged. That's the third goal.
This is where Athens is killing Wilson, is in these transition plays. It's a little bit late in the transition, but in general, they're getting Wilson awkward and on the back foot with the transitions, and they're punishing that very quickly. I think all 3 of these goals were on transition, helped by some big physical play. Demos and bumps have been huge in the Athens strategy, and you know I love it.
Yes, it's a crucial ingredient to creating a successful piece of gameplay. And right now, it's Athens firing on more cylinders than Wilson right now. That said, we've been talking about this at the desk all throughout the day. A lot of these teams have found it difficult to get started real quick. Spectral and the rest of the Athens teams finding 0 issues with that. That's goal number 4. And I know there's still 1:49 left, but it feels like they're starting to run away with it a little bit. This is another case of a team like Wilson taking a little bit too long to get started.
Athens 0-60 and 3.5 off the line. They're doing great getting pressure downfield. Huge flick from Quidify. Kitagawa will clean that up off the back wall. It's not over yet, folks, in game number 1. 1:43, only 2 goals. Plenty of time for this one to play out.
Kitagawa does not score boring shots. No. It wasn't as challenged defensively as it maybe could have been, but Kitagawa and Quidify, the name of the game is flashiness. And if they can start making these work, it only means good things. The second shot, the follow-up from Copy-Paste, does not make it in, and Quidify is back with 0 boost. Good positioning, bad boost situation. May be forced to pay for it here. Demo is Frequency getting completely removed from the field. Spectral turning. This one gets cleared by Wilson only as far as the halfway point. Frequency turns. Plenty of boost to work with this one. Loses control, but not possession in general. That one's knocked back mid, and now Wilson have a chance to make something happen.
Good pressure here out of Wilson to try to get this one back, but they just can't quite find that finish. They've had so many good shooting opportunities. They're doing a good job of setting up. And one of the things that Wilson does really well is infield passes across the middle. Quidify to Kitagawa, Kitagawa to Quidify. using that space across the middle is so hard to defend. And to Athens' credit, they've done an excellent job of stepping to that and getting in the way of those passes.
So something else. Oh no, feels backflip. Thank the Lord Chop was there. That was about to be absolutely ghastly. We were talking about this before we went live, is that there have been some ridiculous saves, and just as Kitagawa and Quitify are known for their flashy attacking abilities, they have also made some insane saves, and we saw one a couple seconds ago from Kitagawa. They are just as important behind the ball as they are in front of it.
Well, Quitify is going to throw this down. One more opportunity for Kitagawa to try to tuck that in, but not strong enough to 50 both players on the defensive line. Now a cycle back. Not a lot of time left on the clock to take the win in game number 1. Quitify, huge flick to the middle. Kitagawa's already up. Shot opportunity. Spectral going to get just enough in the way. That one touches down, and it'll be Athens in game number 1.
Okay, so that was a good game 1 from both of these teams. I think Wilson, like I said, took a little bit longer than I would have liked to get firing on all cylinders, but I see something that you just highlighted that has become a theme for Wilson specifically, is that one player tends to take the lead early on, and my lord, it was Kitagawa. 9 shots to his name, and 2 and 1 shots to Quitify and copy paste respectively. That's yet another like target on back moment. I don't know. I want to see a little bit more variety.
I know we've already talked about how teams, they need to be even. You need to be able to press across the board. And that's not really the Wilson style. They have that kind of 2-in-1 where you've got Quitify and Kitagawa doing some of the heavy lifting on offense and copy-paste playing at that solid base. And I want to touch on that. Something that hasn't got a lot of attention here from the desk or from us here with the Wilson team is copy-paste. And I've been very impressed with copy-paste decision-making throughout this entire tournament. They have been an absolute asset to this team, and that is so huge. And what could be when you have 2 players with that kind of chemistry, that third could kind of be an off balance, but not in this case. Copy-paste has done an excellent job of finding space on this field.
It's very important to be able to slot into that role effectively, and copy-paste has done that. It's just, I don't know, it wasn't enough this time for Wilson. Right now, Foof was correct with that prediction. Athens did enough to stifle Wilson's offense in game 1. I guess we're going to see if Foof is correcter as we get into game 2 to see if that does in fact light a fire under the Wilson players, gets Kitagawa and Quitify working on a completely different level, and copy-paste, as we talked about, filling in that perfect third-man role.
Now, we talk a lot about Wilson, again, because you and I have that kind of history casting Wilson throughout the last couple of days. Athens, excellent job of standing up to that onslaught. Kitagawa, more shots on net than the entire Athens team combined. And the fact that they were able to step up defensively, again, we talk a lot about Wilson's defensive capabilities, the huge saves. Athens absolutely had some of that on their own, did a good job of clearing the zone and not allowing a lot of follow-up touches. That's a lot of the spots that Wilson gets a lot of their goals is on those cleanup shots off backboard reads. And Athens has done an excellent job of getting to the backboard, clearing it away from the shooting lane. And the one goal that Wilson had was on a backboard read that just didn't quite have that touch. So more of that from Athens. Wilson needs to continue to bring that pressure downfield, get some better quality of their shots. Game number 2 underway. Athens in the lead in the series.
Utopia Coliseum is the destination for said game number 2. Early goal here from Athens. 9 seconds is all it takes for Frequency to make this one count.
Oh, copy-paste getting bullied through the corner, and that's just going to get everyone a little bit off foot. Copy-paste so close off that sidewall. That save is almost impossible to make. You have no control vertically. You just got to guess where you're going to leave that post and hope you're in the right spot. But Frequency does an excellent job of finding the open slot and throwing it exactly where it needed to go.
The physics of the car get screwy as well. When you're on a vertical plane and then all of a sudden that plane disappears because you're driving across the face of goal, the backflip like kills forward momentum, but you don't go up, and a side flip puts you like outwards. It's really difficult in the moment in those high pressure situations to kind of get that straight and get your orientation set properly. So no blame there. Copy-paste is definitely in a difficult spot. Ooh. Wow, Quitify beats 2, but unfortunately not enough sauce on the ball to beat the third. Chop did have to come across and make that save, though, and the ball is being sent all the way back down to the other side of the pitch. Now Quitify, a slow control, flicks this super high, but won't get a piece of this one as Frequency keeps it in front of that Wilson goal. I believe Copy Paste should be looking to make this clearance. Not a super powerful one. Spectral committing with 0 boost and still able to keep the pressure alive for Athens.
Not a powerful clearance for Copy Paste, but they kept the ball close enough to draw the 50, and that's key. If you're not going to absolutely send it, you have to be able to make the challenge, and we've seen that a lot here in that last little push. Is every one of those touches ended with a 50-50, which, yeah, it'd be great if you get it over and you get it past your opponent, but if you can always be keeping enough control to at least force a challenge, you're doing something right.
Ball smacked up high. Frequency looking to pass this back. Actually gets a pretty good touch on it, but Chop can't make anything productive of the ensuing pass. Knocked out across there. Quitify, just banger towards goal. Force them into a save. Reduce their options. I'm not necessarily against just taking a shot, even if a pass is open there, or you think a pass is like an iffy opportunity versus a definite, because it forces the opponent to make the save. They don't have a choice in the matter, and you can kind of preemptively act based on the fact that you know they have to save it across. Ooh, risky touch from Frequency. I'd like to see either of these teams, honestly, using that game plan a little bit more to their advantage. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go here. Athens still in the driver's seat in game 2.
When in doubt, take the shot. Kitagawa across the middle, picked up by the defender. That sends all the way down. Well positioned. The cherry pick up field just barely missed that shot on net. Could have extended that lead to 2, and quick transitions back and forth. Not a lot of established offense. I'd like to see one of these teams get it pegged back in the opponent's zone and be able to take repeat shots, repeat opportunities, but both teams do a good job of, if the other team gets a shot off, that one's on net. Oh my goodness! Chop with a huge save. Another shot from Kitagawa, and it's touched away by Frequency.
That could have been so dangerous. You saw the follow-up from the Wilson player. It could have been 50 back into the net. The danger's not over. A booming shot from Kitagawa halfway, but Spectral does eventually slow the pace of the game down. Man, there aren't a ton of opportunities on either side of the pitch, but when they materialize, man, they are scary.
Oh my goodness. And that, speaking of being scary, I've seen Kitagawa in particular be able to put accurate shots on net from literally anywhere on the field.
Yeah.
So if you're Athens, you have to respect that. You can't just assume, hey, we're down on offense, we don't have to worry about where this ball is going to go back towards the net. We can just cycle back and pick it up off the back wall. No, because if you let Kitagawa take a shot from their own corner, they can put it on. There's a big save. Way to be patient out of Kitagawa and wait for that one to develop, not panic and go after it. Good boost pickup right on the spawn. Has an opportunity to take this one down. Can't quite get it over. And Copy Paste doing an excellent job of rotating behind to pick up the save.
Right place, right time. Can't get it out of their half, though. Kitagawa working together with a teammate to get this one out. Chop is going to be slow to this one. Kitagawa 1v1. Let's see who plays more ones. Clearly, it's Spectral just coming in out of nowhere to snipe that one away. Quitify, a great clearance. Banger off the nose of that Dominus. Frequency high off this side wall. But Quitify, oh, well, actually, sorry, wrong player. Quitify was dead. There was a demo in the backfield. My bad. This one sent into the corner yet again. Kitagawa opting for the slow play, taking it to the air, but taking too much time, and Frequency picks his pockets.
Something that's key with both these teams is I think they've gotten a little used to playing with teams that aren't as aggressive with challenges, and they're slower to go up. And where that's been super effective before, allowing them more control and to set up better plays, both of these teams are very aggressive, which is a winning play style, but it means they both have to recalculate their offenses. They can't play like they've been playing. They have to find a new strategy because they're not going to have all the time in the air like they used to, as there's a bad touch, and that's still threatening. Copy Paste bailing out Wilson yet again defensively. 7 seconds to go. Wilson needs a goal here to keep this one alive, force the overtime on the defensive end. No one's there, needs to keep this one up off the ground. That one pops up. That's going to be in a good spot. Kitagawa looking to make the play, and that one's played down finally by Athens. A long 0-second play, and 1-0. We wanted a tight series. This is a tight series. Unfortunately for Wilson, it's also getting away from them. They just need to close out one of these games.
I like the stat line. It's a lot more even this time. Shots evenly divided between Kitagawa and Quitify. At this point, I don't know that I expect Copy Paste to make too many active, threatening contributions on in terms of the offensive side of things. We know that his role is kind of being that rock in defense.
Which he was, especially in the last 2.5 minutes. Oh my goodness,
yes,
so many bailouts.
It's fantastic. Fitting in exactly where he should be, where he needs to be. It's still not enough to take it to Athens. Now, that said, Athens was only able to grind out a single goal win here. So I don't know if that's Athens slowing down a little bit. I don't know if that's Wilson getting a little bit wiser to Athens' game plan. I don't know. There weren't for me at least, there weren't too many standout observations that had me leaning either way.
So the one thing I'll say for Athens, and we've harped on all weekend, they are very consistent. They've been super consistent through this series so far, and that is a winning strategy. At the end of the day, you don't need to win by more than one goal. So this has been super close. It's been super competitive. But if Athens continues to hold a one-goal advantage game after game after game, they can have a clean sweep on a team that's very much so in parity with them.
Yeah. The only thing I dislike about that is that it's only a single goal. And you and I both know, we've been doing this for long enough. A one-goal lead means almost nothing. Now, it worked out in this case, but all it takes, especially with the physics of this game, is one errant pinch, a team bump in the backfield when you're completely safe and like there's no pressure and just people lose track of where they are position-wise. All it takes is one quick mistake, and all of a sudden that razor-thin margin that you had is completely gone. So I do still want to see more from Athens in terms of maintaining the pressure. You're right, they're consistent. I just want to see them scoring more consistently. A win is a win, but it's a little bit easier to breathe when it's by a multiple goal margin.
So to continue to drive home my point, though, you talk about what we've seen those leads evaporate, but we've also seen series plenty of times that end in clean sweeps that are very close, very competitive. And just one team closes out better. And so far, Athens closes better. Athens be closing ABCs as they continue to bring pressure up on Wilson. But like you said, it was a much closer game this time. Wilson found fewer shot opportunities, but they did a better job of keeping Athens away from their net and continuing to bring that pressure upfield. It's going to be very interesting to see what adaptations are made. I mean, that's one of the big keys at high-level Rocket League is can you adapt when things are stalemated like they are right now. Game number 3. Athens in the lead. Fortunately, best of 7, so this is not quite do or die yet. That's an awkward read out of Chop. Shot opportunity out of Quiddify, but Frequency with the bailout is there to keep this one safe.
I'm really looking in this Game 3 for Quiddify and Kitagawa to reignite that partnership that they've had throughout this entire weekend, because we have, okay, there's a pass. Oh, 1-2 opportunity. Such a shame Quiddify wasn't able to get any piece of his car behind that. But it seems that when that team is firing, that duo is firing on all cylinders, and Copy Paste is remaining as reliable as he has been. They're almost unbeatable. We just have yet to see that happen. An unfortunate team bump, and Spectral can't take advantage.
Oh, my goodness. But a great job at Quiddify rotating back. And we saw right there a burst of shots out of Wilson, and that's where they're dangerous. We like these big upfield plays, but when they can have that opportunity to ping the back wall over and over, Spectral picking that one back up as I talk about reading off the back wall, and is able to take advantage of the transition play to put one home.
Copy Paste, the tiniest mistake there. It would, rotated back on goal, but there was a power slide for a little bit too long, and it killed the momentum. And I feel like if he released the button maybe half as long, he may have been able to get to that. So unfortunate, but yet again, early goal, still plenty of this game left to play.
And they caught it in the transition. I mean, the transition is huge. Kitagawa up over top. And again, that's been a winning strategy for Kitagawa. Quiddify answers back on the cleanup. That is the Wilson cleanup.
There we go. This has got to be enough to get this team firing yet again. Quiddify, we see so often that Kitagawa is usually the player to begin the aerial play. Starts it slow, chips it up in the air, usually with full boost, and makes something happen. He's so good in the air that you have to go up and challenge him. Even right there, that worked out very well for Athens because they got to it so quickly. The more time you give Kitagawa, and here we go again, carrying it across. It isn't on target, but looking for some kind of a squeeze out, pinch pass play. Didn't quite work out that time, but Quiddify well positioned to at least deal with the incoming attack now.
This is so much fun to watch because Athens is like the perfect antidote to Wilson's strategy of being high flying and aggressive with those passes. Athens is so quick to challenge in the air. That's exactly what you need to do when you have a team like that. But again, now punch to punch. Wilson comes back and says, okay, well, I'm fine carrying this all the way across the field and not scoring because it's going to bounce out, and I've got a solid teammate behind me that can finish it.
It's a lot of boost used, but depending on whether or not you have teammates that are capable of finishing, it's also a worthy use of that boost. Say that 3 times fast. Cleared now by Wilson. Kitagawa, plenty of momentum, 0 boost, looking for a bump, doesn't find the contact, and now they're looking, it's Athens looking now to break off of that left side wall. Chop the pass, infield pass, trying to make that Wilson kind of duo play work. Oh, pandemonium on the goal line, but Kitagawa does get this one clear. Decent 50 as well.
Gonna have an opportunity carrying. Nice dribble, beats one, but demoed on that retreating. That's another thing we've seen a lot of in this series is the demo and bump play has been huge for both of these teams, and I love to see that. And you can see why it's so effective. Kitagawa in a beautiful spot, 1 to beat, has the ball, has control. Quidify up over top, looking for the flip reset, doesn't quite get it, almost beats Chop anyways, but Chop is quick to challenge, and you can see Frequency on the retreat looking for a demo. I love to see that. They're not going out of their way, they're not chasing into weird spots and putting themselves out of position, but every opportunity they have, even high up in the air, they're looking to take other players off the field.
Those are the best kinds of demos as well, the ones that you don't jeopardize your position. Chop. Oh, the danger's not over yet. Great shot by Quidify. The save by Frequency off the inside of the woodwork there, and it's still not over yet. Spectral does send this one long. Quidify another shot on target, and no one is able to disrupt that shot attempt. Man, yet again, it's like the ball is bouncing back and forth, not a ton of opportunities, but when they come out, they are very threatening. The shot off of the ceiling, is anyone there to follow up? Quidify, too slow, too high, nobody else, and Frequency will take it off to the right side.
Kitagawa looking for the musty double touch. That's absolutely insane, but we continue to get pressure here. A little bit of scramble on the defensive end for Athens as we come down. 63 seconds remaining in this game, and Wilson absolutely pouring it on. I love to see that they have this urgency and this pressure, not in a do-or-die situation. Getting to here before letting this get away from them is so critical. We need to see them pull out a win here, though, because they're going to find themselves on the back foot through all of Game 4 if they don't.
One way that I think they can pick themselves up is that to realize the fact that I think, oh no, what a banger, that's right in, he can't get there in time. Just under 40 seconds left, and Spectral gives Athens the lead once again.
Just an awkward attack here, and everyone caught out of position. No one quite in the right spot, and the big demo to really disrupt that and make that awkward coming on the way back. It just, for 39 seconds, this is far from over. We still have Game 4, regardless of how this plays out, but I really want to see Wilson make this comeback and alleviate some of the mental pressure. Kitagawa with the flip reset, trying to make this awkward. Quidify expected the touch and backed off, and it could have been a shot opportunity, but it's to the benefit of Athens, as now they just need to burn 21 seconds off the clock with the lead. Spectral shot down a little bit to the side. Quidify making the safe play, but they need to be aggressive at this moment. Not enough time to play this extra safe. Shot on, and Chop will make this hill into a mountain.
I will say I saw Copy Paste turn away from this play, which I was a little bit concerned about, and I thought that they would get bit from him. You see all that distance he had to make up. It was too far of a distance in too little time. Now Athens has their 2-goal lead with barely 10 seconds left. I don't know that Wilson has this one, although the second I say that, it becomes dangerous. Final 5 seconds now. Copy Paste should run out to challenge this one, does, but doesn't get a piece of it. That is it. 3 games in a row for Athens. They are feeling confident right now.
As they should be. I mean, to take on this Wilson team that has played so well and be in the lead right now by this dominant lead in the series. None of these games have been an absolutely dominant victory for Athens. They've all been a battle. They've all been close, exciting games to watch, both sides going absolutely crazy. And look at 6 shots, 6 shots. I mean, it's been so balanced. Again, it's just Athens' ability to consistently finish out that has put them in this spot that now they're up on match point without dropping a single game.
Going back to the one of many Rocket League cliches is consistency. You're talking about how consistent Athens is, and we're seeing it time and time again. Even in a match that's that close, at least on paper, you're right. It doesn't feel like a blowout. Mm-hmm. The scoreline is definitely more heavily favoring Athens time and time again, but second by second, in every moment, it doesn't feel necessarily that one team has the advantage over the other. It's just when it comes down to it, when you need that last 5% of just the ability to finish your chances, Athens have it, and as of right now, Wilson haven't.
It's unfortunate. One of the big things that leads to consistency is time together. And as we know, Wilson is a very young program.
Yes.
They've not been playing together for very long. So it's interesting to see the level of success they've been finding. We need to see that a little bit more. This series deserves to go further than a 4-game sweep. This is just too close and too exciting. And so we need to see Wilson just step it up a little bit more. And I don't have the answer, unfortunately, for what it is. This is such a close and competitive game. I can't tell you, hey, you need to do more bumps and demos. They're already doing a good job of getting bumps and demos. Hey, you need to get more shots on that. They're in parity with their opponent for shots on that. I mean, it's just got to be that extra little bit, that little bit of magic, that extra touch that just barely beats out your opponent. Do more better. I don't know.
It's a difficult.
Play more better.
Yeah. Just score the ball, forehead. It's a difficult situation to be in because you're right. I'm having trouble now just leaning on a single thing that they can improve. I guess, I don't know. I still do want to see more of Kitagawa and Quitify connecting because right now it seemed mostly like Kitagawa is starting those aerial plays like he's known to do. But the problem is, at this point, Athens is wise to that. Athens is wise to that. So they know that the remedy to that is jumping and challenging as quickly as possible. So where Kitagawa was threatening more early in the tournament
was passing. The infield passes. Right now it's attack the net and look for the cleanup. Athens is too good to look for that cleanup. You have to make that connection before the ball gets to the net. And we know they're capable. We know they can hit those infield passes. We just have to see it connect. There's an awkward one. And there's a big demo to try to open this up. Love the physicality out of Athens. Last thing I'll say before we can get more focused on this match is, to Athens' credit, we've seen some monster save in just desperation where any other team would have let Wilson pick up 3, 4, 5 goals in the last 3 games. And miraculously, Athens has been there to deny it.
Miraculously is definitely the word that I would choose as well. There's been absolutely high-flying save. Kitagawa up in the air. It's such a slow play. You saw Quitify coming back as well. Kitagawa, actually, that side-by-side lock was crucial, taking just a second or two away from that Athens player of being able to make a decision and act upon it. So right now, that was kind of the 2 more mechanical players of Wilson selling out on that, but they bought just enough time to save themselves on the counterattack.
Chop up high over the middle. Just trying to play some control game right now, and that's something a lot of people need to recognize with Rocket League. It's not about mindlessly pushing the ball up towards your opponent's net. You need to control the ball and then decide when you're going to attack. Sometimes it means playing side to side. Sometimes it means playing back towards your own end. If you can keep your opponent from controlling the ball, you can win the game because you control everything. Doesn't matter if they're, mechanically better if they can't get a touch on the ball.
It's very similar to the whole possession philosophy in soccer with Football Managers, very, very close there from frequency, is the managers that like to play possession-based football with the most basic of concepts being if the other team doesn't have the ball, they cannot score. And Spectral doesn't need very long with the ball because presented with opportunities like that, he's going to make them count.
Just a very unfortunate touch here, or lack thereof, from Kitagawa. They needed to meet that as it was coming down and not try to get back to it, and they just misread it. It's super awkward in Kitagawa's defense. When you're looking straight up, you've got no references. It's extremely disorienting. It's hard to get up to that ball, but at the end of the day, Kitagawa couldn't make the touch. Spectral could, and they're going to find themselves back in the lead.
Working our way towards halftime. Kitagawa retreating. Not a lot of boost. Hold on a second I say that. Picks up the 100. Good timing. Flick over 1. Only Spectral to beat. Had an opportunity there for that 50, forcing something. 0 boost. Pass from Quitify, but Kitagawa had rotated back for boost, and we don't really, at this point, expect copy-paste to be up there. So a pass pretty much to nobody goes to waste. Quitify rotating back as well, looking for boost. Desperately gets it. Kitagawa, potential passing play, gets that second touch to disrupt the prediction. Drops down on target, and Chop just clears it away from the goal line.
Yeah, talk about Athens' defense. They are so patient and so well coordinated. They only send one at a time, and that's what's so great about their defense. Is as good as Wilson is, they can beat 1, even 2 players, but that third player is sitting home, and it's just too much to ask one player to beat all 3, and that's always the advantage. You don't have double commits in defense. You have them diving after something. Tons of patience, tons of communication. It's beautiful to watch. That's a big thing for Quitify. 2-on-1 shot opportunity to the far side, but it's on the nose of Chop. You got to put that one behind where they don't have the ability to accelerate into it.
Those are the kind of passing plays that we need to see a little bit more because there's so much speed on it. Barely a save from Quitify. It's off of the crossbar. Kitagawa will see this one clear. Can this turn into a meaningful counterattack for Wilson? Couple demos in the corner. It's a 2v2 temporarily. And all the pressure dies down as Chop tries to float this towards the Wilson goal. Over the top of Spectral. Oh, Quitify, open goal, just needs to hit up Kitagawa. He will carry this in by himself. Game's tied, 1-1 apiece.
We just got done talking about Athens' patience and their ability to stay home, and they get caught. That deep third attempts to throw themselves at Quitify, and Quitify doesn't even need to throw a great move on it, just gets it into a slightly different position, and it's enough to just drive it home. Beautiful job catching that and bringing it back. That's one thing I've noticed with Quitify. They do a great job of soft touch up high and carry it back down, catch it before it comes back down. Kitagawa with a double touch opportunity. Quitify and Chop on the retreating save. Absolutely beautiful.
That had to be a goal if Chop doesn't get a touch on that one. Copy paste, leaving this now midfield to a pass from Kitagawa, or to Kitagawa. Knocking. Oh, look at playing the 50 game. You talk about patience. How about that?
Oh my goodness, Kitagawa just watched this great touch off the wall here and then slows down, chooses the moment for that challenge. Chop, a little bit of panic, touches it just forward enough for Kitagawa, and they can pick that one up, throw it home. 49 seconds left, 2-1. Wilson fighting for survival in the tournament, fighting for that chance to go to the grand finals.
I had one sound effect playing in my head as soon as it slowed down. It's that cartoon tiptoe noise. That's what I had playing in my head. He's just like waiting for the perfect opportunity. Great lead, or rather great goal to give them the lead. Maybe two here if they can have this develop into something. Spectral rotating around as Frequency takes it off to the right side. Zero boost, but will commit to the challenge. Still dangerous, though. Can't get it out. And Wilson knocking at the door. It seems like something has been awoken. And now, man, 15 seconds to hold on to a single goal lead. They need to be nothing other than completely brick wall solid on defense for these final few seconds here. It's Athens pushing, and it's copy paste, not able to get the touch. That may put them in jeopardy. It drops down. Kitagawa gets the clear, a crucial clear. Frequency keeps it up. This is going to be quite a long journey. They can make it to the other side, and Wilson A takes their first game of this series.
Oh my goodness, it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. We see game number 5. Unfortunately, this needs to be a full reverse sweep for Wilson to pick up a W here. It's going to be hard, doable, but extremely difficult. They have to play perfect out through the rest of this. I want to talk about this real quick, though. We talked about how other teams would let Wilson score in some of these opportunities. I mean, that game in particular exemplified Athens' ability to just – they didn't pick up the win, but they should have lost by more.
Yes.
Some of those saves, Chop in particular, those diving, hey, I only can shoot towards my net to make a save and still picks up the save. Absolutely incredible.
It's a sign of a team that has their act together, I think. Goodness. And Athens, yes, they may have lost this one to a Wilson team that just kind of started. I use this phrase too much, but firing on all cylinders. They were feeling themselves a little bit, and that
look good, feel good, play good. That order,
absolutely. And you start with look good. That patient 50. I don't know if you call it a 50 or a dunk because he technically waited for the touch.
It's just a good, clean challenge.
Yes.
It's just, oh, my goodness. Beautifully played, highly intelligent play, and that is where we see Wilson pick up these victories is they just play it smart. They play it well. They play well together as a team. Is that going to be enough to overcome Athens, who is also playing extremely smart, extremely patient, and extremely well as a team? And, in general, has 3 players engaged at that level instead of 2.
Yeah. It's and that's a situation that's not the easiest to overcome for Wilson, having Quitify and Kitagawa being kind of the main forces on offense. They need to find different ways of getting this together because we talked to death about copy paste being that rock solid person in the back but doesn't often participate much in the attack. They need to play the game a little bit differently, and in Game 4, they figured it out. The problem is they need that to carry for the rest of the series, and Athens is too good of a team to allow them that opportunity for too much longer.
15 seconds gone, game number 5. As Wilson looks to set up the reverse sweep. Great challenge by Copy Paste, waiting for that one to be in just the right spot so they could guarantee that's not going to hit Tiller's net. Kitagawa catches down. Double commit on defense. Quidify is up, but doesn't have an angle to put a shot on net. Chop looking to collect this one themselves. Turn it back the other way. It's an unfortunate touch, but again, the rotations out of Athens, so sound, so safe that you could afford to make those mistakes. Ideally, you don't want to, but you could afford to because you know your teammates are rotating back behind. Looking for that bump from Spectral. They'll get the bump, but Quidify is able to get up in time and turn this back the other way.
Solid aerial control. That is something that is not to be underestimated. The importance of that, even if you have teammates getting bumped behind you, to know that you have planted yourself solidly behind that car. Quidify did eventually get that touch. Wow. But Chop getting just barely enough of a piece of that ball to keep it out.
That recovery, Quidify running into Chop in the air and then just barely being able to flip their way back into it. Again, another example of Athens doing what most teams can't and keeping that ball out of the net.
Shot on target, technically, but Quidify, simple save across. Oh, that one's in. Almost unchallenged. It's off that left side post. Wilson get away with murder there. Nobody was there. Kitagawa looking to punish. Quidify on the follow-up, but no. Copy Paste is back there waiting for some kind of a counterattack. That one pops super high from Spectral. Frequency looking to get on the end of it. Leaves it to Chop. Oh! 2 players on the side of Wilson miss it, but thankfully Quidify, right place, right time to keep that one out.
Oh my goodness, absolutely incredible back and forth. Both nets just under absolute threat. But both these, I don't have enough praise for the defensive effort of these teams. They're both just so good. It's absolutely incredible. Kitagawa loves this touch, though. Throw it up into the corner and take the double off to send the pass to center. It's a great touch, and it's typically very effective, but there's nothing typical about the way these games are playing out. That one's over the top, but it's off the post, and it's going to be Frequency to pick up the save on Kitagawa.
I thought that was a guarantee. I was getting ready to start talking about the. Oh, you're right.
You can't expect anything to go in. It's just.
My goodness. Still bouncing in front of goal there. They do finally get it clear. God, they don't make it easy on themselves, do they?
Oh my goodness. I'm just out of words to talk about how this has been. Oh my goodness, that's an incredible attack. But what? It saved it.
Yeah.
There's nothing left to say. So the only thing I think I might like to see a little bit more of, I'm finally starting to pick out where some advantages to pick up. The midfield challenges. Both these teams super solid defensively and get those good shots off the back wall. So they're both happy to kind of let it ping back and forth. I'd like to see some more midfield challenges. Why let your opponent shoot and make a save when you could just not let them shoot in the first place?
I'll tell you what, at the risk of cursing them, I have seen something or heard something rather that I do think is a good omen. The Wilson guys are absolutely yelling at each other in the most positive way. Just the very loud, direct, confident comms. That one's on target. Great save by Quidify. They know where they need to be. They just need to make sure to hold steady under increased offensive pressure from teams like Athens right now. They're doing a half-decent job. 75 seconds left. It's still a scoreless game.
If you find yourself in the grand finals, this is a great warm-up for that, because this is what you can expect out of the grand finals. This high level of Rocket League, super competitive, but I got to pull a little bit for Wilson and Bob Jones to see them be the first match of the tournament, and for Wilson to go down in pretty big fashion, to come back and go against Bob Jones. Quidify with the late touch, sneaks that one between the defenders.
Yeah, I was so not ready for that. How did Quidify still have the flip? I thought he was just going to land and maybe turn into that. I mean, clearly, he bamboozled me. He bamboozled the entirety of the Athens team as well. We're down less than a minute, and all of a sudden, Wilson have clawed a lead. Could it be 2 if they can make something happen here? It's bouncing dangerously. Athens can't get their defensive act together. Whoa, wow, banger clearance.
Oh, my
goodness. They do eventually get that clear. It's not over. Spectral, the pass, but no teammates there to take advantage, and all of that excellent rapid-fire pressure for Athens dries up.
Oh, my goodness. And you could see Athens got a little bit panicked, a little bit scrambling after that goal by Quidify. No one expected. I mean, I was talking through my point even with that attack happening, because Athens has been so consistent on defense. And that goal has an absolute game changer. That one's dangerous as that one's bailed out by Kitagawa across the top. 12 seconds remaining. Wilson looking to secure their second win of this match. A big send. Quiddify is up. Safe touch to the corner. Picks up a Savior medal. Allows this one to drop down low. Full boost for Quiddify. Good challenge out of Frequency. Put that one in front, but Spectral can't get there in time. Wilson picks up game number 5.
They live another game. They live another game. This is not over, ladies and gentlemen. Do we start talking about reverse sweep opportunities?
No,
we don't. Okay.
One
all
more
right.
game.
I hear no's behind me. All right. We take it one game at a time. How about that? Sound like a plan?
Oh, my goodness. But, I mean, in much the fashion of game number 2, 1-0 in a hard-fought competitive battle. That isn't Wilson came out and absolutely shellacked Athens. It was, hey, 2 teams flipped a coin. I mean, that's really what it came down to. And that's not to discredit the level of effort or the level of skill we saw. I mean, it's just that it's that close, it's that competitive that it really just comes down to. I mean, you could do 100 games and this would be a 50-50 series.
I'm hoping for a 50-50 series because that means we go to Game 7. And that would be the second Game 7 that I got to see in tonight. And, oh, my God, that's what I'm here for. Wilson have done a very good job of – I won't say they've done a good job of the offensive side of things because that was still only a single-goal game. But at the very –
On a solo play.
Yes, on a solo play as well. But at the same time – obviously, they increased the offensive output somewhat because they kept Athens back in their own half enough that they didn't have to deal with as many incoming offensive pushes from their opponents. So still thumbs up. I'd like to see them scoring a little bit more, but this is a step in the right direction.
Absolutely. I think the Wilson rotation isn't quite as strong as the Athens rotation. So where that's going to show up the most is on defense. That's where your rotation is going to be the most critical. If you can be sound and safe on the defensive end, that's going to be the biggest difference. And given that the Athens rotation is a little bit stronger, if you're Wilson, you want to spend as little time on defense. You may hold out for 1-2 times through that rotation, but if you let Athens beat away at your net, they will score. So your number one priority is going to be get space, relieve the pressure. And maybe you have to sacrifice some transition opportunities because you have to throw it downfield and you can't take the control you wanted. But the more important thing is not allowing Athens to just take shot after shot after shot, because sooner or later that Wilson rotation will break down and it will go in.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you kind of need to figure out what is the safest bet to prioritize, attacking and leaving yourself exposed at the back, or defending and just risk losing out on some scoring chances. And it's nice to fall back on the classic offense wins games, defense wins championships. They're a game away from that championship winning opportunity. So maybe it's time, as you said, to start looking a little bit more solidly behind the ball. Because, as we said, I don't think right now that Wilson has the same attacking ability that Athens has. So I think they need to kind of shore up the defense a little bit and be more willing to break on the counterattack. We know that Kitagawa and Quiddify are most certainly capable of doing that, and the momentum has built for them game over game over game. Like I said, it took a little bit too long for me to enjoy how they've gotten there, but here they are nonetheless. They're they're 1 game away from a Game 7, but they're 2 games away from safety and going to the grand finals. Copy-paste, doing a great job. I really, really want to see Quiddify and Kitagawa connecting like we have seen earlier in this competition, because there are glimpses of it now, but it's still not been that dynamic duo that we've seen in the past.
I do think one of the big things, normally I would not advocate kind of a hard defender, hard goalie like we see Copy-Paste taking, but because the Quiddify-Kitagawa combination is so effective, it's crucial that you have a player hard third that allows them to go up and make that play, because they know that they've got a hard third behind them.
Neo Tokyo, Game 6, ladies and gentlemen. Early goal opportunity for Athens. They will make this one count. I feel like I have seen 1,000 9-second goals throughout this weekend.
Oh, my goodness. Just an unfortunate read by Quiddify allows Spectral to punish that one, but this isn't the first time we've seen Athens score quick, score early. It does not mean this game is over. I mean, it's a kickoff goal. I love to say, don't worry about it. You're awkward, you're out of position by design on a kickoff. It happens. Water off the Ducks' back. Unfortunately, this series has come down to 1 goal. on multiple occasions.
Yes.
So that one goal could be crucial.
It's very likely that at the end of this next 4 minutes and 30 seconds, this could be what the scoreboard looks like. I hope not, for excitement's sake. But we've seen plenty of examples in the past, and there's no reason why it wouldn't happen here as well. Chop rotating through the offense and leave this to frequency. Safe back pass, look to build something from the back because they didn't really have people in a position to take advantage. Ooh, awkward touch there. Can they clear it? Wilson needing to get the ball out of their box, and they do eventually, but no one really there to follow up. What a 50 there from Kitagawa. That almost worked out perfectly.
Oh my goodness, but again, Chop on a hard rotate back, makes the save, picks up what should have been a sure thing. Kitagawa's up,
Whoa.
that slot back, gets it over top, and we're tied up.
Let's go, Kitagawa, let's go. I was wondering how long it was going to take them to equalize, if at all. I am so glad that that happened because it means that they are still in it. If Athens has scored multiple goals, if my memory serves me correct, I don't think Wilson has ever been able to pull it back. So this is a good sign.
I'll keep this one tight, keep this one competitive. And I think as much as I'd like to see a team, especially a team that's in such kind of dire straits here on match point, get a good, solid competitive lead of multiple goals, I think the way Wilson wins these games is 1, maybe 2 goals. So being able to keep this at least close says, hey, all we need is that one in the last 30 seconds that puts us in the lead, and then just hold on. They're doing a much better job now as well of keeping the pressure off. That first minute scared me because they spent a lot of time on defense, and we just got done talking about how that's a bad place for them, but they managed to hit the transition, pick up the goal, going back the other way. And here's another opportunity as Kitagawa makes a great read. It gets another one to the center. Just have to finish that one up, but Quiddify playing a little bit safer, like we talked about, making sure that they don't get burned because they overcommit forward.
Oh, God, but I wanted him to be there, man. I know. It's like, you're right. It's everything we talked about, but it
was the right move. It's just unfortunate.
Yes, it's just I'm annoyed that it was the right move. I didn't want it to be the right move, but it was. 3 minutes remaining, still 1-1.
Especially with a team that makes saves like that.
Exactly.
I mean, you can't. There's no guarantees here.
Exactly. Okay, that ball could have gone in any direction, quite literally. Quiddify picking this up. Dominus flick over to Chop is there, making saves like he's been doing this entire weekend. Is someone there to pick it up? Quiddify just slowing the counterattack here from Athens, but they still managed to build from the back. 0 boost. Chop still looking for some kind of a demo, can't find the contact, and the ball is back to midfield.
I mean, I gotta say, no matter how this plays out, at this point, I'm pretty confident Chop defensive MVP. I mean,
it's gotta be.
Everyone playing awesome, but even if things totally break down, unless Chop starts own goaling, I'm happy to give it to them at this point with potentially 2.5 more games left in this series.
Bunched up at the back there from Wilson. A risky play, but they don't wind up getting punished for it. Kitagawa chasing this one. Does get a chance. Oh, it's off of the corner wall, and Quiddify wound up rotating back. Honestly, good chance, or a good idea, rather, because he knew Spectral was going to be there before him.
So fast to the ball in the air. I mean, when
it's
it
ridiculous.
floated that long, there's no point in going up, because you know Athens is already long up. Awkward touch, Kitagawa to center. Quiddify has to cut it back. It's just wide, and again, defensive patience wins out.
God, but how long can they maintain that frequency? What in the world are you doing? Looking for some kind of crazy bump play. Kitagawa up in the air, looking to take this one down.
Kitagawa double touch. Oh my goodness. Beautiful, and love the way this was set up. You got Quiddify down low, chasing Chop up the wall, saying, hey, if you don't do something wacky, I'm going to demo you, and you're not going to be able to make this save. Puts Chop in an awkward spot, but even then, Chop almost puts himself in a position to make the save. It's just a wild cut out of Kitagawa. Just an insane angle back down to the net that puts Wilson in the lead. Oh, my goodness.
I've been playing this game since it came out in the summer of 2015, and I will never get tired of watching a good double tap. They're just so satisfying to watch. Give me
do them.
yeah. You and me both. We got to hit free play a little bit more for that one. Knocked in now. Man, 1 goal lead, 60 seconds left. Wilson looking pretty good. Yet another 1 goal lead, and are they going to make it 2, or are they going to start to sit back and lock things down? Kitagawa on that back wall with full boost. good spot, over the top of 1, over the top of 2, 0 boost, but will still commit to it and made decent progress. At the very least, the ball was carried further away from their own goal.
Defense wins championships, but the best defense is a good offense. Do not take your foot off the gas. Make sure you're making smart decisions, but they've already been doing that through this whole game. That's why they're in this position that they are. Quiddify especially backing off when they don't need to bring that extra pressure. Now, 22 seconds left on the clock. Kitagawa to Quiddify. That's the pass. It's up. It's over, but it's just passed and off the right to the far side of the net as Chop always is there to make the defensive play. Quiddify can't get up in time to secure another goal for the lead. 8 seconds remaining. As this one plays back down, Kitagawa play this safely deep down into the blue end of the field. Returned by, Spectral. Big challenge, Spectral. Oh, and it touches the ground. That was an open goal opportunity, but Wilson is going to see game number 7. Oh, my goodness.
A comeback. And yet again, they sure don't make it easy on themselves.
No.
Dude, it's heart pills. Like, that's what I would need right now.
Can I get some Advil, some baby aspirin or something?
As a high school esports athlete, I don't know that my body would be able to take winning by such razor-thin margins, but I guess if it works, go for it.
One more time. Wilson needs it one more time. And Athens, so I don't want to say dominant through the first 3 games because, like we've talked about this whole time, all of these games have been close and competitive. Yeah. It was just a coin flip in the first 3, and it was a coin flip in the last 3 that put us in this position. And it's just fortunate that Wilson didn't lose one of those coin flips across the last 3. But going forward, this is anybody's series. Yeah. None of these games could you say, hey, after that last one, I know how this is going to go. And that's true even to this point, even after Wilson picks up 3 in a row.
I think a year or 2 ago, I would say that right now the momentum is on Wilson's side. It's game 7, man. I have seen so many situations where game 7, the team that was on the back foot wakes up out of a coma and puts up like a 6-goal game. So I can't really rely on the logical conclusion that, Wilson has won 3 one-goal games in a row. They're probably going to get the 4th in a row, right? I can't rest on that. It would be an incredible story, but Athens is just as qualified of the team to make it through to the grand finals.
All bets are off.
Yes.
It is what it is. At this point, we just have to watch them play out game number 7. We could sit here and speculate till we're blue in the face. But as we put the players on the field, game 7 ready to go. 3-3 in the series. This is to go to the grand finals and an opportunity to win the state championship.
What a privilege. We get to see Champions Field multiple times today. Which team is going to be the first to break this 0-0 deadlock? Is it going to be Wilson A in the orange or Athens High School in the blue? Shot not quite on target. Kitagawa will take this up that side wall, clear this down to Quiddify. Good partnership there, gets it clear, the attack dies down, but that's fine. What we were talking about, don't overextend. If it means you have to sacrifice 1 or 2 attacking opportunities, that's fine. Prioritize safety in the back.
Starting to see Chop come up a little bit more, trying to get a little bit more, antsy, more aggressive as they come forward, which could be to the advantage of Wilson. Chop has been the absolute bedrock of this Athens defense. To see them coming out of net, it worries me a little bit. Athens, they've been successful with what they've had. I think don't change anything. Despite the scoreline of the last 3 games, you need to really rely on your game of Rocket League and really lean into it. But here's an opportunity as Frequency is able to scramble back before anyone else can get there and finish off the open net.
0 boost foot race. Oh my God, Kitagawa, yet another multi-touch off the backboard. Couldn't get that one on target. Don't blame him. Very difficult angle, and Quiddify kind of would have risked a double commit there, so I don't blame him for pulling out of that either. Yet again, another example, prioritizing that safety at the back. Quiddify hanging out in front of the goal, waiting for that shot to come in, and it does in fact come in. Doesn't pick up that 100 boost though, so he's going to be at a slight disadvantage coming back. That one's bounced down!
Oh my goodness!
Oh, the bounce shot!
Off the
Second
post!
time! Third time's the
geez.
charm. Spectral makes this one count.
I was terrified watching this develop. You could see Copy Paste and Kitagawa get tangled up on each other, and now you know it's Quiddify out of position on their own. They're able to get themselves in position enough to make it awkward, to buy some time off the crossbar, off the post, but it's too little, too late, and Athens, on repeat pressure, finds a way to score. It's almost expected, but still insane at the same time.
Yeah,
if you get those repeat shots. Yeah, we said Athens scores on repeat opportunities. but oh my goodness, still.
The amount of like hyper focus that you need in those situations on both sides of the ball is pretty insane, and we kind of get to lean back on the consistency of Athens that we were talking about. Faced with those goal mouth scramble situations, I think I would personally bank on Athens coming away in a positive manner more frequently than Wilson. But it's also Game 7, and it's only a single goal game, which also favors Wilson and their play style. There's still half this match to go.
Big 50 by Quiddify there, committing forward as Kitagawa rotates back. A lot of faith in Kitagawa. Kitagawa will be able to get back. Quiddify is going to go out to the corner here, steal some boost, making the safe play, doesn't want to overextend. Still about half the game remaining. Now is not the time to get panicky and go for things as copy-paste dodges the demo from Chop. Again, Chop coming very aggressively upfield and definitely chasing that demo out of position. You got to be very careful. Chop trying to play the physical game more than anything at this moment, and now is the time for Wilson. You want to strike and take advantage of that. That's awkward. Quiddify has another 50, but that one's going to go out safely to the wall. Kitagawa off the wall. Double commit on the defense, but it's going to pay off as there's not another follow-through. And that one's safely out to the corners. Oh my! I'm on a roll, and then all of a sudden it's like I'm just overwhelmed with how this game has gone, how the series has gone.
That was a good bit of extended pressure by Wilson. Just a shame they weren't able to capitalize. But at the very least, you're reminding Athens, hey, we're here and we know how to make you sweat. So you need to stay on your toes.
There it is! What a connection!
What a pass!
Oh my
Excellent
goodness.
spot. Excellent positioning from Spectral. Makes the save. We honestly reacted like that was a guaranteed goal. But hey, yet another example. Wilson is here, and they are reminding Athens that they are not going home without a fight.
And that they are dangerous from anywhere on the field. That play developed all the way from their own goal line, pass out to the wall, and then immediately back on net with power, accuracy, and authority. But Spectral playing safe, playing home. We know that's how Athens like to play. We know they like to have a wide rotation that keeps their net safe, and they're successful for it. 65 seconds left in this Game 7 to see who goes to the grand finals.
Kitagawa catching this in the corner, looking for a 50. Loses a ball underneath him, though. Spectre will take it wide on their left side. Knocked up high, copy-paste off the back wall. Doesn't get a touch. That's fine. Quiddify does. That one's on target. Great save by Kitagawa. Ball is still dangerous. Athens knocking at the door. This one knocked long, but frequency is there. Booming clear, though, from Kitagawa. Makes this all of a sudden a super dangerous counterattack. Misses the ball. That one's a slow play from Quiddify, taking it high. How many people can he beat? Does not manage to get it past frequency. Final 30 seconds left. Wilson really need to sell out if they're going to get this back here. Taking this one down, looking for a double tap. Misses. Quiddify! It's in! 22 seconds left. We're even in Game 7.
Oh my goodness. Kitagawa up over top. A rare miss on the double touch. It doesn't matter. Spectral's up. He's not home. Chop is out of position. And we see 1-1 with 22 seconds to go. Oh my goodness.
I love this esport. Let's go. Barely 20 seconds left in Game 7. This is for a grand finals position, for a chance to win all the marbles. Frequency, will he dash the hopes of Wilson here? Will Wilson be able to pull something back? Very dangerous on the back line. They managed to get this one clear. Spectral needs to be careful with this touch. That's a favorable pass for Wilson. Now a favorable situation for,
Let's down. Game 7 overtime.
Let's get it.
Oh, no matter how this plays out, this series has absolutely delivered. We expected this to be a good one. Shot on net. That one's coming right back the other way. Quiddify retreating to play some defense. Tangles up with copy-paste a little bit. Has full boost. Has time. Is able to make the challenge to send this one back up. Copy-paste. Playing the safe play. Allows Quiddify to come up and send this one across. Good midfield challenges out of Athens. Is able to keep this one from developing into offensive pressure for Wilson. Oh, my goodness.
Kitagawa knocking this high for some teammate to capitalize on. Copy-paste missing this one. Quiddify picks up off that right side wall. Shot opportunity for Chop. Needs to wait for this to come down. Patient can't read it off of that. That was a difficult waterfall to get a touch on. Kitagawa with the flip reset. Decent 50, but no teammate there to take advantage.
Another 50 from Quiddify. Kitagawa has to get back fast. Good defensive demo getting on their way back as Chop takes out copy-paste to try to clear out that net. Kitagawa up over top. Sends this one deep downfield and a nice long carry. No boost. He's going to have to pick up that corner boost and rotate back. Copy-paste doesn't have great touch, but it is out to the wall. It's going to keep this one safe for just a little bit longer. 65 seconds gone here in overtime as pressure equal back both ways.
You could, oh my God, you could cut the tension with a knife right now. Frequency, Kitagawa looking for that dunk, dropping down and gets a demo on his way out of the rotation. Quidify turns around. This one's up high. Spectral will beat him to this one, though. Dropping down now on the side of Wilson into the corner. Kitagawa looking to control. Hard to control when you have no car on the field due to a demo from Frequency. Opportunity here for Athens. Oh, terrible touch. Can Chop get there? He does, but he knocks it wide. A terrible opportunity to go wasted.
Oh no, if this goes in the way of Wilson, they're going to be looking to get that one back. Open net, double commit defensively. They can't quite find a way to finish. Copy paste, sends this one upfield, grabs the boost and rotates back. Kitagawa chases up. Lots of boost, lots of pressure, but lots of defense in front of that Athens net. Quidify committing up. You can see Quidify and Kitagawa getting more and more aggressive as they try to get this ball in the other net, and it's going to end up with them more and more open shot opportunity. Kitagawa comes through with the save. Quidify is up, tries to push this one down. Chap is home. We'll have plenty of time to collect and return the attack the other way. Quidify, huge 50-50, 22 minutes, more than 2 minutes gone. Absolute insanity. I don't want to do color because it's just this. It's just excitement for the rest of this game.
Oh, dangerous situation. Get that one out. Kitagawa flies past the FOV of Chop. Look at this one, looking for the flip reset. Doesn't get a touch. Saved away from Quidify using some kind of a team pinch there. 2.5 minutes gone now. Wilson looking to clear their lines. Dangerous touch from Frequency. Is that one on target? Great save from Quidify. Sending it back down the other way. Spectral off the backboard looking to read this, but Kitagawa will send it out to the right. Look to gain control. An excellent double tap will help relieve that pressure.
Quidify, great job as they rotated back to bump Chop, who's trying to get interference in front. There's a huge shot, huge midterm grab. Oh my goodness, and Spectral will finish 3 minutes into overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, your first grand finalist of this entire tournament. It's going to be Athens High School. Oh my Lord, take a deep breath. What a Game 7 we just witnessed. GG to both of these teams. What a show we have just witnessed.
I am speechless. I am speechless. That series was absolutely insane. I want to start with saying credit to both Athens and Wilson for an incredible showing. Arguably one of the best series we will see all weekend. I mean, that was absolutely insane. Game 7 overtime, threatening a reverse sweep to go to the grand finals. There is no higher stakes, I think. I mean, yeah, grand finals is its own thing, and we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah.
But this is about as much as it gets. Land with a crowd on stream. You can hear the casters talking about what you're doing in the headset. And 3 minutes of overtime, absolute insanity. And the last thing I'll say is I told you so. Came down to a 50-50 in front of the net, the 50 game too strong. That's what won Athens this series.
Dear Lord, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully that is a sign of good things to come for the grand finals. We have 2 more matches coming up. We have a semifinal. It is going to be Bob Jones versus Hartzell to figure out who is going to be the other team facing off against Athens High School in the grand final. Do not go anywhere. You are not going to want to miss this.
Okay, sounds great. You here, Ethan?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open. Everything's okay. It's just man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was you were in the middle of your turn.
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy. By banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
Well. Yet another excellent Game 7. The entire crew we had to be there.
Mhm.
It was phenomenal. Every single second of that matchup it tugs at the heartstrings really to see Wilson fight back, almost pull off the most incredible reverse sweep probably I've ever seen in my career, and to fall just short of the mark, so incredibly painful. But Athens in 7, I was still correct.
That was your
In
original
the end,
prediction,
it
and
was.
I think we got you something for having that prediction correct. We'll bring Froof on here. We made you a nice little crown. You can tell we put in a lot of effort into making that crown really nice. But you were shaking in your boots nonetheless. But job gets done in 7. Job
I
gets
was
done.
shaking in my boost, but ultimately I was correct.
Yeah.
So,
How much did you or did you think you were going to be correct before Game 7?
no. I really didn't. I saw the way that Athens started and Wilson, really the way that both teams started. I was nervous for my prediction. I thought Wilson, maybe they can pick up a game or two here, but I think Athens just has too much momentum. Ultimately, they did, but somebody else mentioned that apparently it's in the Wilson blood to just play off of momentum, and that is exactly
That's
what
true.
they did until the very end, where the Spectral winner chops 50 just before that. Absolutely incredible.
I love as well in Game 7, Spectral's dad was so loud the entire time. I have to shout him out because I got to talk to him, and both Spectral's parents, great supporters of Spectral's just competitive Rocket League career thus far. It's just getting started, and I love the parent support. He was so loud. We were almost as loud in the crowd because of how much fun that Game 7 was. But Foof made that paper crown, just so everyone knows, and I need him to make 6 more for every single player that was in that lobby because they all deserve it.
Yeah, they do. Again, a fantastic Game 7. And talk about a flip of the script. And it's a mental challenge when you're down 3-0. You have to build upon it. And to find that momentum that Wilson needs, it starts with winning Game 4. They win Game 4 by 1 goal. You take it, you carry it over. You win Game 5 by 1 goal. And then, you just continue to build upon it. You believe all the way until the end. And, of course, Game 7 overtime. I mean, they battled till the very last. Long Game 7 overtime. They battled to the very last moment.
Was this match versus Athens better than their previous match against James Clemens?
It's 2 different types of best, full Game 7 series, because one was so back and forth, so many adjustments were made, but this one was very streaky with Athens jumping out to that 3-0 lead, and then Wilson answering with 3 of their own. I don't know if I can pick a favorite. I mean, I got to be in the crowd for both. The crowd was electric for both. Game 7 overtime might give that little extra point to the semifinal, but either way, are you not entertained?
Yeah, I think, again, it's tough to pick, but I think the semifinals definitely carried that way because of the fashion. Again, when you look at the arc of how things were created, it wasn't necessarily a straight line or, it was a mountain to climb, and Wilson so close to climbing it.
Absolutely. Now, I know, Beppick, you in particular asked me to ask you this question because you've got a lot you want to say on this topic, but MVPs for that last. Now, granted, when you asked me for this question, the series was in a very different spot. So I'm interested if that has changed for you at all or if it still holds.
I asked Awash to ask about the MVP during Game 3 when Athens was about to be 3-0 up in this series. And I mean, I wanted to talk about Chop. That's the reason I asked. And Chop's defense, I think, is what elevated Athens over Wilson in this series, because so often we would be like, oh, Wilson's about to score. No, Chop is on the goal line making a diving save. And I mean, obviously, it was a full team effort in offense and in defense, but Chop, I think, on the back line saved their hide so many times to allow their offense to work that I do want to give them MVP, but I also want to give it to Kitagawa and Copy Paste and then the rest of Athens while we're at it.
Yeah, it's incredibly tough to pick an MVP out of that series. Yeah, everybody honestly at some point was deserving an MVP medal. Volts, who did you have after all was said and done?
Wow, that is so difficult because I feel like, again, it almost needs to be a team award. And I honestly would give it to the Athens guys because on the same wavelength where, it was an uphill fight for Wilson, it's tough mentally when you see that lead slipping away. You drop one game with a 3-game lead. Okay, we can live. We can recover from this. You drop a second one, it's like, okay, we should probably end this before things get like really bad. Then you've dropped 3 in a row. The crowd is on the other team's side. You're questioning yourself in front of you. Then it goes to overtime, and you're like, wow, we will never live this down if we drop it. But they go to a 3-minute overtime. They make a bunch of saves. They stay calm and collected, and they ultimately come out on top. I would give it to those 3 players as a whole.
Yeah, I can agree with both of you, honestly. That entire team had it. It is a huge mental challenge to go up 3, then go down 3, and still find some sort of confidence that you can clutch it out in the end. It's honestly incredible that they were able to make that happen. A final praise for Wilson's run. Again, it's so incredibly tough, especially for Copy, having not as much experience. A absolutely crucial part of their performance all the way through. Top 4, absolutely deserved for Wilson A. Congratulations to them for making it that far. We do have our other semifinal matchup that we have to settle before we get to the grand showdown. We've got Bob Jones versus Hartzell. Hiroki, Fish, and Reach obviously been the talk of the town, the strongest players here as a collective. For Hartzell with B-Dog and Hey Tony, what do they have to do to be able to overcome this Bob Jones side?
Do you want to answer that impossible question, Volts?
I think I have an answer here. And what it is you have to take advantage of the minimal gaps that are there for Bob Jones, because again, we got to be on the caster's desk for that series, and you could see some of the openings and some of the mistakes in the double commits. And while earlier teams weren't able to punish them, hence Bob Jones not dropping a game thus far today, I think Hartzell's capable of making them pay on the back end for those mistakes. So what Hartzell has to do, you have to be nearly perfect when Bob Jones makes a mistake.
You'd be quick to pounce on it.
Yeah. So to answer your question here, I gave an answer, but it's nearly impossible to execute.
Yeah, it definitely is. And the biggest reason why LCHS struggled in that quarterfinals, because they were just a little bit too slow, because Bob Jones starved them so much because of that speed in the offensive end. They were stealing boosts. They were just gobbling it up. And LCHS didn't have enough to execute their game plan in offense. And they were limited to very few shots. I mean, 1 shot, 5 shot, 1 shot. And I don't remember how many they had in game 4, but very, very few.
Yeah, the chances are few and far between when you're going up against a team of Bob Jones's caliber. You really do have to be on your A game, because, like you said, there's not many openings, but every team has those vulnerabilities. Any one of these teams, really, realistically, can defeat Bob Jones. It's a matter of, do they have that ability to execute, find those small spaces where they can exploit them. Usually the answer is no, but I have to ask you all, do you think that Hartzell has it in them to take down Bob Jones?
Is this the prediction segment? Are we laying down predictions now?
Yeah, we're laying down predictions.
Go for it.
All right. My heart says Hartzell, but my brain says Bob Jones. I'm going to give it 5 games. Again, I think Hartzell is able to take 1. But Bob Jones just saw Athens book their spot in the grand finals, a team that they played for the state championship previously. I believe it was this year, and I'm sure they want that rematch again.
I'm going to go Bob Jones in 5 as well, for a particular reason. I think Bob Jones needs kind of a wake-up. I think Hartzell needs to take a game off Bob Jones before Bob Jones goes to the grand finals, because we talked about it. They almost go into autopilot mode to Bob Jones. And when you're that good against, competition that that you're better than on paper, it's difficult not to go into autopilot and stay locked in. And I think they need a wake up before they go play Athens, because Athens can catch them sleeping. And if they waltz in there thinking they're just about to, continue a perfect bracket run here at the University of North Alabama, they would be in serious danger of dropping. So I think it'll be good for Bob Jones to lose a game, but I still have them winning the series in 5.
So that's fair enough. I'm going to go with Bob Jones in 4. I think they've shown enough for me to think that they can still handle Hartzell. It's not going to be as easy as some of these other series. I'm not expecting double digits from Bob Jones.
No.
I really don't see them outscoring by maybe 4 at the worst, but I think it'll still be a sweep for Bob Jones. I'm excited to see a Bob Jones Athens matchup in the grand finals potentially. The keys here seem to be just exploiting Bob Jones's mistakes. I don't know that they'll quite be able to do that. We haven't seen enough from maybe Athens to be able to do that. I'm not sure that Hartzell can, but we're gonna see which one of us. Well, I guess you two will be correct.
We're coming for that crown.
Yeah, you both. We'll have to find a way to split this. Maybe one of you can take the glasses. I can take the other of you can take the crown.
Or we're all wrong.
Or we're all wrong, and nobody. We'll give it to Monkey. Monkey can wear the glasses and the crown because he always roots for whichever team wins. We're going to see which team is going to be moving on to the grand finals to have a matchup against Athens for the crown and for the title of best high school Rocket League team in the state of Alabama. We've got everybody ready back in the stadium in the seats, and they are ready to get the second semifinal underway. Let's send it to the casters.
Well, welcome here, guys. We're going to be getting in Bob Jones versus Hartzell. And I'm here with Foof. This is going to be the second semifinal of the night. And this will be the decider for the grand finals.
Well, you can't be too poignant here, my friend Atomic, because it is the reigning and 5-time champions coming up with the Patriots on one side, and then the hopefuls, the challengers, Hartsville Tigers rolling in, trying to usurp and kind of shake this whole thing up. And we had an absolute banger put ahead before us with all of it going down to 7. You know what? We've seen it twice. Athens moves through. They are waiting with bated breath to see who moves on. Of course, there has been a clear-cut favorite. They have not dropped a game in this tournament yet. And guess what? That is that Bob Jones team. But then you look at Hartsville, they are also playing beautifully. It's now 5 minutes on the clock, 6 cars on the field, and a possible 7 games to see who goes on to the finals.
Yeah, and early on, we see that the kickoff is going to go over to the Bob Jones side. They're going to have some possession early on. How long they keep possession, I think that's key. You're going to already see the midfield man. He's going to take a lot of chances and some 50-50s to play it off to his team. He's going to go to the side, reach behind it. Now, look at this. It's going to be Hartzell able to get some possession changed on their side, but the midfield is turned right back over to Bob Jones' side. They have a couple touches. There's going to be some opportunities for a goal in a double tap, but it will just go a little bit wide. The third man can't sweep it in. And, well, they're turning back around.
Well, 1, 2, 3 strikes, so they are not out. They are still within striking distance. They have B-Dog Lightyear on top of it, but can't find a way. With RL pushing forward, he's got a teammate down at midfield. The ball bouncing back dangerously, but slow down. Could be opportunistic here. B-Dog, but that's all 3 defenders and collapsing in. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Tony, but he goes for the players, not the ball. And so it's turned back around towards them. The first minute. Heartstrings may have been pulled, but neither team finding the back of the net yet. Possibly one here. That bump couldn't find the fruition. Neither could reach. And now it is all up to both of these players waiting in midfield to find a collision.
Yeah, and Hartzell, well, Bob Jones is trying to play the physical play, but Hartzell are just not playing it. They're actually just dodging the demos, doing pretty well there. I think that was Bob Jones' little bit of a plan getting into it, but now that Hartzell have also found that out and already get away from the demos, they might have more opportunities to chase after. There's a couple of attempts on Hartzell are trying to get anything they can. Some offensive pressure on their side, but it's going to go back around. Reach might have a chance at a double. He will not connect, but he will go back down to the midfield, and this is where it's going to turn right back around for Hartzell.
Careful in 2v1 here, pushing back to midfield with wanting to find near place. That's all 3 players pushing up for Bob Jones. Perhaps not playing in a while, feeling a bit rusty. You need to be careful, especially when you have all 3 cars in such a tight area with one, but he gets demoed for his trouble. Reach, having a turn. Hey, Tony's there. It's another double commit from B-Dog Lightyear. And so both of these teams perhaps feeling the nerves right now. Opportunities aplenty, but neither have been able to take it and firmly hold on.
Yeah, both of these teams are just feeling themselves out. Game 1 is looking like an even matchup, something that I did not think I was going to say this far into a move. However, both teams are now putting on some pressure. That's a good 50. Look at the save from Whiff. The top corner still wasn't enough for Bob Jones to get it in, but they are going to continue trying.
Fish thought he had it, but that was slammed shut in what seemed to have been almost a negative angle. Now, just cresting the midway point in game one, there is not a lead. There is nothing separating these two teams but the colors and the different dimensions on the field. Hiroki has control, trying to save Flippin' does, but he doesn't get much from it. You see all three blue cards in such a tight spot. Reach going up for it here. Pass trying to set up Reach. Reach going to collapse. He's got a bump. It's so awkward here, but it finds a way as Fish XD21 able to get the goal one to go.
And they will be the first to strike. Not after a little bit of just awkward interactions, Fish XD takes full control on the opponent's third, and he will get that first goal for them.
You know what we call that?
What's that?
Fun. And then, just in front of that discombobulation, chaos is opportunity. And opportunities arising as perhaps Bob Jones smelling blood in the water now. B-Dog Lightyear with nothing but green grass, and he can't catch up to the ball. The camera misleading. Depth of field so hard to read on a virtual screen. Fish in control. He's got two teammates off to his right, flanking him. Hey, Tony going underneath of him and the ball. B-Dog had his teammate box him off. He's got control of midfield. Authority needs to be careful here. It's a dangerous spot. Has the third man a bump. Trying to set something up with. Slowing it all down. So, a retreat on the side of Hartsdale and the Tigers. Poised and trying to find something once again.
Yeah, and you're noticing Bob Jones taking control of the ball time and time again. They're just trying to play for a 50-50. Dump it off to a second man on their side.
What a touch!
And that's going to be a second one for Reach. He's going to do an excellent job at just making sure that he just gets a 50-50 on through.
I don't think I've ever seen a more poignant fadeaway as Reach leaving the goal, but the nose still tracking the ball as it falls into the net. 88 seconds left, and Bob Jones Patriots up by 2.
This is going to be the third kickoff of this first game. Bob Jones are now up by 2. It's up to Hartzell to try to turn this game around. They must do it within the next minute 20.
Well, you just need to find one. That's the only thing you can do in a game like Rocket League. You can't score twice. I wish you could score 2 points at any point in time, but it doesn't matter. It's not drop shot. You just have to find and make your point. Now, hey, Tony, they've had some opportunities here, but Reach RL winning a 50, winning another, putting the dunk on, wants to chase it and follow it up, has a lot of boost, has the angle, and top left corner goes in.
I think it's just Bob Jones' game to prove themselves that, well, they are the top dogs here, and they're going to continue doing so. Reach RL.
Top dog and top bins.
Top bins, yeah. Top or left. That's what it is.
Well, now sitting at a 3-goal advantage. The Patriots feeling good, feeling their offense flexing their might perhaps as Hiroki wants to get on the board but can't find the mark. That pesky dog Lightyear to move away. Hey, Tony, moving the ball out here. And the Patriots poised to kind of milk this clock away. Not wanting to rest on their laurels. Playing offense, leaning forward, trying to find more and more opportunities near post play, but turned away. Fish so aggressive, just playing on top of the ball and continuing to move this clock forward.
Yeah, they're playing controlled, calm Rocket League. They're up by 3. They may or may not let off the gas pedal. We'll see here and now. They still have some people behind the ball. There's going to be some 50-50s coming over to the midfield. Bob Jones are not going to be in contention for this one. Now, it's going to be Hartzell with this couple opportunities. Going to go right back to Bob Jones with. Trying to get behind it. 10 seconds remaining. Oh, that might go through. Hartzell have a chance here if this can just get a double. Nope, Bob Jones will get in the way. Once again, another shot, another save here from Reach, and this clean sheet looks like it may just happen.
Reach wanting to take it possibly the distance. The ball still floating in the air. Hiroki one on, but he can't get a follow-up touch. The double's not there, and it's going to fall down. Still on the nose of one car whiff, going to let it fall. And Bob Jones, the Patriots, up 1 in the series.
Yep, and with a strong 3-0 lead, Hartzell could not get a goal in this one. They will be attempting to get one in the second one here. Bob Jones looking very, very strong here, Foof.
Well, it's the tail of the tape. You have over 8 shots on 2 players, 10 in total for Bob Jones, and then only 3 on the side of the Tigers. Their offense was limited. They were hemmed in. They were stuck. They were in the mud. I don't know how many more analogies I can try and throw out, but it was a midfield line by this Patriots team. You talk about a Patriots team that plays a different sport that has usually a good defense, and I feel like that's what they're demonstrating right now.
Yeah, well, I think you might be right. Yeah, I mean, in reality, what I really think it was a possession game. I think Bob Jones here just had more possession of the ball overall over more time, so the chances for Hartzell were a little bit more limited. But whenever they did have some chances, you saw there was a double attempt even from Hartzell. That's just some connections that they may just need to have to take advantage of when they get them.
I think the golden opportunity is what they had a lot of times, and Hey Tony had a good opportunity that we saw bouncing off of the crossbar, and those are going to be ones that you want back, especially in a tight game, being only 3-0 and having so few opportunities on the offensive side. Yeah. It's just going to bite you, and when you go and watch that replay and just kind of grit your teeth. But the beautiful thing, it's only game 1. It's a best of 7. We have possibly 6 more to go through. Both teams got to feel it out a little bit, see each other, what they're going to do, shake, dance, find some things, and getting ready to load into game 2 and possibly see something different.
Yeah, the warm-up's over. Exactly that. So, and I think we are not ready. What do you think?
I'm ready. I don't know about you. I'm ready. I hope the crowd's ready. Yeah. We are seeing who is going to make it on to the grand finals as we're getting the final ready checks from the players. But looking back onto the field, you have a team that's dominating offensively, that's dominating defensively, and they are being stingy at the midfield. You have to find a way to kind of chip through that armor and start to break it down almost. And so what's the starting point for that?
50-50s.
50-50s.
What do you say?
Well, I was hoping for a little bit more than 2 words.
Oh, well, no, that's seriously what I think it is. I honestly, like, when you get the 50-50 game, especially in the midfield, I talk about this all the time, you start to gain possession, and once you gain possession, you have more shots, that's more opportunities. And to create more opportunities, you got to start at that 50-50 level. So, and we're going to see that time and time again from Bob Jones. It's up to Hartzell to try to match that energy. There's going to be a shot on through. It's not going to get quite in.
Pitch is there. The finish up, playing the janitorial role and rolling that one through after all the pressure and only 16 seconds to get on the board.
Yeah, man, that is just some third Rocket League. Hartzell really just was on their last line for a little bit too long. They made one miraculous save. It was very, very clean. However, the janitor crew, like you said, did have to come and sweep in.
Well, playing the correct roles here, all 3 players getting involved early for the Patriots. It is up to the Tigers to kind of poise themselves, get back into a solid and positive situation, and get on the offensive end of the rotation. Not even a deep, like, get off of your defensive third, but get on the offensive-minded set of we're not trying to rotate to our goal. I want to rotate past the ball. I want to have control, and I want to find plays. Whip off the sidewall once again. That's a beautiful read by Reach. He's going to set up his teammate. It's a pass and go. Hiroki reading it the whole way.
Let's talk about the position here from Hiroki. He gets a 50 there. It's going to dump it over to his teammate. And then after that 1-2 connection from Bob Jones is going to be what seals the deal there.
And see, I think Bob Jones might have been listening to me when I was trying to perhaps say something to the Tigers, but they rotated, if you watch, forward for the ball, expecting having the control, knowing where it is, where your teammates are, and Fish handing off to midfield. That's going to be a beautiful touch, but a better save coming out from with Epic indeed, but it does not matter. It's not cleared. A save only gets you so far, and the Patriots starting to thrive.
Yeah, Bob Jones a little bit more confident in the air here. Hartzell, they had 2 men in the back, but the moment the ball is in the air and they place it at the top half of the goal, it's a little bit harder to get there, and I think Bob Jones had realized that.
Well, sit at a point, only 63 seconds off the board, and it's a 3-0 game. The Patriots feeling solid. They are the 5-time and defending champion, looking to add another perhaps to their trophy case. But again, that's far away from us. They still have to get through this series, but certainly putting their best foot forward, up by 1 in the series, up by 3 in the game, as first 90 seconds have ticked off. That is a flip reset goal. Fish out of water, but not out of goals.
Yeah, I mean, he controlled it so well. He really did this all himself. I mean, look at the defender here. He tried his best. In fact, he was even attempting to find a way to cover that top half of the goal using the backboard. That is the most common way to do it. Unfortunately, that flip reset will just put a spike in the road.
Well, the big thing is it was such a delayed flip. Using that reset, it looked like he lost it. It's now Fish reading it beautifully again, but with having the speed and outpace to reach it. So, 4-0 scoreline right now. 3:20 left on the board. Lead on. Up in the air, flying after here, trying to live like the bird on the side of that Polska car, but not finding much. Putting back midfield, the ball just bouncing back and forth, back and forth.
Here we have another pass.
Wait a minute!
Coming through. Hartzell will live for this one, and they have some possession here. It will be intercepted there at the midfield. Now, however, they get it back. There's going to be some physical play. Bob Jones will get it back in their own half. They're going to have a little bit of a bob. Now they're up high in the air. We know where it happens whenever they are high in the air. They will come back down. Hartzell will control.
Yeah, gravity does that. As now the ball bounces back, my friend, and I got to say, way. 4-0. How are we feeling?
How are we feeling? Well, I'm feeling the way that Bob Jones is feeling. Good.
Good?
Yeah.
Not great?
Oh, great.
Not ecstatic? You know, I got to say, I'd be feeling very confident right now. I hope the comms are loose and open, especially on both sides. When you're looking at a 4-0, you're obviously feeling confident, you're in front. And then if you're on the opposite side, hey, some things have worked, some things haven't. Obviously, there's some things you got to do, but it's all about trying to take the first step forward, and it really works if you do it as a team. And that's a big-time dunk from B-Dog Lightyear, and that might be the one that could have started it all, but saved by Fish.
And continue to see midfield presence here from Bob Jones. They are just taking shot after shot from the midfield, very, outreaching shots from downtown. They will do it again. Look at this, another one. Another one has to be saved here from Hartzell. Hartzell are trying to get a 50 in their way, but Bob Jones will intercept once again. Another shot attempt.
Oh, what a touch.
It's going to be in. Fish XD. I don't know. He's got 3 goals here in this game.
Only 3, no topper on the car, but hats are being tipped off, and another touch again going towards that far post. Splash indeed, 5-0.
And with this, Bob Jones are looking to take game number 2. Hartzell are going to try to turn this game around as best they can, but this game is all Bob Jones.
All Bob Jones, all offense, and all in the air right now for Fish. He has the blitz pushing forward, has a teammate in front of him. They want to opt to try and find a pass, but Hiroki, unfortunately, stuffing the ball instead of pinching it. Fish in control now. Sidewalk light, had a lead blocker. Try and pick up a little boost here on the side, but can't find it. Hiroki, touch off the backboard still. Whip, waiting in the wings to try and find a clear. Up to B-Dog Lightyear, who sets this back and resets the offense push.
Yeah, I saw earlier that Whip was a really low boost there on his defensive half. That was an opportunity that was just remissed. And that just shows me that Bob Jones are forcing the Hartzell team to use their boost, to use what they have to, what would be an offensive drive now have to be a defensive save. And that is what is starving here in Hartzell.
Well, think about it. Rocket League it's a sports game, but it's also a resource management game. And it's also a very good financial game. You're spending your boost perhaps on defense or saves or rotations or shots like that one from Whip, but he can't get it to fall once again. Reach, looking for Fish here, and Fish has control. It's a 1v1. Hato needs to be last man back, and that's now off the backboard. Rolling through here, 2 players commit, and Hiroki given time, space, and a lot of it in the corner. Past midfield looking for Fish. Fish looking for the goal, but he finds the backboard instead. 10-9-8. The clock marching forward, ever on. B-Dog Lightyear with a save, but a bit too short here as it's going to be a 5-0 affair in game 2.
Yep, and the same story from game 1. Another sweep here on the offensive side, or the defensive side here for Bob Jones.
Shutout.
Huh?
Shutout.
Yeah,
they're doing a great job of staying in front of the game. Now having 13 instead of the 10 shots on the offensive end and only giving up the 2. So again, stepping up if you are a Patriots fan and slowing it down if you are on the side of the Tigers. All that truly matters is the next touch. Not the next game, not the next goal. It's coming out and finding your way, your mark to leave an impact on this series.
Yep. And with this, honestly, Bob Jones looked very, very good. They're on their top form. I mean, they've came here to play for sure.
They have. Both teams certainly coming here to play. I hope that no team wouldn't have not come to play, but both of them making it this far respectively, being at semifinals, deservedly being here. But again, it's Bob Jones they have this aura of almost indestructibility about them right now. And they are marching through oncoming gunfire, just chest abreast, just having a great time, walking forward to the end, flag in hand.
Yeah. And we will take a moment here and try to get onto game number 3 here, Foof. I like that analogy. They really are. They feel like they're just kind of strutting in. Not looking back.
That one scene from a movie with pirates in a certain set of islands that I can't say, where the guy's walking down the stairs as the ship's blowing up. That's what it feels like. Just the swag factor right now. But when you look at Hiroki, you look at Fish, they're starting to connect. And that is a big thing when you're looking forward into a series that needs to develop, because when you're working as a team, not just as star players, that's when you turn a corner and get to the next level.
Yep, and I am interested in Hartzell's opportunities because they have had some.
They
It's
have.
not like they haven't had any.
Well, they've shut down slowly.
Exactly. But whenever they do have their opportunities, they have the boost of their tanks, right? They're in the opponent's third. That doesn't happen very often. But when it does, it's like you're just about to get the goal, right? And when I feel like it's going to happen very soon, Bob Jones, they're going to feel a little bit different whenever that happens to them.
I think that it's all mental, both sides. There's the mental ideology of I'm feeling good, so I'm playing good, versus we're playing against this team that's undefeated. They are a 5-time champ, and it can be freeing when you play a team like that because, you know, it's an open stage. All you got to do is go out there and do the simplest thing in the world, at least to us, and play Rocket League. And a lot of teams will forget that. They'll try to outthink themselves, outwork the wheel, find constant touches. Be confident in your calls, be confident in your teammates, and find something to play forward. Not play at, but play forward.
Yeah. And we will continue to see more of that here in a second.
Well, I certainly hope so. You know, we've got a little bit of time rolling around right now, but sitting at a point where I want to draw up for the narrative that it feels like this is a seesaw. It can go either way. Technically, it's on a fulcrum. Like on a little fulcrum, it can go either way. But there's a lot of weight going one way, and you got to make a drastic change if you are the Tigers. And I have faith that it can be done. I can take some hopium and feel pretty good about it, but you need to make a play now.
Yeah.
The best time to do it was yesterday. The second best time is now.
Yeah. And I mean, they got to do everything they can. I mean, they're going to start kicking their feet up. You know, they're in the air at this point. You know, it feels impossible. I promise you it's not. You know, there will be opportunities, and there will be chances to seize them.
Well, here we are once again on this beautiful arena. Loading in, putting all 6 cars on the field. A nice sweeping shot of Hey Tony and Hiroki with 5 minutes being placed on the clock. Kickoff already being won, and Fish wanting to kick this one off early in Game 3, but being dissuaded by Whiff.
Yep, and not a problem for Whiff as he's going to stand tall in the back of his net. There will be some more shots coming in from Bob Jones. There will be Whiff right there once again. He's going to be the playmaker for the past 15 seconds. Now he has a flick attempt. He's ran out of boost there. We'll continue down the line. Let's see how this continues. Hutzel are now back on defense. Bob Jones are doing what they do best, and they are playing more offense.
But Reach couldn't find the angle. That opens the door for a beautiful counterattack. That's push off the sidewall here. Hiroki, though, pushing it back the other way. Again, when you rely on these big arcing clears, as a demo opening the door, the double touch going off of the crossbar. Fish flying high and having goal number 1.
Yeah, Fish is a bit of a cheat code, I think.
I don't know about a cheat code. I'd say just more of a leveled up.
Yeah. And we're going to see more stellar plays by him, I am sure. However, hard sell. They're realizing how to take it down. I mean, they survived for 45 seconds there, and they had an opportunity. He ran out of boost at the very end, unfortunately. But some of his teammates will come and level up themselves.
Well, a mentally thing is you don't want to just survive. You need to thrive, especially in a game like Rocket League. Bob Jones having 2 opportunities there, and Reach going to be wishing he had that one back, as it was just a soft touch that could have been sent through the back of the net. Fish opting to play slow here, a good 50 to keep that pressure on. Another touch coming through, bouncing off the backboard here, but no real follow-up. B-Dog beat the ball falling once again, and Hiroki in a 1v1, but Hey Tony boxing out beautifully and finding clear.
Yeah, there is a lot of space for Bob Jones here to play with. They're not being challenged whenever they get the ball, and because of that, they're slowing down. They're manipulating the game, like going slow, and then as soon as they can and they set up their offense, they go as fast as possible. And that sometimes is going to catch Hartzell off guard.
Well, Reach and company trying to catch them off guard. They already have one, a pass midfield once again, but it slows back down. And once touch from Fish, pushed away by Whiff. Reach popping it high. Has boost to follow up, wants to find a teammate. Hiroki waiting down. He's a bit close here and doesn't trust the fall as it's now pushed all the way past midfield. Fish up in the air, flying high in the sky, has a flip, saved it, putting it to the right. The right's not been his corner, and saved away by Riv, and going all the way back down to the offense end. That's a read from Whiff. It's going to go off the backboard here, and a chance to tie, floating in front of the net here, but the Tigers unable to capitalize.
Yeah, Bob Jones have taken both of their players on the other side of the field. They took 2 of them out and were inside of the opponent's net, and Hartzell were not able to take that and put it onto a counterattack, and Bob Jones had a little bit more time to get on through. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have some more. Ooh, this is going to go back the other way. Reach RL is going to put this one up for Bob Jones. They're going to go up 2 in this game.
Reach reading it beautifully, and it's just an unfortunate play there. Lightyear thought he had it, but it goes off of his tire, and then tire, car, net. It's an easy as that, and 2-0 is the game score. 2-0 in the series in game number 3.
Yeah, but we have just passed the halfway point. Bob Jones are looking strong.
Fake kickoff.
Oh, it was a fake kickoff. Was it one? Okay, yeah, they're playing some more strats, some more things are coming out of the board. The chess game is evolving.
I love the idea, especially when you go on a fake kickoff like that, and then they had the pass downward looking for it. You know, you see a ball racing towards and that, and my heart goes back to that Wilson series we saw, as that was once again Fish looking for the top left corner.
We're going to continue it down. Arcel are playing in their own half. Reach RL is just going to have the Red Sea parted for him, and he will just lay that one right in through.
Well, the blue sea on the blue end. But Reach seeing it the whole way, just doesn't have to rush, play outside of himself. It's just a soft touch to put it through. Checkered flag wave for the 3rd time this game, and it's now 114 seconds left in game 3.
Quick math. Very quick. Phenomenal. Good job. We'll see some even more math coming in. Bob Jones are clinically dancing around the field. They're up high in the sky. They're being contested, however. Hartzell have learned that much, that they definitely do need to be contesting, especially up high, as early as possible. They do not want to give Bob Jones space on the ball.
Right now, though, Bob Jones still in front. The Patriots feeling good, feeling confident, perhaps feeling in control. Up 3 big goals, with the Tigers finally on the defensive third, forcing that ball back, but now losing the maintain, losing that control. Hiroki wanting to go near post here, putting the pass off the backboard. He's going to slow back down. He's got a teammate, but he can't find it in the mix. Now Reach, once again, putting it up high. Hey, Tony going to catch up to this one and read it well and is stuffing it all the way back to Hiroki, who gets bumped off of it by Lightyear.
Well, you saw there, Bob Jones had taken 2 Hartzell players out of the way. Hartzell will send it right back out of the defensive third, but at least they are on that defensive third. Let's try to get a 50 here. Good play here by Reach. It will come in for Fish, who is going to use all his boost with. Will crash on the side wall. Is going to lead up to his 2 teammates. They will double commit on their corner. 43 seconds remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Tony will get past 1, but Bob Jones have a 3rd man, and he is ready to strike on the defense.
Well, he's trying to strike on the offensive end. Reach set it up. Fish wanting to sign off on this one, and it's 1-2-0 to D, and it's a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, the way this shaped. I mean, look at Lightyear. He tried to contest it. He did a good job of it. He got, unfortunately, bumped by the Bob Jones side. And he was, unfortunately, also the last man back. And so there was a follow-up there from Bob Jones.
Now we're resting. Game 3 perhaps being put closer and closer in the books. You know, the ink perhaps starting to dry on the pages, as it is only 25 seconds left. But I will never say never as that pass went midfield, but they couldn't find their mark. With RL and company, need to find one at least in this one, as now Hiroki given so much time and space. He's got the far post. He's opting to get the flip reset instead, and so just taking the clock, running it down, burning such a crucial resource. Hey, Tony and company given less time, less space, less game, as it is now a 3-0 lead for Bob Jones High.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, it has been 3 sweeps as well. Bob Jones just look a bit undefeatable. Hartzell are going to go into this next game. I mean, there's a lot of saves coming out of Whiff. He's got 4 saves of his own and 2 coming in from his teammate as well. That's quite a lot of defense if you're playing that game.
I mean, it's an unfortunate time if you're playing too much defense, because you know what that means? The ball is on your side. And if the ball's on your side, you're not scoring. And so you have to be careful and not get hemmed in. And that's where they're finding a little bit of, like, the tires are getting stuck in the mud and the sand, is they're getting a clear up to the side. That's a good start. But if you do not have an outlet to push it up the field or back across, it goes into the side and comes back in the middle.
And that's exactly
in the middle.
Yeah, that's exactly where that second man comes in. He's got to be able to, drive it up past the midfield point, right? So probably high in the sky, because you have to get past someone who's on the ground in the midfield, and then, miraculously try to find a 3rd man that's already up the field, chasing it, reading the play, and get a final touch into that score. That's if a play is seamless, right? There's obviously a lot more nooks and crannies before we get to that point.
There is a bit of a finer nuance, perhaps, to Rocket League plays and breaking them down as you go through it. Yes, it would be great if the first man could pass to the second and then the third just rotating up and finds the ball. But no, that's never as clean as it is. But it's about putting it on paper and making it try and make as much sense. And what sense is made right now? It's 3-0.
Yeah.
It is match point for the defending champions to go to the grand finals and defend themselves in that title that they feel like is rightfully theirs. And as of right now, it is status quo for them. They are up big and looking to kind of finish choking out this Tiger team.
Yeah, they have all the momentum going into this game as well, which is not the best here for Hartzell. But, I mean, I'm really trying to find a way to give them. I mean, I think that once they get this goal that they've been hoping to get for, they haven't been playing bad. They really haven't. Bob Jones have just been the exception.
The big thing is that first and foremost, you can never forget this is Rocket League. And so it is a game, you're going to have fun, and you are going to be playing it with 3 competitors and 2 friends. And so you need to make sure that you are working with your teammates to go forward. Sometimes going forward means going backwards. And right now, positive touches, positive touches, positive touches. I mean, that's all I can harp on right now when you're in a spot that's so tight in a series that is, hey, you win, and you force game 5, and then you have to continue winning. Or if you lose, it's over.
Well, yeah, when you lose, it is over.
Yep.
And it will continue being that way till the end of time, hopefully. You know, maybe the rules will be broken one day, but not today, not in Rocket League.
I feel like that got a bit philosophical.
Yeah.
I was a bit dissuaded from that, but it's all that really matters is Atomic, my friend. We have Game 4. We have Forbidden Temple. We have a ticket waiting to get stamped, possibly to the grand finals, or for him to swat that away from the Ticketmaster and say, no, we're going to at least 5. We've got Hartsville, we've got Bob Jones, we've got a 3-0 lead, but perhaps 5 minutes can tell us one or another.
Yeah. This is do or die time here. Hartzell have to put all on the line in this game specifically if they want to prolong this day.
Opportunity rising here. Reach in control. Light years there. Fish. Sidewall here. No, his teammates jumping up with him, so a double commit. Needs to be careful. There's no one back. Hiroki passing to midfield, and so Reach signs off on it. I mean, I want to pause it right here. They could have scored 3 different ways. Hiroki with the pass to midfield. The other one could have taken the shot, and Hiroki could have scored.
Yeah, you know, there was a lot of options there, and that's exactly what you want, especially from a man who's going to be passing the ball. You want to be able to either pass it behind, you know, play more passive, pass it in an aggressive way, which is, you know, the option they went for, and then the third one was
what a touch!
Himself, and that's going to be some more opportunities, but it will be saved away. Hartzell live on. Now they have a man is racing back to get a shot through. There will be Bob Jones in the way. The third man will get through to it, and they will turn it right back around. Fish XD. It's going to go for a breezy flick. I know you didn't see it, but my goodness, it was open really good.
He's trying to get something spectacular here, but the big thing is you see a team like the Patriots who have been so strong on an offensive end, you expect like, hey, the underbelly of this beast must be the defense, and then you get it down there and it's just slapstick, it's gone. And you're just forced back on the offensive end. A pass once again looking for this midfield, but all 3 players a bit disjointed as they were so far forward. Expecting an earlier touch means the offense having to reset, but again, it's a catch from Reach, but a dunk here from Whiff, pushing it off the midfield. Really a beautiful clear to get it going. Fish 1v2, keeping it low. Another dunk coming through and saved by Tony.
Yeah, hey, Tony did a masterful job of just making sure that he's trying to get the ball played to him. He doesn't have to move. He doesn't have to forcefully go for this ball here. The ball will come to him eventually if he just waits, and that is exactly what happened. Bob Jones did not score in that altercation because of that. And look at Hey Tony, he's going to bring it back around. He will have a teammate come save him with. Will get 50 at the midfield. This does have another opportunity for Bob Jones. They are going to go up the side wall. Fish XD, a flip. Has a chance. That's going to be a musty. Hey, Tony gets up in the air, and he will save it, but that was a really clear-cut attempt. He practices those, for sure.
Big save, but it's not a clear. The offense is still on Reach. Over 1, just needs to find it over Whiff. It's going to be a handoff to Fish. No, he takes it himself! Reach from wall to ceiling to goal. It's a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, he has gone everywhere on the field there for this goal, and he does a really good job of controlling it till the very end.
2-0 and 3-0. Game score, series score currently, and it's Hiroki who wanted to make it perhaps 3-0 on both of those, but he could not find the angle.
Lightyear and company needing to get something going. It's a beautiful touch from Whiff, but there is still the diving third of Hiroki. It's Hiroki, and it's another save. It's the ball resting. Another beautiful touch as Fish sees it through. The crowd understands the special shot they just saw.
Yeah, it's like a ballerina dancing in the air. He just knows exactly what to do. I mean, it's in the corner too. Can it get better?
Having some fun, smiles on the faces of those players, feeling confident, feeling good, especially when he hit a shot like that. And now Hiroki, sidewall play, looking back to the midfield, but a slow down from Tony. Reach, sidewall here, pushing it back off onto the ceiling, the ball bouncing back down, and Fish wanting to get creative once again, but Lightyear ready to shut it down. Still 3 goals, still 3 games, still 2 minutes left in game number 4.
Okay, Tony. Big chance here for Hardcell. Will get 50 away. They are on the Bob Jones side. Bob Jones will turn it back around. A 50 will coming in with getting into this ball early. Hey, Tony doing the exact same thing. Now there's a bit of a passing play attempt. B-Dog will get bumped. Some physical play coming in from Bob Jones. That was just on the edge of the camera. And that might be the secret here for what Bob Jones are doing. I mean, they're just manipulating that third man.
Manipulate the third man. I gotta say, it's always one of my favorite things when a car is directly under the ball and Director Cam forgets to get off of that car and you're just staring straight up like you're at the front row in a movie theater. But 90 seconds remain and we might be sitting in the front row of a recrowning as we have a team looking to step into the grand finals. It's only 1 minute and 20 seconds away.
Yeah, the perfect sweep looming over. Bob Jones are doing what they do best. They are taking up the side wall, and they are just setting it down towards the goal, seeing if any one of their teammates are there for a shot. Fish XD trying for another double attack. He's already got one, and I believe he had the musty. He has been on fire here in game number 4.
Well, another touch. He's got a leader. The ball just going off of the right post. Again, Fish opting to go for the right post where the left post has been the main squeeze. You know, I think he's trying to have some tendency breakers to at least kind of give the idea, the mirage, perhaps, that he's going to the right post.
Yeah, but the mirage is, unfortunately, not fading. It's going to continue staying on. There's only 4:30, 7 seconds remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, Hardcell are putting their best foot forward now. They do have a lot of boost on this entire team here, and some opportunities coming in from the side wall. Reach RL will take advantage of this loose ball. He will pass it back down, but Hardcell will have a bit of a chance here. They will get 50 to the midfield once again. Fish XD playing passively. Just going to play some clear cut defense with, going to try to go a little bit of a shot. Wait, Tony in a really good position to follow up that what could have been a goal.
Well, 9:87, the clock relentless here, and at this point is officially mathematically impossible. Bob Jones, the Patriots, the reigning 5-time champions, your defending champions, now move on to the grand finals to play the Golden Eagles of Athens High. And oh my goodness, this one has been brewing for 2 days, Atomic, and it's almost ready.
Yeah, this is the 2 top-seeded teams going at it, and we are finally going to see them play each other. We haven't seen them play each other yet in this tournament, but congratulations here for Hardcell. You know, they made it to the semifinals. That is something within itself. So please, ladies and gentlemen, one more clap for Hardcell. If we can get one. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, I gotta say, Atomic, GGs were put in chat, GGs were put on stream ahead of us, and GGs to you, my friend, as we are going to be throwing it to a short break as we get everything ready on our end for this grand final ceremony and game. I'm Foof, this is Atomic. We'll see you guys on the opposite side.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. You get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn? Right?
Yes. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these 2.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
Ain't shit certain but death. To make it out of here, take a certain finesse. Die trying to earn them a rep. It's cold to the shit, you gotta learn to respect. Really, I turn up for less. Like who now? It ain't even worth it to guess. Your man going, now you looking nervous and next. And you gon' end up right with him on a shirt with some text. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little birdie cook him, he a personal chef. That nigga learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas, I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the steppers, you niggas loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cup, but the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker, you know we rockin' the letter. My niggas not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winner in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him here, bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this bitch in my whip got your last name. So down when I'm top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. Cold to the shit, you gotta learn to respect. Saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. Cold to the shit, you gotta learn to respect. Saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. I'ma burn up a check. And my little birdie cook him, he a personal chef. That nigga learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas, I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the steppers, you niggas loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cup, but the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker, you know we rockin' the letter. My niggas not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winner in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him here, bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this bitch in my whip got your last name. Two down, one up top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee said with your chest when you talk to the goal. Cold to the shit, you gotta learn to respect. Saying with your chest when you talk to the goat.
Well, I may have had my most recent prediction correct again, but we decided we'd still give the crown to Monkey because we got to get him as hyped as possible for our final match of the main event. Bob Jones versus Athens. Bob Jones just coming off a 4-0 nearly perfect sweep of Hartzell. I don't think many of us expected much different to go. Some of us thought that the game 5 might be there given the way that Hartzell's played up to this point, but I don't really think that there was any striking findings that we got out of that series.
I mean, Bob Jones, reigning champs, 5-time reigning champs for a reason, which I think we have some backstory on that one. But before we do that, any other initial thoughts?
They might have taken my message a little personally. That's what I looked at. I mean, they made a statement with those 4 games. They are more than ready for the grand finals.
Absolutely. So besides Bob Jones's most recent win over Hartzell, Lars, what else did Bob Jones have to go through to be able to get to this point?
Well, Bob Jones. I mean, obviously they've had a perfect tournament. They haven't dropped a single game so far, and that's not terribly surprising. I don't think to anyone here. They had a pretty dominant win over Wilson A in their first matchup. And that I was super excited. Athens, awesome team. I really wanted to see Wilson A first game, last game. That would have been such great poetic justice, and give them a chance to kind of redeem themselves. They did not play a good game in the first series, and it wasn't just that they weren't as good. They just had an off series, and they could have done better. And to see them how they played in these last couple series and be able to come back, totally beside the point. Bob Jones takes on Wilson A in the first one, wins that, and then I think that moves them automatically to day 2, where they handled LCHS pretty handily, and then obviously you just watch them take down Hartzell.
Yeah, so no games dropped for them in this entire competition so far, but the unbeaten streak does date back to the last competition that they played on, which is where the history comes in.
Exactly. So Athens and Bob Jones have found themselves in this grand final before, and it was a clean sweep in favor of Bob Jones. That being said, not the same players on the team. So this is a chance on either team, I believe, right? There's new players for Bob Jones, but I know Athens only one returning player. So we have a chance here for Athens to maybe get a little retribution over the last state championship.
Yeah, Bob Jones, a star player Lunar from the last competition, has since graduated now at Ole Miss. So not the same squad from the first time, but still a pretty strong squad that we've got then, that we've still got here now. Bolts, since that last time that we saw Bob Jones with Athens, what have they gone through to get to this point where they're seeing Bob Jones in the grand finals?
Athens a little bit more battle tested here today, and it rewinds to their last series against Wilson A. I mean, that was a grind there to really make it out of that kind of whole situation there. Again, ends 4-3 game 7, and I mean, we'll see if that's what they need to carry, the battle test. It's difficult to go through game 7s, and what they went through, especially in that series. If you missed it earlier, Lars, again, I mean, that game 7 was full of momentum swings, heart attacks.
Game 7 ran for 7 minutes. It was a 3-minute overtime for them to settle that one. And the last 4 games of that series were all decided by 1 goal. Absolutely insane all the way through that series. So that does come up to another topic, though, of fatigue, right? So yeah, they're going to be coming in. There's no lackadaisical. They have come in hot. This has been an excellent warm-up for a good team like Bob Jones, who maybe has relaxed a little bit. I mean, you could see that goal by Fish in game 4 of that last series showing off a little bit, right? So maybe that's going to be to their advantage, but maybe not. Maybe they come in just tired, and they've been worn out by an absolute slog of a series against Wilson.
Yeah, there's definitely a balance that can be found there, where there's a point where you're warming up, and there's it's like a performance curve. You start warming up, and then you eventually find your groove, and there's a very actually sharp drop off in your performance once kind of your mind hits that end of the road. And it's very difficult to recover without a good night's sleep. Really is what it comes down to. I don't think that we'll see Athens suffer from that, given that this will only be their 4th series across a couple of days, but it is still something to consider, especially if they manage to push through the first couple of games. The last few, they could maybe start to fall off the rails a bit.
I think it's all about hot starts. I mean, you have to take one of the first 2 games, because if you fall behind to the 5-time state champs 2-0, I mean, at that point, not only is it physically demoralizing when you turn around and look and see that you're down 2 games, and again, let's be honest here, if they're not close, it's going to be even worse. But again, it's also mental. I mean, because now you're fighting that uphill fight. You've started 2 games behind, and I mean, it's ever important to take, I would say, game 1.
Yeah, and it puts you on the backside of that look good, feel good, play good. You're not going to be feeling good if you're down after 2 big losses against a team like Bob Jones. So make sure you get that feel good in there. And to do that, like you said, big wins, big moments up front.
So is that the win condition for Athens, is to start off strong and find a way to be able to maintain that for the entire series? That goes for either of you.
I'll let you start.
I'll be bold. I'll put it out there. Yeah, I think Athens cannot win this series without winning game 1 or 2. So if they lose game 1 and 2, I think it's over.
All right.
Lars?
That's a bold claim, but I'm inclined to agree. I'm going to go a little further, and in addition to that, I think Athens playing their consistent, rotationally sound game, that was what allowed them to take down Wilson. That was what was so huge, especially on the defense defensive end. I mean, that's where they're going to really sink or swim against Bob Jones. Bob Jones have had a perfect run as far as games go, but they've been scored on. It's a team that does bleed, and if you can keep yourself from bleeding, all you have to do is just get a little bit off of Bob Jones. I think very similar to the Wilson series, where Wilson, we were talking about during that series, that it's just one goal is what it's going to come down to. That's the Wilson win condition, where on the flip side, Athens was supposed to, their win condition would have been to win bigger. That's the flip now. I think Athens, the win condition is just one goal. You just need one. Don't overextend. Don't get too crazy with it. And the corollary to that, Bob Jones, there's going to be, hey, keep playing big,
Yeah, for me, Bob Jones is don't get complacent, because we've seen in a lot of their other series that they were getting some pretty flashy goals, some really nice goals here and there, but a lot of them were on open nets, and I'm not convinced that
Athens.
Athens is not going to give them all of those free opportunities. And Bob Jones, they're going to have to work a lot harder for their goals this time. It's going to take good creativity, good execution on the passing plays, but also execution on the net as well. One of the casters mentioned that there are several times where Fish was looking for that right-hand post when the left was wide open. So for Bob Jones, I'd like to see that placement also come through for them. Be smart about where they're finishing these shots.
They're good, but they're not perfect.
Exactly.
One other thing I want to mention here too with the Athens Bob Jones matchup is Athens was a physical game. Bob Jones has not had physical opponents up to this point, and that could be the key to throw them off their game. If Athens can get those bumps and get those demos like we saw before, that could be a great help for them.
Yeah, they haven't really been tested up to this point, so I would agree, and I'm sure you might feel the same, Volts.
Oh yeah. I want to see somebody test them. I would love dream situation. Athens scores 3 straight within the first half of the game, and I'd love to see the Bob Jones reaction.
Yeah, certainly throwing a wrench in what they're normally used to could really only benefit them. They don't want to see the same scoreline recreated from the last state championships games. And if it does happen, they're not going to go down without a fight. For Bob Jones, is Fish going to be the player to look out for? I know all 3 of these players are strong, but is there one player where if they're not having a good day, might be throwing everybody else off?
I mulled that question through my head even before we came on here trying to decide, because again, they're so reliant on Fish on the offensive end, but also if Chopped is making mistakes or is out of position at the back end. I mean, if your defense crumbles, you're not going to be able to generate any offense. So really, I'll put the catalyst on Chopped. He's got to be good on that back line.
I think is Chopped for Hartzell.
Now we're totally off the Chop is
sorry for Athens.
Oh, I thought you asked about
my notes are a mess.
So I'm not much better. Athens, yeah. So I agree though with Chop on the back line. I mean, they were so instrumental in that victory over Wilson, because we had so many times where, I mean, it's any other team, Wilson scores across those 7 games 10 more goals. I mean, but it was like these miraculous saves, and 70% of them were Chop. But on the Bob Jones side, I gotta go with Baruch. I think that's going to be the big difference maker. I think that's more of an anchor. You get a lot of flash with Fish, but I don't think flash is what makes it's going to decide this series.
That's fair enough. For to Volts' point, for Chop, I still think about the overtime winner for Athens against Florence, where Spectral fed it to Chop for the OT winner. I think Chop execution on both ends of the pitch is going to be super important.
Also, the OT winner in Game 7 in the last was Chop.
You're right.
Yeah.
Well, Chop had the 50.
I would say that is the winning move.
Yes.
Regardless of who finished it, that's what won the game.
Spectral
right there.
did kind of seal for him because Chop recovered well enough. I think he could have scored it as well. So fair enough. Chop obviously super important to the Athens squad. Predictions. It's tough because I think a lot of us have an idea of how this could go and how a lot of us hope it might go. Bolts, got to see what you think is going to happen. If you want to share what you hope happens, go for it.
I'll give you a conditionary prediction.
Okay.
If Athens wins game 1, I have Athens in 7. If Athens loses game 1, I have Bob Jones in 4.
Interesting.
Okay.
What if they win 2?
I still think Bob Jones. If Athens doesn't win game 1, I have them losing
Okay,
this series.
so you've narrowed the window
Yep.
down from game 1 or 2 to
Yep.
just game 1.
I'll give.
Okay.
Yep. The more I sit here, I just don't see Athens having a path to victory without winning games.
Okay. All right. I mean, dynasties exist for, right? Even if you don't have those same players, presumably they got to play with those same players, and that being able to play with them or against them makes an enormous difference in skill level. I am hopeful that the rotations and the defense of Athens can be the thing that disrupts Bob Jones. That being said, I think I still got to give it to Bob Jones, but I'm going to do Bob Jones in 6.
Okay.
All right.
Get a couple of wins out of Athens here.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I think for Athens in 7 from Mr. Bepic behind the camera. I love it. Now, is that conditional as well? Like, well, nope, just straight up Athens in 7. That's what it's going to be. All right. So we got 3 predictions. We still need mine. I'm going to go with Bob Jones. I'm going to say in 5. I think Athens has enough in them to be able to take off a game from Bob Jones, possibly throw them for a loop. But I think that Bob Jones, I don't think we've seen peak Bob Jones yet. I don't think that they have been quite tested enough to really need to throw everything that they have at their opponents. I feel like just every aspect of Bob Jones' game can still go up another level if they feel like they need to perform to that level. No sense in wasting their energy for when they really are expecting to be in the grand final. So Athens in 5 for me. I'm sorry, Bob Jones in 5.
Athens in 5. That's a bold prediction.
that is incredibly bold. My bad. Bob Jones in 5. Athens takes a game. I don't know which one, but ultimately they still will take a game off.
I will say, I'm pulling. I'm all no bias out the window. I'm pulling for Athens. Athens in 7 Athens in 7 overtime would be. Especially with Leachy and Foof down there to cast.
Oh,
that would
absolutely.
be the most insane series of the day. It would be incredible, and it would be such a high note to end on. That I'm pulling for Athens in 7. I think it's going to be Bob Jones in 6.
Yeah, hopefully this. I think overall, I hope that this matchup lives up to a little bit more than maybe what the previous state championship match offered, where it was a 4-0 sweep. The closest game was 5-2, only a 3-goal difference there. Granted, it's totally different opponents. I think both these rosters there's a little bit more parity between them and Volts. I'm not sure if you agree, but I would expect, even if Athens doesn't win game 1, surely the score lines will be tighter than they were a couple of months ago.
They should be, but anything can happen. And that's the big thing, momentum, and we've talked about it all today. If Athens loses the momentum, I mean, the mental can go right down the drain, and we could see some really, really high and abnormal score lines.
To the credit of Athens, though, we've seen, we talk about another recurring theme is consistency, right? And Athens is a consistent team. And even when they were down 3 games in a row to Wilson A, they kept playing their game. They continued to be awesome. And they made changes where they had to. They brought Chop up and made him a more physical player, trying to make more disruptions, really use that kind of play style further up the field. But it was a small change. They kept continuing to play their game. So we know that Athens has the mental fortitude to go the distance, even when things are going bad.
I think there's some merit to that. I think Athens can certainly has to do more than what they've already been doing, whether that's just another level of consistency or execution or physicality, whatever it is, they have to step up to the occasion. What I'm really interested in, though, is what Monkey is thinking about this prediction, because he's been sitting with us this entire weekend, just chilling in front of the desk. He's heard all of us talk about every single one of these matches. I just love to know what's going through his head right now.
Well, it looks like he's predicting red right now. So whoever's on the orange side of the ball,
okay,
that's going to be that's our call out. I'm going to speak for him.
Whatever team is in the orange side, fair enough. I don't think they can quite tell on the camera, but he has the clappers just in his arms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man,
he's blocking out the haters. All right, so we heard it from Monkey, or whatever team is on the orange is going to be the one that makes it your grand finals of the main event. Bob Jones High School versus Athens High School. Lychee and Foof on the cast for this hopefully incredible matchup. Let's send it to them to get us all started.
Ladies and gentlemen, we could not be more excited to bring you the grand final of the main event. It is Lychee and Foof joining each other one last time on the microphone. It is going to be an absolute banger. Thank you so much to everybody who came out for this event and everybody watching on Twitch at home. If you want to see the journey of these two teams, please make sure to use !bracket in the chat. You can see how hard fought the journey was to get to this point, but it all quite literally comes down to this.
I feel like not only can you go an ! bracket, but you can probably go to some hidden tome here on UNA and just blow off the annals of history that has been this two-day event. I mean, both teams have fought and clawed their way here. One team, the 5-time reigning state champions, defending that crown today, is the Patriots, feeling good, haven't dropped on the way here, riding high. And then on the opposite side, you have the Golden Eagles. I have to fight saying caca, but I'm saying anyway. They had a battle to get here that you know a little bit about, had some fun on.
A little bit, yeah. I definitely had some fun, yeah. So we are talking, of course, about Bob Jones and Athens. I couldn't imagine two more deserving teams for grand finalists. Bob Jones, as you said, miraculously not dropping a single game across the entire weekend. Athens had a little bit more trials and tribulations. Just a couple. Maybe kind of sort of in the form of Wilson A, taking them all the way to a 3-minute Game 7 overtime that finally ended when the pressure bubbled up beyond control and they were able to snatch I won't say victory from the jaws of defeat, but snatch victory out of the tensest of situations. Yeah.
I mean, I really kind of look at both of these teams, and you feel like one had to climb a mountain using their bare hands, and the other just took a taxi up there. And it's not like it's just the ease of access that they've been here, but it is not a dig at all, because this is a team. Yes, they do have 2 freshmen and a sophomore, but it is built on a legacy of dominance, and it's continuing that play. But I got to talk to a coach for that team, and I got to say they really gave me a very great insight into it, because it's not about individual play with them. It's about being a cohesive unit and enjoying the camaraderie of it. Lychee, they went bowling last night after they got the win.
That's incredible. Although I will say maybe a little bit risky to the fingers, but especially with esports athletes, you got to keep that stuff in mind. All that being said, that's a great, fun little team building exercise. I never would have guessed that, and that warms my heart. That's awesome.
It shows just kind of a nice peer back into a team that on the outside, I've kind of alluded to the indomitable, invincible feeling that we have, blocking bullets and shots alike, having the musty flicks, the double taps, the flip resets. The list goes on. And you see a team like that, and you think, man, they're probably like very tight, we have to do it this. They're having fun, and that's the most important about it. And then on the flip side, I mean, I feel like I'm looking at a sword. My hands are on my hip and I'm looking down. I feel like I'm looking at a sword that just came out of a forge, and I'm going like, I dropped this thing 17 times. How is it here? It didn't shatter, and it is ready to go.
Yeah, they've definitely the Athens sword has definitely been through the ringer. I will say you're talking about how the Bob Jones players have all the mechanical abilities in the world, to exhibit on at a stage like this. But you can only really exhibit those mechanical abilities, in my opinion, when you are comfortable. And I think Athens is the best team throughout all 12 teams that started this weekend that will prevent them from being comfortable. So I actually think I'm expecting stellar play from both teams, but I don't actually believe that we're going to see as many high-flying theatrics from the Bob Jones players, because they're not going to have time, and they're not going to have the mental wherewithal to think to do it because they're going to be too busy hyper analyzing their every single move because Athens is putting up such a fantastic fight.
I mean, I can't wait to see just the imagery of the Golden Eagle going against the Patriots. It feels like it's kind of underhanded history comments here, but I love the idea of this man clad with a tricorn running, and there's just a bird flying aggressively at him.
I'm gonna get you.
And so we'll see if he's running at the bird or running away from it like a comedy sketch. But all that it's really going to boil down to is just these 6 players, these 6 young people who have now dedicated themselves to this game, to each other, and having a community, having family and friends behind them here supporting them in the crowd. And it is one final best of 7 left ahead.
I cannot wait, just waiting to get all the final technical stuff sorted out. Let's talk about expectations from both of these teams. Given their history, getting to where they are now, we know obviously Bob Jones 5-time state champion.
Just a couple.
In a row, by the way.
Yes.
The 5 most recent state championships they have won back to back to back to back. Which is kind of ridiculous. They haven't lost a single game, let alone series, this entire weekend. And as we said, Athens have a little bit more of a battle. Does that change expectations for either of these teams? Do we think that Bob Jones is coming into this expecting to go 4 in a row, or have they seen Athens fight as hard as they have, even though they've had more trouble? Are they expecting more of a challenge from their opponents?
Man, that is a really tough question because I unfortunately do not know these players on as well a personal level as I'd like to at this time. But like in my mind as a competitor, if I'm on the Bob Jones side, I'm going to go on both here if I can. If you're undefeated, you're walking, you're feeling good, you're looking good, you're playing good, I think you should come into this game with that invincible mentality. And it's not like you're cocky. You're confident. You're toeing the line. You're going to go and make your plays, and you're going to stand by your teammates. And I think that is the mentality they need to go and move forward. They need to be the ones to step forward and grasp and take control. Whereas on the side of Athens, you're the underdogs. You're going to have a lot of people looking over you.
Yeah.
And that can put a chip on people's shoulders, and all of a sudden you give any team any room at all, especially like the Golden Eagles. Fly, baby, fly.
Yes. So you make a good point. I agree. I think they should be expected to come into this confident. But then what happens when/if they lose their first game, like in the series, let alone like in the entire weekend? All of a sudden, things are not going to plan. The plan is to win, and I'm sure the plan was to sweep through the entire thing. And then Athens picks up their first game. How does a team so expecting of a triumph as Bob Jones react to something like that?
They take it in, I mean, if you are looking in an idealistic world, they take it in stride. And this is where it comes down to where you wonder, you have two freshmen and a sophomore, what their mental stability is, what their game plan is. And if you have a team that, again, hypothetically speaking, it falls down to this, you wonder, how will the players react? But from the talking that I've had with the coach, from the interactions I've seen with the players, I think they'll take it in stride. And again, that'll put a chip on the big dog's shoulder. Now he's going to be upset, and so then we'll see both of them perhaps pulling the best out of each other. But we're going to get that anyway because it is the final series, Leachy.
I know.
We talked about it at 8 o'clock this morning. It was going to be a long day in hour-wise, but it has flown past for us, and yet we are I feel like we're standing at the edge of a ledge, it's getting ready to go. It's going soon.
You did mention this specifically. We were back in the green room, and you were like, dude, today's going to fly. And I was like, you're probably right. Like, at the beginning of the day, I'm like, oh, my God, it's going to be a long day. But once we get to the end of it, we're going to wake up and be like, what? That felt like 30
happened?
minutes. Like, where did all the Rocket League go? It's pretty insane. Time flies when you're having fun.
Exactly. Having fun with good people, good teams, good Rocket League, and great hosts. I got to say, I'm incredibly thankful for all the amenities here, for all the people, for all of you guys in the crowd. You guys have made this worth it, and I know these players have made it. It's been made worse for them as well.
100%, yeah. Especially with the realm of high school esports. It's very new to me, and I desperately wish that I had anything like this growing up, because I feel like I would have had a different, maybe not a different career path, but like at least a bit more of like a leg up on things. I'm very lucky to be where I am today, and very thankful that that we get to join all these fantastic players. But what an awesome opportunity. Like the world itself has kind of matured past this whole like video games are just a kid's like play thing and toy, and you should go outside because the TV's melting your brain, blah blah blah. And we've moved past that as a society to be like, this is a legitimate career. This is a legitimate business opportunity. And that makes the 12-year-old inside me super happy that this is now a possibility for kids these days.
I can't agree very much any more than that. I mean, it's very true. This has opened so many doors to so many people in so many places. Like there are scholarships to go and play games at colleges.
To me.
Like, and putting these students on this stage will get them noticed in that way. This VOD's going to be up on Twitch. You're going to see clips on Twitter. You're going to see clips getting thrown around on TikTok. You're going to see a lot of things being thrown around. And so it's all about exposure.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I've hearkened on it too many times. I'll gush about this all day, that these students are getting coaching, getting support, but they might not have because they weren't traditional athletes, and now they're getting it. But it's exposure. This is the other end of now they're getting all those great things, but what's the next step? They're great in high school. You had a great time. You played it, but what now? It's, I hate to say selling, but it's opening the door for them to kind of have colleges see these teams play, see these players play, and give them the chance to further their education, to further them and help them grow up while just playing Rocket League.
I mean, I agree. It's, using the term selling doesn't feel good, but it really is. You're like advertising for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You're advocating for your own abilities, and in this kind of fresh new business that's been around for not too long compared to other industries, it's still rife with opportunity to get in there on the ground floor and really kind of make a name for yourself. It's usually with industries like this that the early starters are the ones that go on to succeed the most. Ladies and gentlemen, it does look like we are about to get game one underway. This is the grand final between Athens and Bob Jones. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's get game one kicked off.
Now an early opportunity here arising after a kickoff win for Athens. That's going to be putting it off the backboard, turning back around, but they cannot find it. Fish waiting at midfield, trying to put pressure on, but Chop is there. Reach pushing forward, trying to find something, but you kind of wonder. Frequency and company, they've had some time to sit. And whereas on the side of Bob Jones, they're coming off the series, they're feeling a little bit good, but yeah, obviously a break between them now. And so who would have the advantage here in the game one kind of sitting state?
Oh, God. Honestly, I think the advantage won't exist until the first goal is scored, which sounds dead obvious. But seriously, I think Athens' best plan of attack here, knowing that they are, like, I would say slight underdogs in terms of, like, their general ranking within the game, I think Athens need to come out of the gate and smack Bob Jones in the face as hard as possible to stun them and get them kind of reeling back on their heels and take advantage of that kind of destabilization and hit them time and time and time again.
I think I've heard a quote once. You've said it, I've said it way too many times, but everyone has a plan until they're punched in the mouth. And that's exactly what you want to do. Chop getting a demo here, getting past one, but Reach waiting to catch it. He collects it on his own side, gets it over. Now it's a 1v2 as that's a dunk coming on. Hiroki backing off. Fish pushing forward here. Sees an opportunity and seizes it. It's 1-0.
Nobody was back. I was seeing somebody come in from the left side, Frequency Spectral, so it was probably Chopped coming across. Yeah, there he is. Oh, man, last second must have been caught out of position. Maybe an inopportune boost, steal, something like that. Regardless of the situation, Bob Jones does pull themselves into the lead, but it took a minute and a half to do so. So probably a good example of that challenge that we expected Athens to put up here.
Well, the challenge starting to be answered here as the Patriots almost scoring their second. Spectral in control. Hiroki looking for control here. The ball bouncing back down, and now past midfield, but he can't get it to fall. 2 minutes now off of the clock and about 180 seconds left as Spectral credited with a save, but more of a clear in that position as Frequency. Touch off the backboard. Chop is so far back. It's going to be a 1v1 play, and Hiroki reads it the entire length of that touch.
Beautifully done. Across this halfway mark now, Chop will lose possession of it. Fish up nice and high, double touch opportunity. You can't count that out even though it hit that upper ramp. These players are so good. Some may be able to read that. That one is a shot just about on target. Reach knocks this one just underneath the crossbar. That's 2-0.
Here is what I love about good offense. When it turned into great offense, they had 1, 2. This is the third chance. That was almost a squishy save. But, you know, it comes in and finds their mark. 2-0 here, just 16 seconds above the midway point.
The start that Bob Jones has had is kind of the start that that Athens wanted, I think. So they still have some time to kind of turn the tides, but I think they need to signal their intent as soon as humanly possible, because we know Bob Jones, we've seen the quality all throughout this weekend. They are a team that will take pretty much any opportunity given to them. So Athens needs to be nigh on perfect on the defensive side as well as offense. This might be an opportunity. Frequency knocking it across, but the recipient of the pass getting demolished off of the field.
So that's a very smart idea, trying to recognize a power play in a 2v1 situation. The speed of it was lacking. The demo throwing that back, and so we have a chance here to put pressure on. But again, just being disjointed, discombobulated from a demo and not having the speed and pace. Fish catching it, putting it over when he's bumped. Spectral's there, but Spectral a bit too excited, and he goes past it. A bump from Hiroki opens the door, and Reach seeing through, but he's out of reach, but he's able to stick it back through. 3-0.
Just waiting for that to bounce across the line by itself. Turns out, needed a little bit of assistance. No big deal. He got across the pitch just fast enough. 3-0, like you said. Bob Jones starting to control this first game. Athens needs to show their consistency that Lars and I were talking about earlier tonight. We know that they are good enough to kind of lock things down. I think maybe just a little bit of those game one jitters making themselves apparent right now.
Yeah, when you're batting down the hatches on the ship, you know, you don't want to close up the cannons because you haven't been able to find a strike back. But striking back here is Reach as he gets pushed off of the ball. Fish, midfield has a ton of time. Flip reset, he pushes it high and just a bit further. Chop credited with that save, but still more pressure mounting. That's another touch looking for a double here is Hiroki, but it is unable to be found. A pass once again. Fish opting to let Reach run side to side and just control this ball and continue to milk this clock as we just have a minute left to play.
60 seconds for Athens to make their intentions known. It's Hiroki looking to break out of the back. Reach continues this one. Fish pretty much has the wide open net to shoot from. That would be if Frequency wasn't there climbing around on the back wall like spider of some sort. I don't know what I was going for there.
Spider's not on this team.
And that's why I paused, because I was like, wait, this doesn't really work. 30 seconds left. Bob Jones still in the lead by 3.
Well, up by 3, feeling confident. There is still a chance. I would never really like to count teams out. The clock continues to tick on and move forward. Bob Jones in control. That's 2 that got beat. Spectral and company, him and Frequency. That's all 3 players up, but coming back down for it. They can't find the pass. A demo from Hiroki should just kind of be a pressure release valve for this team. And is now 10-9-8. The clock ticking down. Game 1 looking it's going to be going to Bob Jones. Possibly one more for the road, but it's cleared out. And a 3-1 game. And dominance maintained in Game 1 by the Patriots.
A good, genuinely confident start. I don't know that I would ask much more from Bob Jones. That's exactly how they want to come out in the come out of the gates. That 3-goal cushion as well. It's not like the Wilson plan where it's like they grind out 1-goal wins and they're just risking that safety the whole time. They put games away, and that may be one of many reasons why they are 5-time state champions, is because they know that they can't afford to take their foot off the gas, because the second they do, most opponents that they come up against are good enough to exploit that, especially in a grand final situation.
I mean, you just have this kind of momentum being pushed against you when you are that team that's looked at as this should be your series, and then you're able to take Game 1 in a continuation fashion. Wasn't a dominating fashion. It wasn't they shut them out. It was a continuation of what we've seen so far from the Patriots team, and they are rolling forward. I'm not going to say status quo. They were challenged at times, and the Golden Eagles, think of it as like a very complicated math equation. They've got like this part figured out, but they still have to get the rest all put together. And so you still got 3 games to try and get this figured out.
Consistency. I want Athens to come out of the gate, and I want them to shore themselves up on defense, right? I think in these situations, coming up against a team of the quality of Bob Jones, you need to kind of break the game down and go take things minute by minute. Get through a 60-second period of little to no mistakes, to have absolute confidence in your play, take that momentum into the next minute, and that is going to lead to good things.
Well, you and I always very similar on the same page, and I think it starts with a single touch. And all that really matters is Fish was looking for that one. Man, it was almost a callback to seeing the undercarriage of Adominus, but that one wasn't. Octane Hiroki on his own backboard, clearing it out. It now becomes a 1v1. That's a beautiful touch, pushing it forward, but there's no real follow-up. The ball resting, so shall I, as Chop over one, but more pressure mounting as the Patriots looking near post. What is such a big denial from Spectral.
Chop opting for boost or some kind of a bump attempt. Yeah, boost over ball. There you go. Back to that theme again. That is a shot on target. Excellent save there from Frequency. This is what I'm liking to see from Athens, is that consistency on defense. A lack of double commits. Make sure everyone knows exactly where they're supposed to be, and then they can make those saves that are mandatory. Look at that. Frequency didn't freak out, waited for the play to develop, and made that clearance.
I'm really worried right now from Athens. They've had a couple of great defensive stands, but they're finding themselves on that midfield line and further with like maybe 10 boost.
Yeah.
They are pushing themselves very harshly as that demo from Chop could open up the door here. A pass attempt, that's a bump, but Spectral unable to get a ball because there's no real pass. Chop in control, looking to make something happen.
Frequency rotating out as well, and that's over the top of Spectral. Nope. That will be knocked to the right side of the goal. Fish, an unchallenged goal, 1-0 for Bob Jones.
Fish, hearkening my words, perhaps. He has tried at least 4 times for the top right corner, and it has not worked. But going for the bottom right, I think that works.
A little bit less power needed for the bottom versus the top. So don't work hard, work smart.
Exactly,
there
right?
He's working smarter, not harder.
Working smarter and up by 1 as Fish trying to be up by 2. That left post calling perhaps his name, but he cannot answer that conch shell. The ball at midfield, another pass midfield as Hiroki head hunting and securing a demo. More pressure mounting as that's a dangerous place to be. Is a little bit of a tactical whiff from Frequencies. You can't find a touch.
Ball dangerous here for Athens. Spectral does get a touch, but Hiroki got there slightly beforehand. Now Bob Jones looking to build from the back. Hiroki, that is a shot on target, requiring a save from Spectral. Easily done, and a lack of a double tap. Fish, very scary with this amount of boost. Knocks it down, unsavable by Chop. That's goal number 2.
I mean, this is just almost a perfect shot from Fish. Chop in a very unenviable situation, so much net to cover, and you just have one small little Octane to do it.
That awkward dismount off the post, I don't know if you caught that. It was very far down to the ground, so high up in the air was Fish, but man, it just getting that angle right and not screwing up the momentum of your car is an art in and of itself, and slight missed up there. Bob Jones now ahead by 2, just coming to the halfway mark. Could it be 3? Oh my lord, flicks this one up. Going for the BM there. It did not work out, but still a 2-goal lead. And Bob Jones, I told you I didn't think we were going to see the mechanic stuff because they weren't going to be comfortable enough to pull that stuff off. I think right there may have been a sign that they're starting to get comfortable again, which in my opinion is a bad omen for Athens.
I will say though, at least this is not Aquadome, so we do not have any turtles out and about.
Yes,
that one doesn't go through, but the aerial accuracy from Fish, but he's denied by the left post. But it's Frequency using that card to dissuade him. Still a 2-goal advantage and a beautiful touch out midfield. A follow-up from Reach, and it's now 3-0.
Not much in the way of that one. There was enough chaos around the top of the box. Spectral and Frequency, look at that one. The rare double commit. I think this is getting to Athens a little bit. You don't see that a lot, and no team of the caliber of Bob Jones is going to pass up that opportunity.
I mean, just kind of waiting with open arms underneath, watching it fall to them, and they take full advantage of it as the Patriots full steam ahead. Perhaps you can hear the drums of war as they continue to march forward, looking to hold a 2-game advantage in this series.
Knocked down in front of the box. Athens Need to break out, but Chop has 0 boost. Still manages to get it past somebody.
Still no boost.
Why not continue? Spectral will take over, though. That one was a half-decent pass attempt, but now Frequency demoed. Chop, the only one back, does get the save. Spectral's called upon to make the save. Friendly Fire save, but it doesn't matter. Hiroki cleans it up. What Friendly Fire? I didn't see anything.
There's nothing friendly about that fire at all. I told you where it was going to be. Remember, we talked about it in game 1. There was almost a squishy save, but reaching back into the goal, pulling the defender out and opening the door. 81 seconds left, and it's a 4-0 advantage.
Looking pretty healthy at this point for Bob Jones. Oh, Frequency, opportunity,
Frequency.
flicks it over one, needs to turn around. It's going to be a slow play, and he can't finish this one, and now Chop has to deal with a breaking counterattack. Does knock it quite nicely out over to the right side. Chop still in hot pursuit.
1v1.
Oh, looking for the
1v1.
flick, gets an awkward bump. Oh, Bob Jones, okay, they do eventually clear that one away, but that was a little bit worrying for the Bob Jones squad.
Oh, but that's a double bump. He caught 2. It is now all up to Frequency, who pushes it across the net. Dangerous place to be, as that is a win from Spectral. 44 seconds left, and it's still a 4-0 affair. Shot, no attempt coming from Reach. Is he going to push it off the backboard here? Fish wanting to soft touch on this one. He's going to his favorite post again, Leachy, and it's 5-0.
As he jumped for that, I nodded my head, or I shook my head because I was like, no, this is just going to be a pass. And then somehow managed to get himself on the far left side of the ball to get just enough of it to knock it goalwards. That,
He's got a positive magnet in his car, and the
It
left side
must be.
has negative. It just gets pulled over there
Yeah.
every single time. But right now, full steam ahead for the Patriots. They're looking to just extend this lead up big, 5-0. Going to be up 2-0 in the series. Reach controlling Frequency, pushing it back down. Spectral getting demoed for his troubles, but it might not matter. A team bump there. It's all 3 cars find themselves into the corner, but 10, 9, 8. The clock moving forward.
Oh.
Fish dropping it down, and I feel like we are witnessing almost a bombing run from this Octane.
Fish out of water. Look at that. Flying higher than any fish has ever been in their entire life. 6-0. Not much more to say about this one. Bob Jones are feeling confident, and a confident Bob Jones is a scary Bob Jones.
Oh,
See, look
what
at
a
that.
bump.
Number 7 deleting Frequency, not off of the field, but pretty much knocking him into the next zip code.
Frequency getting tossed out of the club as Fish XD sees the way, and that is right in the middle, seizing the way, seizing the day, and making the play. It's 7-0.
Where's Lars? I thought this was Rocket League, not boxing. What a hit. Absolutely ridiculous. Popped up high. This is a victory lap for Fish. That will be game number 2, officially going the way of Bob Jones. Yes, officially. There we go. Touching the ground.
Officially.
Officially.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I hate it here.
As we let him cringe, that is Fish with 10 shots, 14-17 on the side of Bob Jones, and we have seen that be a tally for teams in a best-of-5, not just one singular game, as he's still recovering from the awful joke I made.
I'm back. I'm back on this plane of existence. Don't worry. This is a predicament because Athens looked pretty good in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Game 2 they looked good in maybe the first minute or so, and then Bob Jones just found a completely different gear.
11.
I'm a little bit concerned now because, like we've talked about, Athens' consistency, I've seen almost none of it. And we were also discussing how with a team that is so good, you need to kind of dig deeper and find out ways to make them uncomfortable. I think with Bob Jones being arguably the favorite for this, I think they have taken that underdog tactic and used it for themselves against Athens, because Athens, I haven't really seen much of any consistency, and that's kind of baffling given what we know about them up to this point.
I think it comes down to how the Patriots are playing. Bob Jones, they are relentless in their pressure, but they also know how to vacate. It is absolutely a nuisance when you're playing against a team that just feels like they're everywhere at once, and then all of a sudden you have no boost, and then there's just all this space, and you're like, man, this has been cool like 4 seconds ago when I had all the boost in my tank.
I think there's something to be said for the speed of play as well, because it's one thing to have half-decent rotations to keep pressure, but at the same time, if you're doing that, but you're getting to the ball in a lethargic manner, eventually the team that you're putting the pressure on is going to find a way to break out because you're taking so much time to get to the ball. That's not a problem that exists with the Bob Jones players because they're keeping the possession and they're keeping it extremely quickly. They're not giving Athens any chance to be comfortable, and that is the key to success, at least in my belief, for these first 2 games as we get Game 3 underway.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is Game 3 of your UNA main event finals, grand finals here. You have Bob Jones High holding off right now against this Athens High squad. It is a 2-0 lead for them in the series, but deadlocked in the horns in the opening annals of this one.
Spectral off that back wall. Early pass. Oh, shot opportunity. It was a bounce shot. Unfortunately, the bounce was too severe. It's still dangerous, though. They do knock this one out, and Chop is a little bit slow to get there. Just kind of turns it into, honestly, a favorable pass for Fish. Always dangerous in the air. Excellent team pinch for that clearance, and they can breathe once again.
Well, here's the thing. I want to see more shots coming out from Athens, as that is a beautiful pass off the backboard, but again, it goes too high. Still the pressure on here for Bob Jones as they have control and have to find another touch. Chop popping it up in the air, and you need to be careful on that one. Fish putting it up, but there is an immediate denial from Chop.
Hiroki putting it vaguely on target, but over to Fish at the very least. I was thinking the same thing. It was about to be a disgusting redirect, but glad I didn't have to scream for that one. Frequency coming in high speed. Hiroki, I think, with the wave dash to get there just in time. A mechanic where you can flip into the ground to get speed if you don't have any boost. Reach, knocking that down. Oh, such a reach was that attempt, but didn't wind up working out. Spectral is having to rotate on the back wall. Ceiling shot from Fish, but can't get it to work.
I feel like I was actually watching like a HUD zoom in on where he wanted to shoot as he was physically and mentally just reading where the defense was and where they'd go. That bottom line shot was the best opportunity, but unable to find it here. Now, 186 seconds left in this game, and we're still deadlocked 0-0. Opportunities aplenty for both squads. The defense is standing up right now.
Frequency slammed that one long, and Hiroki did stand up, as you said, for the defense, but very quickly removed. Didn't get a piece of the ball, but got a piece of the defender, so at the very least that is yet another opportunity to upset the rotations. And I think, honestly, right now they've done a very good job to keep it at 0-0. Especially with Bob Jones and the amount of times they have knocked at the door. Speaking of which, could this be something? No, that flies over the top. Frequency is safe for the time being. I think at this point, Athens has done enough to show that they are solid defensively. In the second I say it, Hiroki gets this one to work.
Well, it's all because of the fake. I mean, look, they're thinking that it's going to be reach, but Hiroki with a little bit of flash and give and go. It's a play action, Leachy. He goes and then pulls it back, and all of a sudden it's open in the deep third, 1-0.
It looked like there may have been just a bit of confusion as well, because I think Spectral was closer to that ball than Chop was, but Spectral had no boost. So maybe Chop, there was an instant of hesitation thinking that it was Spectral's ball. Understandably, I would have thought the same thing. Chop realized, had to dive across, didn't quite work out. Very dangerous here. Bob Jones trying to make this one work. No, that's up. But
still there.
They need to be very careful.
What a
Dangerous not
save.
over. That one is finally cleared. My word, Athens, could you make this one any closer?
Well, the blue car pushing it in, but they also push it out, so no goal being scored for that one. But, you know, maybe they need to break the ice that way. Maybe that's the Gigabrain strat. I've seen it in another league before that opened offense. But Hiroki and company on the offensive push here. A demo could open this door, but the team bump slows it back down.
The team bump slows it down, but man, the demos, that's what I really want to focus on right now, because I feel like every single time a demo happens, even if it's not on a player who's immediately about to go for the ball, there's still a bit of a lull in the pressure. No lull here as that one just drops all the way down. Fish makes this one count.
A little bit of a free throw there from just outside of the box. Just a soft little touch, and it just arcs downward, and then he stays in front of Chop, just actually physically boxing that other car out.
He got bodied. Yeah, I'm not a basketball guy, but he got bodied. I know that much.
I don't have a sign I can hold up, but I wish I did. Bodied indeed, but a 2-0 game right now, possibly 3. You've got 2 players committing. It's going to be off of the top left. Unfortunately, Hiroki, that is Fish's corner.
Yes, it is Fish's corner. You're very right. Fish, speaking of which, coming out of his own corner. That one's dropped down. Very dangerous, but Bob Jones can't get anybody there to make this one work. Hiroki keeping it in that Athens corner. Very content just to kind of deal with the slow play, keep it in the corner. They don't really need to score anymore. They have that 2-goal advantage.
What a pass.
Could they make it 3?
What a save!
Just off that left side post, courtesy of the save from Frequency. Absolutely clutch, but it's not over yet.
Oh my
Hiroki!
God!
The
Oh my
flip
gosh!
It was so slow. The slowest change of direction is all it took.
Hiroki given so much time. He has the flip here and just needs to get to it, and then has literally enough boost to sign off on it, and another one goes in the back of the net with spectacular flair.
Hiroki's signature indeed. Frequency can't get a piece of this one, and now we're at the 30-second mark, and Bob Jones yet again looking like they're in the driver's seat. And Foof, I'm going to be honest, I'm having difficulty seeing an Athens team that is able to get a game off of Bob Jones, and even I thought that this team was the best opportunity out of anybody in this entire tournament to make that happen, but we're 3 games in, and Bob Jones have stamped their seal of authority. Could it be goal 4? No. Chop will miss this one. This one is down just about. Bingo. Game 3, 3
Bingo.
in a row. Bingo. 3 games in a row for Bob Jones, and they are quite literally looking unstoppable right now.
11-2, that's your scoreline right there on the shot department. There were 5 big saves from Athens, but again, you have 5 saves, that means you're playing a lot of defense, and you're playing a lot of defense, you're not playing a lot of offense, and you know that leads to not having a good time. 3-0 is the scoreline on the game. 3-0 is the scoreline on the series, and now we have a team that has been dominant. They are looking to perhaps recrown themselves as the rulers of this wonderful area. But the question is, wrapped around in the beautiful purple and gold of the arena, will this team also retain a crown? I'm just curious.
It's definitely possible. I think they are probably expecting it at this point. I would love to see the first 2.5 minutes from Athens again, and see if they're even able to recreate that, because they did a very good job on defense. Obviously, nothing came to show for it in terms of their offensive abilities, but that's because they were so busy dealing with Bob Jones's offense. I want to see them just, and easier said than done, but God, I need them to go back to that never double committing, everyone's got a cool level collected head on defense, and make every single clearance count and start to build from the back, because it looks like they're doing an okay job defensively, but every time they get some kind of a breakout opportunity, it's not capitalized on, because that breakout opportunity is started by a kind of a desperate clearance that nobody's able to get on the end of. A yeet, yes.
Yeah, it is yeeting. It's physically throwing yourself at the nearest object, and that's what they have to do sometimes. And you know what? It is a tactical yeet sometimes,
Yeah.
I will say, if you throw it into the corner. But the issue is, when you're doing such a masterful machination. I lost the word, but it doesn't matter. We'll pull it back into the ether. But when you have things like that happen, you have to be aware of boost management. Because if you're hemmed in on a very small, I'm going to focus myself in the middle here, a small section of the field, folks, you can only have about this much of the field to get boost from. And there are a little V of boosts and possibly 200 boosts here and 1 here. And you're going to have an offensive team that's also stealing those boosts. And so with limited resources, limited time, and limited space, it literally feels like you're in an Anaconda's vice grip. It's just slowly squeezing the life out of you.
Do you think Athens' lack of ability to break out has anything to do with a boost management situation, or do you think it's simply just the speed of Bob Jones?
I think it's compounding, you know? I think it shows that the speed is, obviously there is a bit of a differential there.
Yeah.
But again, when you have a team that is quicker, they get to the boost quicker. And so when they're rotating quicker, they're staying ahead of those boost spawns and ahead of the defense and awesomely ahead of this team. But Hiroki denied again. Another shot coming through, reach, wanting to go to that left post, and it rings again. The checkered flag waved, but this one's not done yet.
I want to see this one again. Was that? It was a dunk right here at, oh, it wasn't a dunk at the end. I thought Chop got a piece of that. It may as well have been, even if Chop did get a piece, because he was so well positioned. So only 11 seconds. I feel like I've gotten used to 9-second goals, so I'll add an extra 2 there. And Bob Jones, yet again, coming away with an early lead.
An early lead once again for this Patriots team. It's something I think we've said a couple times maybe over this weekend.
Perhaps.
But they are feeling confident, feeling good. But Spectral trying to sneak one through, Chop and company. All it is confident touches, knowing what you want to do and having a plan afterwards, and that is not the plan that they want, but a beautiful clear, another touch coming through as this team poising forward, staying on the right-handed side, but Frequency slamming the door closed.
Spectral was scrambling. I don't know if you caught that. He was on his roof in the goal, inches away from that ball, just screaming to get to that in time. Fish, take a bow. What are you supposed to do about a player that has this much control?
The thing is, you need to get up in the air and contest it, but they can't do it because they don't have the time. They're not able to answer quick enough. The speed continuing to be this difference maker, in Fish styling, profiling, and most importantly, scoring. It is 2-0.
An indomitable force on offense right now, and barely 60 seconds gone. Bob Jones already find themselves in a 2-goal lead, looking to take this one all the way. In the corner now for Athens. Chop looking to break this one out. Does get a favorable 50. It's not on target, but Hiroki now tasked with trying to clear this one. Gets a pinch off of the side wall. Spectral leaving it for Frequency. Doesn't get up in time. Hiroki trying to drop down. Fish now will have his own attempt here. Does have a flip reset. Can't use it effectively. Still dangerous for Athens. Looking to clear this one away. It feels like every single attempt they're having so much difficulty getting it past their halfway line reach. That was very, very dangerous. Well done. Heads up defense from Frequency.
I don't know if you saw it from Frequency. That was literally 20 seconds with 0 in the tank because they've been forced off with a small pass. It's a dunk from Fish. That right post won't agree, but Hiroki is there, and oh my goodness, it continues for the Patriots.
I'm going to call that a 50 with a player followed by a 50 with a post. Exactly.
You
50,
lose those.
What has Lars been telling us all weekend? 50s are the most important mechanic. I feel like right there was the demonstration of it. Yeah, it wasn't him that finished the goal, but it was him that made the opportunity possible. 3-0.
Again, I just think Fish needs to talk to Quitify and learn how to rectify that relationship with the right-handed post. Quitify had issues earlier. Now it's just Fish to kind of reconcile this. But again, 3-0, confident, feeling good. 3-0 in the game, 3-0 in the series, just about 10 seconds before the midway point in Athens, looking for something, anything to hold on to in this storm.
Fish, ton of boost. Didn't get close enough to the ball for a reset, but no big deal. Halfway point officially hit. Reach opting not to challenge this one, or he did actually, but it was just a little bit too slow. Hiroki, that one is actually on target. Athens took a little bit too much time to get to that one. Fish, past one. Can't get it past the second one. Spectral stands up super strong to knock it back into the Bob Jones half.
This guy going straight. That seemed to be a good trick. It worked once, but wouldn't work a second time. Hiroki setting it up, and Fish knocking it down, returning the favor, return to sender. It's 4-0.
We are seeing a theme here. These initial high-flying touches aren't quite on target, but they're close enough to make the defense panic. They dive, they miss. Second or third teammate comes in and cleans it up with a basically unchallenged ground shot. Simple as you like.
Simple as one might say. Fish in control, soft touch here, and that got one defender up early. That's just free real estate, but it goes crossbar and out, and Reach getting some love once again, his second of the game.
Case in point, carries it across the entire dang field, slams it off the crossbar, Reach, bang, there to clean up. It's time and time again. It's a tried and tested method, and I'm going back to if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Bob Jones seemed to get this to work every single time they try it. Why try anything else?
Well, there is a reason they are just as many goals scored in this game, championships in a row. There is a reason why they have been a dominant force in this scene in the state. There is a reason why they are up 3-0, and it is just about continuing that momentum, continuing the domination, continuing that pressure in the series.
About 90 seconds here, Fish. I heard the call out ahead of time. Hopefully the microphones pick that up. Called double touch a couple seconds before he gets there, and that is exactly what happened.
He conquered the beast known as the top right corner, and maybe it's unlocked now.
It could be. It could be. 6 goals up. Bob Jones absolutely flying right now. Minute 20 left. Spectral trying to help Athens get on the board here. Nobody there to receive that pass. Zero Boost will make his rotation back. A very, very long one. Smart by Chop to wait and not challenge because he was definitely beat to that initial ball. And the threat wound up kind of evaporating into absolute nothingness. Decent 50 there from Spectral. Nobody there to clean up. 55 seconds left, and Bob Jones are absolutely in a dominant control right now.
I mean, they're in the driver's seat. They've got cruise control on and nothing but open highway in front of them. They just need to watch out for banana peels, perhaps. As now up and confident, getting control. Another one for Fish, and that bounces off the left post and in. It's 7-0 with 40 seconds left.
Showing their dominance. There is never any reason to take your foot off the gas. What a bump indeed as well. Just in case there was any chance of Chop getting there to stop it. Let's
get out of here.
Yeah, let's pump the brakes on that
playing
plan.
to the whistle.
Exactly. That's how it should be done.
Unfortunately, there's no whistle on Forbidden Temple, so they'd be playing forever.
Yes.
That was the docket
The
there.
perpetual Rocket League match.
Schrodinger's game. It's on and it's not on at the same time as Spectral wins one over, but Hiroki shutting it back down. 20 seconds left. Another shot, another possible goal, but that one won't go through. Fish playing low and slow, but a little bit of defensive standing there.
Very interesting final 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, it is a victory lap for Bob Jones High School. That is goal number 8. They might as well get him while they can. I like to call that a souvenir goal. It's just one for the road.
And Hiroki signing off on it with a little rear touch to push it in, get a reverse goal. And I got to say to the crowd behind me, to you beside me, Leachy, I would love to hear one final countdown, one last time for these grand finals as another one goes in. Hiroki with 2 ticks left.
You might as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very hard-fought match between these two teams, but at the end of the day, it is Bob Jones High School that comes away victorious. The miraculous run throughout this entire weekend, managing not to drop a single series for the entire tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, a single game as well. Your UNA main event grand champions, it is Bob Jones High School.
Once again, continued dominance, excellence, and Leachy, that is 26 shots in that game alone. I mean, that's unreal numbers.
Enough said.
Enough
I think,
said.
honestly. Like, that's any team that's doing that, they've got it in the bag.
Nice.
Nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute fantastic competition. Crowd, one more time, thank you much so for everybody coming out today. For today and yesterday as well. Absolutely fantastic event. I want to thank everybody at UNA Esports for putting on this show. I want to thank them personally for inviting us and all of the rest of the talent out. Foof, I have had an absolute blast with you, and I hope we get to do this again sometime.
Hey, let's go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And I got to say, that's going to be it for us here. We're getting ready to throw it down the street to our Desk, who's going to be wrapping it all up. Desk, what's up, guys?
Finishing off the day for us with a Bob Jones 4-0 perfect sweep over Athens High School. We didn't really see it going any other way, but you absolutely have to give all the credit to everybody who showed up, not only to Bob Jones for winning the entire tournament, but really to everybody else who just fought their absolute hearts out. We had some absolutely stunning matches throughout this entire weekend.
We did. And Bob Jones, undisputed now. Like, coming into this, maybe Athens can compete with them. Maybe teams like Wilson, Hartzell. No. Bob Jones is a cut above everybody. They demonstrated that in the grand finals in pretty emphatic fashion.
I like that you emphasize emphatic because, well, there were double taps probly every 30 seconds.
Flip resets,
Flip resets. Just something that you weren't able to see any other teams do. So, I wouldn't say it is deserved too. I mean, they really train like as a team. I don't know how long they've been together. I actually don't have that information.
They've been playing together for quite a while. A couple months ago, this wasn't the same roster. Most of these players are freshmen and sophomores that they've got, but the core of the team has stayed the same for really a continuation of the last 3 years. There's not been wholesale changes, to my understanding, at any point.
It occurred to me while we were watching out there that there are players up on stage doing things that we could never dream of that were born after the iPhone came out, and that's a weird thought in my head.
Yeah, definitely the next generation of Rocket League players that we got to see out here. You know, Georgia in particular, pretty well known for producing some great Rocket League players. Alabama could be the next great hunting ground for
We've got
Rocket League
Lunar.
talent. We do have Lunar. Yep, he'll be, I'm sure, the first of many to come down the road. Talking about what you were getting to, Atomic, the skill that Bob Jones showed here tonight. I wasn't going to talk about like a top shot for a tournament, but for me, Hiroki's touch or I think it was a flip reset.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just the tightest of angles.
It came back to it as
Yes,
well.
it was an incredibly difficult shot to hit, and really, it takes a lot of concentration to be able to hit that shot. And I think that particular goal just emphasized the way that Bob Jones dominated the proceedings this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about highlight reels, you know, I'm gonna have to give it to Bob Jones again. But this time it'll be the musty flip that they had. It was top left corner. It was against Harcel. The semifinals, number 2. And I think it was like the 3rd goal. And you know what? I think that's when they realized they can really do as much as they want in the air, and that was really their territory. So the air is what won it for them today.
I can't think of a specific goal, but both Wilson Warriors series today were just complete highlight reel producing factories because of how intense they were. I mean, the game or the series winning goal that Athens scored in that Game 7 overtime definitely up there, but there were so many moments, so many goals that shaped the quarterfinal and the semifinal that the Wilson Warriors played in that made it so much fun to watch.
Yeah, Quiddify and Kitagawa, both of them for Wilson A. Mm-hmm. Tons of goals that really not only kept them alive in the tournament, but getting them to that top 4, but also just putting on a show for everybody. They were fantastic. Speaking of some of the top players that we had, MVP, who do you all have as our top performer from this week? And if you can split it into 2 if you need to, you can give an honorable mention if there's some of you feel like it might be underrated after what we've seen this weekend. Atomic, let me hear who you have.
Sure. I mean, I got to give it to Wilson here. I think Wilson with Kitagawa, he really was he was doing just the same things as Bob Jones were in the air. I mean, he was hitting some musties even. He was attempting them. They didn't go in. However, there was a flipper set that went in earlier. I think yesterday as well. There was a highlight. So that's going to be like my MVP. Not on the Bob Jones side. On the Bob Jones side, I'm gonna have to give it to Fish. I think he really showed off everything that he could do today.
So you just stole both of mine. Thanks a lot for that. It double dipped, but whatever. That allows me to commend Hiroki for the things that he was doing as well. I think I just stole yours as well. But all 3 of those, like if we had an all-star team, it would be, I think, Kitagawa, Fish, and Hiroki for what they could do individually to elevate their teammates. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I absolutely have to agree. We talked about briefly on our way back to the desk that the difference for us between Kitagawa and Hiroki was the support that Hiroki had in setting up a lot of these plays. Kitagawa didn't have that kind of support behind him, but still managed to produce some highlight reel plays. I think for me, that puts Kitagawa a tiny step above Hiroki, just because it's so much more difficult to do it by yourself than when you have a full squad that can set you up for those kinds of plays. From the Bob Jones side, I think Fish was still the top performer for the team. He was banging in goals all weekend. It just did not stop for him, and that is very difficult to do. Even when you are the top team, it can be difficult to keep that, to steal Lars' term, consistency just all throughout the tournament. It's undisputed for me that Fish was the best for Bob Jones, but after him, Kitagawa barely takes it over Hiroki. Aside from the players,
sure. Yeah.
As I believe Foof has kind of alluded to and directly mentioned it in various ways, this has all been about watching Rocket League, enjoying Rocket League, being here together with people who enjoy watching the game, playing the game, etc. What were your favorite moments from this weekend, if you can pick one?
Well, Atomic, I kind of stated mine earlier with the two Wilson series that they played, the quarterfinals against James Clemens, and then the Athens series where they barely got nudged out. So do you have one outside of that, or yours? I mean, they're the only two series that weren't sweep, so it's kind of, those are easy targets. But
yeah, I don't remember the series where it was, but like it was about to hit game 4. It was like inches away. Was it another? I believe it might have been.
They didn't talk about the Lexington match.
Oh, yes, it was a Lexington match, and they were just about to get to game 4. The kickoff happened. Something happened on the winning player side where the net was just open. They took advantage. Strike when the iron's hot. They weren't able to close out the series, but the crowd was like so excited, and so really what that means is the crowd did it, right? And
Yes.
for everybody else to be here and to actually watch Rocket League, it's my favorite esport. I think now you know why. It's like watching soccer in like a weird techno way. It's so it's just odd.
I mean, we got to appreciate it. There's a reason we weren't just cooped up in our green room all weekend. We were out there in the crowd. Hopefully, those of you who are still listening saw us out there, but we wanted to enjoy the atmosphere because it was so fun watching everyone cheer, watching the players get jubilant, and hearing the comms as well, for better or for worse.
The series Atomic was alluding to was Wilson A versus Lexington.
It was another Wilson match. You're right.
Yeah,
of course.
Wilson just really just crowd favorites the entire weekend. I don't think any of us would argue about that. For me, the biggest part was just being able to be behind the scenes and in the crowd, being able to do both, and being able to travel for all of this as well. I mean, going to Los Angeles for an RLCS major to watch is one experience in itself, being around so many people. It's different to be going to a place I've never been to before with people I had not yet met in person, to then enjoy the game in the way that we were able to, and to celebrate the game in the way that we were able to this weekend. So it's been a defining moment for me. I feel very blessed to have been on the desk with everybody, working behind the scenes with the production staff, and I'm sure all of us feel the same. Tugging at the heartstrings a little bit.
Tear in my eye. It has been so much fun meeting everyone in person. Some of the players as well. I mean, just getting to talk to people. I mean, online is cool and all. Discord's great. We love the function that it gives us, but the whole person-to-person connection is my favorite part about all of this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there really is nothing that beats it, and there never will be. Right. And that's why there's a place for esports in person. There always will be, especially at this high school level. We've harped on it enough times, but I'm envisioning one day, you'll have like in district like esports, and it'll be like something actually watched and people. And not only that, but because it's already on the computer, it's already very easily streamed. And shout out to the people also on Twitch chat, right?
Yeah,
they're watching something that is a LAN. That's already exciting enough as well.
Yeah, I've recognized a lot of the regulars that we've had in the Twitch chat. Some of us people that we know very closely. So it's been awesome seeing the reaction in person and in Twitch chat of what has been going on this weekend. And with the way that Twitter seems to be burning down, who knows how much longer we'll be able to keep in contact with each other online. But that's going to do it for us. Grand finals all wrapped up.
Get in here.
Bob Jones, your Alabama main event champions. And from all of us here on the production staff, front end and back end, thank you to all the sponsors who made it happen. We'll hopefully see you again very soon.